everybody, how are you doing? And welcome back to yet another monthly finals. My name is Ark and this is Trid, and we've got some incredibly exciting games lined up for you guys today. I think Trid might be having some audio issues, so you're going to be stuck with me.
No, don't worry about that. Sorry, I got absolutely no audio. No audio. It's a technical error, so we'll just move on. But I'm back in. Don't worry about that one.
Thank the Lord. Well, today's matches, Trid, are going to be our first APAC group. First up, B-Boy versus New Artisans, followed by B-Boy versus Jupiter, and then New Artisans versus Jupiter.
Yeah, of course, and then we're going to move over to a China final, which is a new addition. We're going to take a look into that emerging region, and then we're going to go back to our regularly scheduled programming of going back to Europe, where we have Tribe, Code Magic Purple, and Clash to round out the day.
Yeah, a really important day for teams like Tribe in Europe. I'm really excited for that region in particular. But let's take a look first at the leaderboards in the APAC region. Jupiter and PSG, as we know, have already qualified. They are safe going to Worlds, but there's still a lot of prize money on the line in this region today.
Yeah, that's all really these teams can play for at this point. So, I don't know, there's still a lot to play for, but they can't get that World Finals tournament. Speaking of World Finals, this is the list of all of our qualified teams so far. Most of them have been finished out. We still would decide 2 slots in EU, Middle East and Asia. And we have to, Middle East Africa, sorry, and we have to look at the North America and LATAM North region as well to find out our final 3 teams.
Yeah, those regions in particular are incredibly exciting. It's been neck and neck throughout this entire competition, and it is coming to a close, potentially even today. We'll have to wait and see for the European region. But first up, B-Boy versus New Artisans. New Artisans haven't really made much of an appearance this year in the monthly finals, so I'm personally really looking forward to seeing how they're going to play today.
Yeah, one of these new teams coming in late in the game, Mark, and they've not really got the opportunity to be able to, like I said, qualify for the World Final, especially because APAC is locked up now, and they can't really climb up on the overall rankings, but individually on these monthly finals, you can still get some good placements and get more of that prize money, so that's what they're going to be playing for. Similar story for B-Boy, although I feel like because B-Boy's been in those previous monthly finals, they can finish higher up on those standings. Not that it will change the outcome when it comes down to the end of the year, but it does set a good precedent moving in for subsequent years of Brawl esports should they arise.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting your face out there early on is so important because you just never know what next year is going to bring. And as this year came as such a huge surprise to all of us, I have no doubt that next year is going to be equally, if not more exciting than this. So I'm really looking forward to seeing, how these teams kind of continue on in their journey within esports. And that's the thing for me, getting screen time, very important for me.
Okay, let's move on to let's have a look at the bans. We've got Surge and Gale being removed here for B-Boy and New Artisans respectively. Unsurprising still, 2 very potent brawlers still in the game. It does leave a few other options up for play in the series though.
Yeah, Surge has been wrecking ball since he came into the meta and seems to be showing no signs of slowing down. The first map will be Crossroads. The game mode, of course, will be Heist. So I would imagine to see some long-range brawlers here, and as Surge is out of the mix here, that's definitely going to make a change. Gale as well is a real prominent force in Heist with his mechanics, his stun. So those 2 brawlers here are going to make a big impact actually being banned out of the swing of things.
Yeah, so you've already alluded to, we might see a bit of range here, especially with the lanes being made up on this one. Could potentially see the likes of Brock coming into this as a good solution. I think he's been getting a bit of play time when it comes around to certain heist maps. Maybe something tankier. We've seen a lot of people like to run things like Daryl occasionally to get onto these safes and cause damage, bit of BB as well. But it looks like we're actually going to see Carl, Max, and the Colt for the side of B-Boy. And it looks like New Artisans are bringing that Brock to the table.
Yeah, I was going to mention, don't underestimate Colt. The power of his gadget, being able to pop that and then have some quick successive shots can lay down a ton of damage. And Carl is also a very good control brawler to have here, as already New Artisans getting a ton of damage. Aaron using the wall to a nice effect with Carl to bounce the pickaxe, and a lot of early damage in on the B-Boy safe.
They lost control really quick of that, and Aaron's still in the back line, able to deal damage against the safe. You will have the respawn coming in from the Max, and nearly loses out the jewel, but will stay alive. It's great, meaning they're flushing out the rest of New Artisans from the safe. But now Response is back on it, peeling away, getting it below 40, or nearly below 40%. Elliot should be able to get that job done, though, with a rocket rain on top of it as well. They need to stop him. He's going in on this one, Ark. He popped the gadget as well.
Yeah, Elliot has no chill. He jumps straight over the wall and getting repetitive shots. I've got to say, a really nice, aggressive start we're seeing from New Artisans. Response as well as being a complete pest in that mid there. And I think this is great energy from what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, Atrophy trying to deal damage with the pickaxe. He's got nothing to bounce it off of, so his DPS isn't exactly high. Gonna have to back away as the very neutral fight is about to happen with all members on the board and a couple of supers in play, but Kenji changes that, eliminates Elliot with the use of his super, moving around the line of sight to save. Atrophy clears him out as well. They're not letting New Artisans get past this line in the midfield.
Yeah, it seems almost like the New Artisans may have taken B-Boy by surprise, but now B-Boy's starting to get into the swing of things. But the return hits are coming in fast. Elliot with the super over the top. And that is going to be all she wrote for that first game of Heist. But we did see some fight from B-Boy towards the end of that game.
Oh, absolutely. They weren't willing to roll over so quickly. And yeah, I feel like if they didn't stagger, didn't falter so much in the first part of that round arc, the way they were playing in the latter half, meant that they probably could have come away with a win here, but the deficit at that point was just too far. Like, when you're sat on 5% on your safe, and you've still got to try to beat your opponents, you only have a limited pool of HP to block shots, especially when you've got two high damage brawlers firing away at your safe. That position is not sustainable of your solo, like we saw at the end there.
Yeah, but this time around, you know, B-Boy have got a chance to kind of reconsider their early game, and that might play a big role in how this one turns out. I've got to say, I do like the way that New Artisans are coming out swinging. They know that as the potential underdog this week, they've got to make a stand, and they have been showing that in the early stages, but whether they can continue that through into the next games is what's going to matter most.
We're looking to jump into that next round just as fast as we got into the first. Any adaptations to come in? I think both teams were quite comfortable with what they did. We're jumping into that next game. We'll see if I'm right about that one, Ark, because actually there has been some changes. Atrophy's moving over to the Sprout.
Yeah, Sprout here can be good. Definitely more kind of controlling option, I would say, and can shut down lanes very successfully with that super, and the kind of terrain, the walls of this map are pretty much directly suited towards that. So I can see that being a good pick, and already a Chappy putting a lot of pressure on Elliot, and forcing Elliot to go aggressive. Does get the takedown, though, and watch out for the damage that he will place from that right-hand side.
As soon as Atrophy gets back on the respawn, he should be able to deter Elliot from carrying on. But if Elliot can just go aggressive like that every time, Atrophy's going to have a real bad time trying to defend this right-hand lane solo. And Elliot's going to go for it again. Jumps over the top and gets himself into a position. There's the super from Atrophy to shut down the sightlines, and he will get a hold of Elliot. Ark, Elliot burned 2 gadgets so far this early into the round to try and make that work.
Yeah, well observed. Yeah, absolutely. That might come into play a little bit. Elliot's has definitely been using that gadget on the right-hand side to sort of jump over the train, and there it is again. Yeah. So aggressive. New Artisans want to get this just over and done with as quickly as they can, and the damage is raining down. It's a bit of a base race, Shred.
Oh, the base race is there, but Ark, you don't have to worry about this at all until the respawns come in. You still got Max on the back end. Max might actually pull out for New Artisans. Oh, 1% HP, and Aaron is able to do it, but now it's so dire for New Artisans. They need to get it on this push, otherwise they'll just come in. Response uses the super to get into position. Atrophy will slow it all down. And you're going to see Max burn through them as well. Response has to body block this one, whilst also dodging, but the speed's too much. B-Boy equalized the series.
I was gonna say that was actually an incredible defense until those final shots. The body blocking that was going on within that respawn was actually really commendable on New Artisans' side of things. But yeah, the equalizer in, and again, B-Boy showing some signs of adaptation and kind of learning from their past mistakes. I like the Sprout switch up on that right-hand side lane. It definitely seemed to even things out just a little bit, and as a result, yeah, New Artisans not quite able to get the win that they were looking for this time around.
I have to disagree with you, Ark. I hated that Sprout pick. You saw how easily punished it was by Elliot. All he had to do was pop gadget and jump on top of the Sprout, remove the terrain advantage, because obviously he's a thrower, he can get over that. That's not something that Brock can do. And he just shut shut it down. He shut down Atropy every single time. The only thing that could stop him was the super. You can't rely on that. It only took 3 charges of his gadget to effectively force us to a position where they nearly lost. I don't feel as though B-Boy were in the position they're in because of the Sprout pick. I think there are stronger options you can take to get the same job done.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure. I think it was the reason behind success. I think it was definitely a better Brawl to be able to control the lane a little bit more. Forcing out the gadget can actually play quite a big role in the later game, and getting those out early, it did encourage the use of that Brock gadget twice in about 30 seconds. So, like, putting that early pressure on and getting rid of those gadgets and minimizing the amount of plays that can be made can sometimes make a difference on the outcome. But I think in general, I think it was more B-Boy's a team approach there as opposed to the Brawl pick, like you rightly say, that sort of brought the W in, as it were, yeah.
They're going for the exact same thing again. This time they're putting Atropy in the 2v1 lane for the time being, as Aaron in response are going to force him all the way back, dealing safe damage for now. If you had difficulty dealing with a Brock getting on top of you, well, I got news for you. Max is going to be able to do that just as well. And Elliot is uncontested as he drops this Rocket Rain on the right-hand side. This is not looking good right now for B-Boy.
Yeah, New Artisans doing a very similar approach to what we've seen before, which worked out very well. Oh, great gadget use on the bottom left in response to have that invincibility to linger on and avoid an early takedown there. And Elliot's still continuing on as well. Great offensive plays from New Artisans, and just again evading there. Oh, great plays from New Artisans all around for me.
Absolutely. Elliot once again punishing Atropy with the Brock pick, going over the top with the gadget. He used it to escape afterwards because the line of sight was blocked down by the super. Aaron will get a couple of axe swings, but he's going to get pincered here. As expected, he goes down. Damage is being dealt to the New Artisans safe, though. They managed to get that below 50%, but there's still a huge advantage in favor of the New Artisans. They've taken out Kenji, got the man advantage. Elliot drops the Rocket Rain to destroy some of this terrain and open up these sight lines for himself to just do it manually. He'll get 1 or 2 rockets off before he goes down. He still catches Atropy on the back end of that one. 7% left. B-Boy have to have a valiant defense here.
Yeah, B-Boy really do need to buckle down right now and then make this push really count. 3% left on their save. It'll be 1 rocket from Elliot to seal the deal. But the question is now, can they lock him down quickly enough to then focus their attention on the remaining 2 players and get... It's not actually much damage. 45% is not much that they need to do, but they've got to hold down New Artisans.
Can't let Aaron get close.
For error here.
Can't let Aaron get close here, Ark. Everyone else can body block. You can't body block the pickaxe. If you let Aaron get into range, you're going to lose. You have to be paying Carl a lot of attention here.
Here we go, Kenji going out with the super. This is the damage going down that B-Boy so desperately needs. He's going down the left-hand side lane to try to bait the response.
Oh, he's got the pick.
Takedown as well, Trid.
But no, you let Aaron get into position, Ark. I told you about Aaron, and they didn't listen. On the right-hand side, you can't body block it. You just cannot let a Carl get into range when it comes down to the wire like that. We didn't catch on the feed because we were so invested in what Kenji was trying to do in the top left side. He was able to get that pick. He had open line of sight on the safe, but Aaron was already in position. He only had 3% to whittle down. They didn't have enough time. Just like in the first round, B-Boy's weaker start just made it impossible for them to come back when they had momentum in their favor.
Yeah, I gotta say I agree. I think that for me, B-Boy, you need to be very, very cautious of how New Artisans are coming with a very early game aggressive stance. That could make a big difference to the outcome in the upcoming game modes to come. So they've got to be able to be a bit more defensive early on and let New Artisans exacerbate things like gadgets and kind of slow their pace. And then that's when they need to creep up, or just go in the same manner, be uber aggressive. Be keen to see as well how this will change things going into Olive Branch, which is going to be our Siege game mode up next.
Yeah, they might need to go down the Homer Simpson route of this one when he had a boxing career, which is just stand there and get pelted until his opponent gets tired out, and then he can just gently tap him when they got no resources and come away with the W. I do like your overall alternative strategy of just going ham and turning this into an Ooga Booga fest where they just run at each other and clash constantly. That could be entertaining to watch. I don't know which path they're going to go down when it comes down to Siege. Obviously, a lot of the momentum is controlled by territorial control and bolts, so that's a factor that wasn't prevalent in the previous match. But now we're going to go on to Siege and see how things work out. Pam coming out for Atropy, so still falling into that vein of control, albeit a different flavor of it.
Yeah, this is the thing. Pam is a great mid for this map, and Max as well. Great for dashing in to get those bolts. And I'm just there's the new gadget from Kenji straight off the bat. Herbal toxin there to heal up your teammates. You'll throw out some healing splatters on the map, and those will be directed onto your teammates for some healing purposes. So great to see Barley's new gadget making an early appearance here today.
Yeah, it didn't do much to stop him from losing that first siege bot, though. So, as the level 3 siege bot comes in, won't find a connection, no follow-up damage as well. But it does mean that the Artisans can extend their lead a little bit because they've been given so much space to work with right now. It's on B-Boy to try and wrestle back control as the bolts start coming in.
I like the placement of the healing station there as well for B-Boy, giving them a bit of an advantageous spot. And Kenji should be winning side. I think, actually, no, I think there may have been. Was that another herbal? It was another herbal tonic there to keep Elliot alive. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on this side lane for B-Boy as they try to collect these bolts.
I love what this match is going to be now. You're just like, wait, was that the herbal toxin coming in clutch? Yeah. Kenji, no, it's good though. It's good to see a new gadget coming in here and finding value already at this stage of the competition. New Artisans did catching that next bolt means they have got another siege bot coming into this one. Should connect and allow Response to get some damage. I'm starting to get concerned if I'm New Artisans though. Look at the bolts in the pocket already for B-Boy. 7 there and the last siege coming up. And unlike in our previous matchup, New Artisans have not taken an early lead arc. If B-Boy can hold on to the bolt lead, they're going to have one hell of a push to go in against New Artisans with.
Yeah, there were some really, really solid defenses from B-Boy, and I've got to say, level 10 guaranteed and possibly more to come. We'll have to wait and see what gets banked in the meantime, but, you know, a couple of barley throws and, yeah, a bit of herbal tonic into the mix to keep your teammates alive, and I think this could be in the bag for B-Boy.
Yeah, they've only got to hit over 3% damage, and that's a very beefy siege bot coming in. You already see Max going on the flank to get sightlines on, and they've already done it. All they need was a couple of love taps there just to seal the deal. When they get it below 50%, they're going for the completion at the end of the day. They know they've already won. Why not give us some fireworks and some gems? Not going to be allowed to happen, but the result is still the same. B-Boy take the first round.
I really like what I'm seeing. I mean, it's not often, you have to admit, that an underdog comes in and does stand up to the heat. I've got to say that despite that loss, New Artisans are doing that. They do have, for me, a nice amount of aggression and a nice amount of control for the most part. It's just a little mistake here and there and maybe some underestimating of B-Boy. They did have some very, very good defenses despite what was a pretty big push. A level 7 robot is nothing to be trifled with. They just got to be a little bit more careful about making sure that these rounds go their way as opposed to B-Boys.
And I feel as though New Artisans are best when they get that early lead, especially when they were on Heist. We're jumping into the next round of Siege. Hopefully we can see that early aggression come in. And the difference is, though, they had the control, they were winning the fights in the mid, but when it came around to damaging the Ike, they just weren't able to convert it. And that was the biggest problem here. They need to find a way. Elliot's mixing it up. He himself can keep it on the barley, so he'll have access to that all-important herbal toxin as well.
Okay, so we're going to be a doubled up mid. Aaron in response, trying to double down here and get these bolts from the mid. I guess they're preying on the RNG going in their favor, and it is actually going to be a push from B-Boy, so not quite what New Artisans were hoping for here, but it could go in their favor. They just need to get some more control, and Elliot's just trying to push back here to defend this push so that Aaron and Response can just go in here on the damage, and there's a pretty good amount of damage defended. We'll have to wait and see whether they can get this control which they need now for these bolts.
This is such a rough map, I feel, for people to actually get away with weak siege bots and converting the value now that I think about it, because both of these teams aren't actually bringing any destructible abilities to this, so all the terrain around this is really hard, and it's about positioning and how much time you have to go into Ike range and find an angle to get damage off, and you don't have a lot of it with a level 2 siege bot, so I think that explains why we didn't see a lot of conversion come in. B-Boy with a level 6, that might be beefy enough for them, especially with the max, to get into some kind of position where they can start converting this damage.
Yeah, Aaron got a bit of a sword deal there. He was looking for the takedown and had to come back to sort of get some damage and couldn't decide whether to commit to the kill or to take down the bot with some shots. And it'd be interesting to see now whether B-Boy can hold this mid. It can be a push. It's actually not much damage to get for the final push. If New Artisans can get a couple of bolts under their bag, we may see them take this round here.
but they've not had mid-control all of this game arc. B-Boy have had this on lock. They've got control. They've got their PAM healing station set up. Bolts are flying in their direction. Elliot's off to the side. He shouldn't be winning a duel against a Max on this Barley. And all the while, B-Boy are just racking up this lead. They've got 2 seconds left to the last siege. New Orleans aren't going to be able to contest this one, and they've lost just by default.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely going the way of B-Boy. Definitely, I agree with you there. They had the more control for the majority of the time. There's a couple of moments where New Orleans may have been able to turn it around with a bit more control. But yeah, it seems like B-Boy, at least in the early game mode, seem to be very much at home when it comes to control over aggression.
And that's going to be B-Boy taking away our second map of the series in quite a dominant fashion, let's be fair. Never really felt like New Artisans had anything impactful on the board for the entirety of Siege in both of our 2 rounds. We look forward to the rest of the series, but we've tied it out all together. It's a complete reset. We're guaranteed at least 2 more maps of this arc.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, for me, it's gonna be close. I feel like between these 2 teams, from what I'm seeing, they do seem to have kind of a similar approach, but different, and very much on the same page. I feel for me, like I've got to say, New Artisans for me might be able to swing this if they can just start, you know, taking their time a little bit more and being less aggressive and more calculated, perhaps. But I've got to say, I'm impressed with both of these teams today so far.
Heatwave's our next location to go to, a bounty map for our 3rd set of the series. And curious to see what's happening. We saw some adaptations come into this one in particular. I think we saw a bit of Bow come back into this one, I believe, with the traps that we had, I think, last month. I'm trying to cast my mind back to what we saw in the last monthly final. We had a lot of Bow on this map, I believe, because obviously he had that new gadget released, and so we were expecting the tripwire to come in and then immediately detonate all 3 of those mines. Maybe a bit of Tara because of the bushes as well. It's hard to say, I think, but what are your expectations for this map arc?
We do see a lot of Sprout here. I think it's a pretty viable brawler, but maybe not so much since the balance changes, but we'll have to see. Mr. P can be really strong here. Obviously, the bans were Surge and Gale, so scrap those ones out of the mix, but Brock is great. Gene is actually very good here. We are starting to see a little bit of the Gene kind of Bull combo. I don't think we see Bull, but having Gene, combining that with a brawler to kind of get a quick takedown can be quite a good strategy here. Ricochet sometimes, or Rico. I do like to go old school every now and again and bring back the old name just to...
Notice you fans, yeah. Like, you've been in the game a lot longer than I have. I've never known him as Ricochet, so tell a lie. Actually, I did. It's a funny story while we're waiting for the next series to go in. Was actually one of the first players to play Brawl Stars just because I was working on the CCGS, which was what Clash Royale League used to be before it changed. And I remember being around Woody and Full Frontage, and they were super excited about it because I was quite new to Supercell games at the time. And they were like, yeah, you got to try it. It's like in beta. Let's all download it. And I was one of the first people to play it when it was in beta while I was over in North America instead. So yeah, I did play it, but I just didn't remember it as Ricochet.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps popping into my mind every now and again, but yeah, obviously, like that's a brawler which is definitely viable here, and it's not the most commonly picked brawler, but it is definitely an option for me. But you know, in Bounty, obviously the main objective is to kind of balance your aggression with being calculated, and that's why I think this is going to be a really interesting game mode to see next, because we are seeing a lot of aggression from New Artisans, but in Bounty, you're not always going to be rewarded for that. It's a bit of a risk to weigh up in that respect. So
wanted aggression arc, you're going to get it. Response is playing the Mortis, so he kind of has to go in very aggressively on this one. And I think it's quite indicative of what we expect to see from B-Boy right now. We talked about it after the first set, that they need to be incredibly conscious of the aggression and work better at either tempering or matching what's coming out from New Artisans. How are you going to match the aggression of a Mortis? I think you're going to have to go for that other style of tiring him out.
Yeah, and also being very selective on who you choose to target and when to choose to target them. I think for me, the Brock is definitely the more squidgier option. Can pop a gadget, I imagine, to heal up. You know, he's got 3 of them to use throughout the course of this game, so Response will either have to whittle them down or choose to ignore him, because Carl again is not a great target to really to go for if you're a Mortis. But he's going to try to whittle down Ken and maybe cycle some supers along the way. I don't think it's going to work out too... Oh, he actually goes to takedown, stays alive as well. Support from Elliot, great plays from Response and Elliot, and the jump away away from spawn. Great place from New Artons there.
He only got away with that because his super came online at the last minute. He had that extra bit of damage and sustain. If he didn't get that, he was a dead man. And I think that's kind of what baited you a little bit as well, Ark, was like, he shouldn't have won that trade.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, to take down the Sprout, to whistle them down when they're using photosynthesis, star power, and gadgets to heal up, under pressure, it's not an easy takedown. But getting that super and cycling it with the use of the takedown of the Brock was a really smart move there, and it's put them in the lead. But they've got to be cautious. There's 20 seconds left. There's only 2 stars separating the teams, and if response goes down, it's going to swing the balance here.
Great use of the Jackie super, pulls HP in. This is good sweep from Response. He wants to find more as he gets on to the Brock. Moving around away from Kenji. He knows he can't die here because it will tie up the series. Response running for his life right now. Goes on Kenji to temper it back, but he gets out of the way of HP. Here's the New Arzans clapping back once more. They take the first round.
I really like the strategy. I mean, it's not a double tank Poco comp, the Slambulance as we like to call it here. So it's an interesting use of seeing Poco and his star power of the Capo to heal up Mortis as opposed to a tank. We don't often tend to see that. So I really like what I'm seeing. I think that playing Mortis is a great brawler here, but it's also one that you've got to be incredibly calculated to do. And Response showed a lot of signs of awareness to the strengths and weaknesses of his positions and his targeting. So I've got to say, New Artons are looking great in Bounty for me.
Absolutely, and I feel as though this is where B-Boy's exposure to this level of competition that's a lot higher than New Artisans may come into effect here with terms of adaptation and just as the series goes on. New Artisans have presented a new challenge for them to deal with. Similar vein, we talked about the aggression coming in from this team. It's just a different style of it right now. B-Boy, I feel as though they have the right tools to be able to adapt to this, and that's what we need to see in this next round. Otherwise, we could be seeing New Artisans go to series points.
Yeah, that's a real possibility here, and one more win for them, that'll bring them 2 sets up, and that's a dangerous spot. You do not want to be B-Boy in that kind of position with that much pressure. That's the thing for me that we haven't quite seen yet, is how these teams respond under pressure against each other. So that could be a thing to look out for here, and keen to see whether we see any brawler switch ups in the next time round, because are we going to see some more? Great, that'd be awesome. Oh, we are B-Boy, yeah. Yep.
B-Boy hitting up with the Slambulance. We've already talked about that as an option, so you want to be trying to get in the face of New Artisans right now. They have a kind of a Slambulance of their own, but they've got Response on the BB this time around, which will help with a lot of the disengage and choosing the fights they want.
Rosa as well here, I think, is definitely going to mix things up, and I like the adaptation here. B-Boy seeing the poker, seeing the Jackie, and being quite astute to the fact that, yeah, New Artisans definitely want to go down the tanky Healy approach and just trying to match that out. I think that's wise. Sometimes if you can't beat them, just copy the comp.
Yeah, go for the mirror matchup, see if you can pull it off a little bit better. Kenji did blow a super on the right-hand side. Aaron's been sitting on his for a while now. I feel as though he could have definitely dragged Kenji in and tried to get an early pickup here while he had that advantage with his super, knowing that Kenji had just blown it. But he's missed that window now. Kenji's surely going to be getting that back online fast.
1 star in the bag is all that separates these two teams right now. B-Boy have the advantage. And they're just going to be stalemating this one out for a bit and just trying to get, I guess, supers and cycle those ready. Only Response and Sight Pun on the right-hand side there are yet to get theirs in Kenji. So I guess both teams not taking any chances here, being very passive and just kind of looking to feel each other out and maybe have some last-minute fireworks here.
Yeah, I feel as though this is going to come down to a crescendo arc with those final duel coming in. That is, of course, unless Kenji and Aaron find each other unexpectedly in the brush. They're giving a lot of territory over to New Arts, and Kenji goes aggressive with the super, not finding that kill he wanted. Counter by Aaron as he gets away and deals with the heals, but there's no supers on the board for any of these teams. Aaron going to go in aggressively. Kenji deflects him out. Response is locking him in the corner. The bubble cuts him through, but the super from Kenji was huge to turn it around. And B-Boy will walk away with the second round.
Also, got to give a big shout as well to Chappie there, because that was not a easy timing on that last second heal there to make sure that his teammates stayed alive. But great performance under pressure. This is what I was saying before this game started, is how a B-Boy going to be under pressure, and that was a pretty prime example of their abilities to remain composed. And there's that heal, that clutch heal there to keep Kenji alive. It was cutting it fine, but B-Boy victorious and gonna, be feeling better after that one for sure.
Yeah, he had a slight window to react to that one because you saw the BB bubble coming in. It made the first pass through Kenji, and he knows on the rebound it's going to end up hitting Ken again, so he pops it just in time for that second pass of the bubble to make sure it doesn't finish him off. Super comes online for Ken, locks everyone down, and just wails damage into them. Poco has AoE potential. We talk about how our Poco heals a lot. Well, if you've got a cluster of enemies right in front of him, does deal a bit of damage as well, so need to be conscious of that one too.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same comp again, to be honest. It's difficult when you know that a team are opting to use the double tank heal idea. That, with regards to counters, it doesn't leave you that many options if you know that they're already playing it, which both teams are. I think we could be safe to say that both teams will continue to do so again.
We'll find out as we head over to our final round. One of these teams is going to match point our first map arc, and I think we could be seeing that on the side of B-Boy. I think they got a good read on what they need to do now. New Artisans might need to mix this up because I don't feel as though they'd have the same level of success now they're having to deal with the mirror matchup. Although I think they might remove the BB and go for a straight mirror and see if they can pull that one off instead.
Yeah, potentially that could be an option to them, or something like that. I think, if you're going to replace the Brawler, that could be an ideal one to do, or something similar. Rose is definitely a good pick here, I feel, for me to add into the Slam Brilliance options. It definitely was a comp which they struggled, or seemed to struggle with in that round, but maybe with a couple more interactions. That was the thing, that game for the most part was kind of relatively stale and a bit passive, so not really within their kind of usual aggressive style. So we might see them switch up their style as opposed to much as we're actually going to see Frank coming into the appearance as well.
It's a mirror. It's a mirror.
They both got Frank, have they? Wow. Okay, interesting.
Frank, Jackie, and Poco to be our deciding round. We say deciding round because it can end in a draw. We've seen this happen before, but yeah, I mean, if they can get like a super combo off here with Kenji and Saipon, like layering Jackie's pull into a large stun from the Frank, that's easily enough crowd control and damage to just straight ace a team.
Aaron and Ken on identical HP right now on this right-hand side lane. Both have super as well. I don't see either of them maybe deciding this one. Potentially they're going to be Aaron's the hills on both sides. Gotta say, shout out to both Elliot and the Chevy. They're so aware when it comes to what their teammates are doing right now, and that's the role that you've got to undertake when you're playing poker. You've got to be that absolute rock for your teammates.
Aaron's found that first kill onto Saipon, and it does mean New Artisans going to give themselves a 1-star lead after the initial star went the way of B-Boy. And the response didn't catch anyone with his Frank super, but he's going to be charging that one back up. I think Saipon's looking to get his online. He's not seen one of those deployed from him just yet.
The spawn trap is coming in, though. New Artisans have got to be feeling it. Response ground as well. Surely this should be a kill here. Again, another super response doing fantastic work for New Artisans there, and great heals as well from
he's found Atrophy as well. It's so dire going up against the Frank. Once you land that first stun, if you land all three of your normal attacks against them, you have another super ready to go because you just deal so much damage. If you get caught in any position by one of these Franks, it is a chain reaction that goes down. And Saipon's, his super was cancelled out by response, but there's that damage again, starting the chain, follows it up, response gets out of range as B-Boy goes on the offensive. Kenji catching up, Aaron trying to answer back, one more star, and they couldn't find it as New Artisans tie out the round.
My goodness me, the end of that game. The pressure, the Frank gadgets to cancel. It had it all for me. I was looking so intently at the score to see which way it was going to go because it really genuinely could have gone either side. But some great plays, I've got to say, from Response and Saipon and the heals. Both of these teams are so closely matched, but it is going to be New Artisans that will take the lead and take 2-1 then now.
They're at match point now, Ark. They've got one more set to go, and then they can walk away with the first win of the Asia region. Taking a look at the stats, equal stars, but kill and damage. Kill advantage in favor of New Artisans. Damage advantage was in favor of B-Boy. So I think actually the reason why that happened was... No, it doesn't even make sense. I would expect the damage to be higher on New Artisans. No, that's right, actually. Damage is higher on B-Boy because New Artisans ran tankier compositions in all 3 rounds, whereas round number 1 we saw B-Boy go for a less health pool composition, shall we say.
Yeah, it was definitely, it was probably the game that I was looking forward to the most to see those teams play. But now going into Hard Rock Mine, Gem Grab, this again goes back to the more control kind of style, which was definitely in favor for B-Boy and Siege. Maybe we'll see them equalize the sets here, because it definitely seemed like they were very, very much in control when it came to Siege, or whether New Artisans might have some newfound confidence and be using that, that adrenaline to power through and to get this one wrapped up.
Kenji going out with the Gene. That's the first appearance we've seen in this match so far. As could look to punish the Gem Carrier. Now you got Pam being the Gem Carrier here, so there's a little bit more HP than what you find on the Poco. And they've got the healing station as well. Should get pulled. Speaking of which, Elliot's pulled in. And that's what you need to be on the lookout here right now. Those magic hands are game changers when it comes to Gem Grab, and Kenji's showing us why.
Yeah, and seeing the Poco Pam, the double heal comp, which I've started to see quite a bit being played in competitive, and that I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's kind of in a place where it can work sometimes and not other times. I just tend to feel in general like doubling up too much on one mechanic might not be too advantageous. So spreading things out a bit does go a long way, as we see B-Boy starting to get closer and closer to their 10 gem countdown here. But yeah, I've got to say, I think, I don't know, Trin, I'm kind of on the fence right at the moment with regards to Pam and Poco, as it doesn't seem to be working out too well for New Artisans right now.
It seems a bit overkill, and you're going to see a pull onto Aaron. Any gems that New Artisans had have just been taken over. B-Boy have it, and they have so much of a lead that New Artisans actually have to take the fight here. They can't rely on the Sporter to close the deficit. Kenji goes aggressive on the right-hand side. Nearly finds response as well. Backs away, got the magic hand. Tries to pull Aaron away and release some pressure on Atropy. Healing station's being traded. The time was not there, and B-Boy take the first round.
B-Boy coming back here is definitely not what New Artisans would like. They've got a lot of work to do now. They've got to get to the next 2 games in a row, or we're going to go to the next game mode here right now. So this is definitely a really bad start for New Artisans right now.
Do they double down on the double heal? It's not something that you've highlighted you've got concerns about. We have been seeing a little bit more of it recently, but I don't know. There's an obstacle here. Like, there's a trade-off that's being paid to have that much heal on the team. I can't put my finger specifically on what they're lacking from this composition because they've doubled down on the heal, but you're right in saying that it is a cost. I'm just struggling to see the cost.
Yeah, they should, in my opinion, probably try to duplicate the Gene option. That was working out super well for B-Boy. And Gene, as we know, in terms of like the pick rates and the win rates of this entire competition, definitely out there as being one of the, by far, the best brawlers to consider. And Gem Grab, it can turn the tide. It can bring gems towards your spawn or towards your teammates. And, one team can be out in front for the entire game, and then one Gene pull can turn that around. So I definitely think something to consider there, or a tanky brawler like Rosa to get behind the spawn to put pressure on there. Definitely there are options to change, but for me, New Artisans definitely do need to consider different brawlers here if they're going to come out on top.
Taking a little bit of extra time to probably make those deliberations and decisions, because there's a little bit of a delay before we get into that next round. But I agree, there needs to be adaptations here. I'm not a fan of the double heal, like you said as well. It did feel like they're often lacking bite or an offense, really, to make anything happen. We've already talked about potential solutions to that. Loving some playtime from my main man, Gene. Gotta love. So probably going to see more of that, and I think a mirror here from New Artisans, I agree, could be a good option here. Gene, I feel like Gene performs best on Gem Grab anyway. Like, it's a seal of approval on that one.
Yeah, Pam for me is good. Pam mid, I don't know. I mean, it's okay. But some aggression, some pressure. They're going to go with a max, I guess, to get the speed and the unpredictability. And I think they are going to go with, there's the Gene as well. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, mirror compositions for both of the teams, and they got the max as well for the fast reposition and the dash onto the back line should it come down to the clutch moment. I love how aggressive Kenji is at shutting down the sightlines for Aaron. He takes control of the terrain, and he forces out gadget usage from Aaron. Oh, just misses the hand. That could have been a great bit of combo from Kenji if he actually pulled that one off.
Yeah, but it does seem like B-Boy again have kind of maybe, as coming out, playing this comp first, feel more confident. It kind of feels like a little bit early on, like maybe New Artisans might just be doing it for the sake of mirror, but B-Boy definitely feel like they have more practice so far in their control and hitting those pulls consistently. Ken going in as well on that side lane. Definitely more pressure and more control for me in terms of the map usage from B-Boy so far.
Elliot's looking for it, all right. He's been sitting on that magic hand for a while. HP keeps walking forward to go for the gem spawner. Feels though Elliot might try and capitalize on that one. Instead, he goes for the healing station to get that out of the way. HP could just drop another one, puts it in a more vulnerable position because it is more aggressive. But B-Boy still have control by setting up the healing station further into the field. It allows them easier access to this gem spawner to pull away in the count.
Yeah, B-Boy are all over this. They're breaking terrain, they're adapting themselves to the map, moving that healing station and just hunkering down here. And New Artisans is exposed as well. And the response is going to cycle here, and they've got to start definitely getting these kills confirmed right now because B-Boy are very, very close to countdown right now.
Okay, so that's charge number 2 on Aaron, I believe. So he's going to have a bit of problems if he tries to do that again. Kenji will go down, but it's one gem on the back line. He's not the designated carrier. This is equal, though, so if we do see someone hit 10, we aren't going to be in a situation where the fight needs to happen. It comes all down to the mid control unless we see some picks come in.
Really great pressure. Kenneth's pull as well here, so he's going to connect there with Aaron, and that will deflate 9-9. What great timing for B-Boy, and the pop of the max gadget, the aggression now pushing up the mid. This is fantastic from B-Boy, Trid.
Absolutely. They're going to drop the healing station down when they can get that one up, but HP still needs a little bit of super online. They're going to tie it back out and stop the countdown. This is what I alluded to earlier, is that they're so close. You need to see kills come in. We need to pick onto the substantial gem carriers. The Pams are your targets. Kenji misses out on the hook on response. We'll get the healing station instead. Saipon goes down. They're going to tie it back out with 11, but HP and Kenji need to heal. They're under fire right now. Kenji goes down. I'm not sure how he's going to come in clutch to try and secure this win. 12 gems to 11. They got Kenji. They don't have that magic hand online. The countdown continues to go. Atropy is solo, but he gets that 12th gem to buy his team more time.
It's so back and forth, 13 to 12, and it really at this point can go still either way, as there's one gem in the middle which looks like Kenji will pick up. He's got pull as well. He's surely going to try and get Aaron taken down now. He doesn't. He's going to be patient and calm and collected under this kind of pressure. I don't know how he can be. There's the pull from Elliot though on Saipon, and the gems all down. Oh.
2 gems. Kenji can still do this, though. If he keeps them at range, he just needs to find one more gem to equalize. But he's under pressure from Aaron. He can't lose any of these gems. Aaron picked him up! Oh, no! He died at the worst possible time there, Ark. He lost control of his gems before they could be reclaimed. There was one outside of the spawner which would have stopped the clock on the countdown timer and bought more time. Aaron found the pick at the right time, and New Artisans take us to round number 3.
What a game of gem grab. That was absolutely insane. I don't really have any more words to say about it. It had everything, back and forth all the way, and there's nothing like a good back and forth when it comes to getting on that countdown. And very, very rarely do you see it going to like a 15-14 score. That's pretty impressive. And yeah, those broader comms that line up with the gene pool, like I said, that's the thing which can come in so much to play. Even just having your super is a threat, and that encourages the team that you're facing to be on the retreat a lot of the time, and with the Palm turrets as well to block it out. It's great to see that game. It was fantastic.
You're right. It is a threat, Ark, and I feel as though both of these teams actually paid the Gene a lot of respect. I don't think we saw any high-value magic hands that entire game. Like, yes, we saw the picks come in to increase a man advantage, but I didn't see neither of the major gem carriers fall victim to a gene pool that entire game, which is credit to them to play around that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you got to line up and always be consciously aware of your lining with the gene, with getting that placement just behind a Pam healing station, or a lot of the time as well. You saw there, using Max to kind of like dash around, and that can really deter a gene pool. And a lot of the times you'll see players will be maybe overconfident. They go for the pull, and because of the gene pool, they kind of can't quite adjust and adapt to that additional speed of where the brawler's going to be when it actually connects. So that's why you see Max with Gene a lot. It's kind of like encourage that kind of unpredictability within your team, and therefore wasting those supers time and time again.
Coming down to the wire on this one, we could find ourselves going to set number 5 to kick things off in the Asia region. That would be a great way to start it, as we're starting to run out of monthly finals this year, we're honest, Ark, and heading into game number 3 right now. More adaptations coming in. Carl, Gene, and Pam for B-Boy. New Artisans, Jackie, Poco, and Rosa. So a traditional slambulance for the New Artisans in this final game.
Yeah, I quite like the approach from New Artisans here. I mean, they want to go out on the super aggressive. They're on match points, so they can afford to do so here. And with Response and Aaron shutting down these side lanes, but Response didn't seem to do that too well. Ken, obviously playing Gene, I think could be the turnaround here, and watch out for how his teammates support him with a pull here. If Aaron and Response can just hold down lane, but Ken in trouble, seems to be lagging out there a little bit. Maybe some connection issues. Yeah,
I believe that was a bit of a DC there. There's no reason for him to be stood out in the wild like that, staring at the gem spawner. And yeah, I think we might end up having a remake on this one. No, he's back in the game. Great pull there. So it might have been the largest debate we've ever seen. Not for a big reward on that one, because he didn't find the gem carrier. Response will now take him out. So Saipon and Atropy will lock that one down. Doesn't change the fact that Elliot is pulling away with a gem lead right now.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from New Artisans. I think that Aaron and Response is being able to just continue pestering B-Boy here, and just to be able to distract. I think it's exactly the right comp, and I think that for me, B-Boy didn't quite see it coming, and that's kind of coming to play. If Ken can get super, though, that is going to be the thing which can turn us around. As Saipon gets a takedown, but those gems are going to stay there, I feel, as Response is going to protect them.
Doesn't get any of the gems. That's the tragic part of that one after getting the crucial pick onto the gem carrier. All it did was buy time for Atropy to catch up and hit towards 10. He's on 9 gems right now. One more should seal the deal as Saipon clears off some aggression. They're forcing Kenji so far back away, but there you go. That's the 10th gem. They need to have some aggression here. I don't believe there's enough time to get those 4 gems to equalize. So you need to find a pick from somewhere.
Yeah, Response going to be going here with Elliot, and Elliot's got no heal, remember. He's got
Atropy! Run! Just get away! Didn't find it in time. Match over. B-Boy gonna go ahead and take that game and force us out to set number 5.
So then, this is going down to the wire. As far as Ken's got 1,000 trophies on that Gene, so definitely seems to enjoy playing it. And yeah, I think that was, for me, the thing that turned it around. Like, having Gene in gem grab, for me, always is going to do wonders if you can connect with those pools. And Ken, obviously, an accomplished Gene and able to do so. So yeah, going down to the wire then in the first round, you'd love to see it, Trin.
Absolutely, and Atropy would have been under so much threat though. I just caught it at the end. Kenji's magic hand to pull Response on this Rosa away from Atropy. Now, Response had popped the super, he had the damage resistance, you weren't going to kill him at that point. And he was in the face of Atropy in that melee range. There was a good chance he could have got away with that kill had we not seen Kenji pull him away with the magic hand. So something I criticized the teams for was not having high priority use of the Gene super. That was pretty high priority at the end there.
Yeah, it can turn things around so quickly, and just getting the gems, obviously such an important part of that game. But our next game will be Brawl. Triple Dribble will be the map. So, I gotta say, I'm gonna call it right now. I can see a lot of the same kind of slambulance ideas coming into play here. Yeah. Some Jackie, some Rosa, that kind of thing, and definitely a bit of poker with the capo to finish it off.
Could be what we're seeing out here. It's a good couple of seconds before we jump into that final round. did kind of feel for B-Boy with the Kenji slight disconnect. I thought that might have been the deal breaker if you would have been with the round, but they managed to come back into it. So even more credit to that team to not let that affect the mental, because that can be quite a bit of a jolt to have an unfortunate DC like that in the game. Unfortunately, it is the nature of running a tournament online that there may be issues with that on the user side, which, you know, God knows where these players are playing from in their own home. No one knows what their network or Wi-Fi coverage is like.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of these players do play tournaments in their spare time, and they're always looking to compete and stay fresh. So, you know, but you're right. You know, it can play a role. It can be one of those things where it can kind of like isolate one player from the team as being, you know, at fault. And that's the thing. And it's not the player's fault necessarily. It's just sometimes, you know, these things can affect the outcome of games, and it can be very costly. You know, a lot of teams will absolutely vouch for that one time when that happened, and then the entire outcome. And one it does spring to mind straight away. You know, and it's about, you know, I always say that you win as a team and you lose as a team, and it's very easy when there's a disconnect to look at that one person, but ultimately it's how you pick each other up, I think, the most that can speak volumes here.
Well, they are just taking a little bit of extra time before they get into that round. This is going to be our final set of the match. And a great way to start it, as I've already said, Arc, B-Boy, and New Artisans going the distance in our first set of the day. Sorry, our first match of the day. I think all of our sets have gone the distance. Have we had a 2-0 set out of this series so far?
I think it's been pretty close. Yeah, I think you know, it's New Artisans definitely like to wrap things up quickly. I think we're going to see them play max. I think that in Brawl, you know, getting a quick early goal is so important here, and if they can just do that and get things over quickly, then that is going to be the thing which is going to make them go all the distance here.
The only thing they're going to be able to do quickly with this composition, Arc, is kill or die. Because this is a glass cannon composition. You've got Barley, Spike, and B for New Artisans. This is something I don't think we've seen a lot of, especially on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, it's, I've got to say, not at all the comp that I was expecting to see. B is good and solid, and Carl is great for control, but great to see Barley actually and Spike starting to come back a little bit into the meta here. I think that for me, Herbal Tonic has absolutely made Barley a far more viable option than he was in the days of the kind of Sprout meta. So definitely great to see his mechanics coming back into Brawl here.
And it's working out for them so far. They're constantly boxing B-Boy into their half of the field. They've now lost B, which helps with a lot of that control. But now they're in their own half. And this is where I think the problem with the composition starts to become prevalent, is that when they're put under a lot of pressure, there's not a lot of immediate answer tools from New Artisans. They just have to carry around cover and hope they can out-damage their opponents. But Kenji, if he pops the super and runs at them, there could be a lot of problems.
Yeah, Ken is in a really good advantageous position here in response. Forced to heal on the side. You know, for me, New Artisans, great pull as well from Chappie. He's going to apply pressure again with even more of control from Saipon. Su is going to end in the goal here, surely.
Hey? You don't goal that? Aaron caught that before he went down. He stopped the momentum and then died, so... And it wasn't under a pass. He might have accidentally scuffed that one, Arc.
I think when you have the ball, he died following it, and it sort of bounced in, and...
Hey? How does it bounce in when he's... Oh, I'm confused. I don't even know what happened there. But anyway, it doesn't change the fact that B-Boy have taken an early goal with 20 seconds remaining. They're in a great spot to take the first game. And I think New Artisans may have to look at changing up this comp, because like I said, it works when they have control, but as soon as they lose it, it all falls apart with not much reclamation. But they're able to sit on the top of the ball, keep it away from them. It's in that back right corner. Even if they get control now, they don't have the time to score that goal. First round, first game, going the way of B-Boy.
B-Boy on match point then. Yeah, I think for me, New Artisans were kind of expecting, you know, the double tank Poco. You know, B, such a great brawler to shut that down, and Spike as well with the amount of DPS that he brings to the table to shut that sort of thing down. The question now is, if you're B-Boy, do you go with the Slabulence? And then if that is the case, are New Artisans going to stay firm and take the gamble and stick with what their comp was? it's going to be a bit of mind games, I feel, going into what could be this final game here.
It does raise a lot of questions about what we're going to see. Slambulance is quite prevalent, does do well on Brawl. I don't see why they'd be so adverse to doing that. I would like them to change. I don't think they should roll the dice on this glass cannon composition again, because it just has flaws like we've already talked about. I think we're probably going to see the Slambulance come in for this one. It has to be surely on this last round. What could be this last round?
Yeah, I think having like a Jackie would be great as a tankier brawler and something with some additional speed from the gadget use as well. I think that for me, New Artisans need to get back into their kind of what started them off to such a great start, which was their aggression. We didn't really see that. They're trying to go with the control style, which hasn't really dwelled well for them in gem grab and siege. So they've got to go with the quick, just aggressive stance here. They've got a lot of work to do. I think they can do it, but definitely B-Boy right now in the driving seat.
But this is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Yeah. I thought B-Boy were going to come into this one and give these new upstarts a ruddy good hiding, and it's not happened. So, bearing in mind that both of these teams will then have to play Jupiter at some point today, it doesn't bode well in my books.
Jupiter has such a dominant force, and whenever you look at it, I think that's what we're going to see what these two teams are made of. And I mean, Jupiter as well, not much to really even be fighting for. They've already qualified, so they're definitely going to be not letting that play a factor, though. They're going to be going all the way in here and giving both of these teams a run for their money for sure. What are we seeing here? We're seeing New Artisans go with the Jackie pick, which I thought would be good. The late gadget from Elliot doesn't keep him alive too long, though. Spike, Gene, and Max. Pretty good for me for B-Boy.
Yeah, I think as though, you're playing with this one in particular. I think you're playing through Aaron on the Jackie, enable him with the heals and the speed boost to get him in position and deal that damage and close the gap on these damage dealers as much as you can. I quite like what New Artisans are bringing to the table here. They are currently suffering as they're boxed in and they don't allow the space for Aaron to really fly through. What they're trying to do here, I think, is stack up supers and just run down the field when they can. They have an opening for Sitepon. Thankfully, they closed it quite fast. Otherwise, he would have just ran straight into the goal line. But it's incredibly difficult for New Artisans to get anything done when they're just being... Their position is being decided by Sitepon. Holy hell, what was that? Oh! We talked about him being decided and B-Boy were just trying to keep control of it, but wow, dashes forward, bounces off the backboard, gets the shield from the gadget and runs it back in. What a play from Sitepon. It's left him open! What are you doing? He's just gonna run it in! What? You went hyper-aggressive on the backline. You forgot about the ball and Sitepon, who can just run at the goal. He got the pick, meaning that the respawn was still coming in, and closes it out with the second goal. B-Boy, take the series. And I don't say this often, out of nowhere in that final round.
Yeah, a little bit of a drop of the ball, no pun intended there. And
drop of the spaghetti as well. It's literally streaming out of their pockets right now.
When you're under pressure, it can happen. And an unfortunate end to that best of 5 if you're New Artisans. But B-Boy, I think I got to say the rightful winners today had a fantastic game of just sheer control and great players using the max dash. That first goal for me was spectacular. Let's head over to Falcone to wrap this one out.
I mean, what a way to start the weekend. That match was close all the way through, despite a rather surprising ending. Now, just before we jump into MVP, I want to give a shout out to Response. He played a different brawler almost every single game throughout that match, though our MVP is going to be our Chappie, who played a much more, I want to say, consistent game. If we think way back to the start, as Carl, we saw an amazing double elimination in Heist before switching to Sprout and keeping control of the safe area pretty nicely, allowing them to win the base race in Game 2. In Siege, a Chappie switched to Pam, where he was easily able to keep control of the center of the map, defending the Ike very nicely, gathering up too many bolts in the late game for New Artisans to deal with. Complete control of the map all around. We saw so many cool plays, but there's just not enough time to get through them, as that last match was truly an epic. Let's take a look at the bracket and the group and see how things are shaking out right now as B-Boy have taken down our new challengers, new artisans in the first match of the day. Again, this region is completely locked up when it comes to global finals. We know Jupiter are the titans of the region. They're going to be making it through. Today's matches for this region are all about prize money. That is what they're competing for. And we're going to move in to the next match of the day. It's going to be B-Boy up against Jupiter. This is going to be an interesting match. B-Boy, who just took down New Artisans, is going up against our regional champions, Jupiter. It's going to be a tough match. Let's take a look at B-Boy, though. Represented by Kenji, Achapi, Sidepons, and Slippy. B-Boy claimed to practice a reasonable amount of hours every single day, with Kenji, Slippy, and Achapi saying they play for 3 hours, and Sidepons saying 6 hours every single day. Since the tournament started earlier this year, the whole of B-Boy have agreed that the way in which the team has changed the most is they have gained an obsession with winning. We certainly saw that in the last match. We'll see if we can see it in this one. Up against Jupiter, Ponkotsu, Hagego, Milkreo, and Tensai. Jupiter spend a lot of time practicing their Brawl Stars every single day, with Hagego sometimes spending 10 hours practicing. Now that is dedication. Ponkotsu claims that as time has gone on, the team have started getting competitive with each other. And as a result, the skill of each player and the strength of movement within the team has increased. And so have their chances of winning. Well, Jupiter have certainly shown they can win. Let's see if they can win this one with Ark and Woody.
Thank you very much, Falcone, for that. And yeah, now things are going to start getting interesting as we see whether B-Boy and Jupiter, who's going to come out on top here. What did you think?
Great question. And now that my mic is live, you can hear me loud and clear. We have got a huge match ahead of us. I think that Jupiter have definitely got the edge on this one. They are the reigning champions in this region. And it was a bit of a dicey win last match for B-Boy.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently out on top, but Jupiter, like you rightly say, are definitely the mammoths here to beat. But Surge, speaking of mammoths, is the first ban on the cards, and Max as well. You know, Surge, we're seeing that ban a lot. Max was very dominant in a lot of the maps that we saw in the previous game, but the first Siege is up first, the first game mode in this particular matchup, and Factory Rush. So a much more open-spaced Siege map than what we've seen in previous rounds.
Yeah, Max is one of those brawlers that we see a whole lot with a really pretty high win rate that doesn't actually get banned quite as much as some of the other brawlers like Sprout and, you know, like Gale. So interested to see what is going to come of that ban in this match starting up now. We've already listened to the brawlers through interviews over the past couple of weeks and heard where they think their strengths lie. Brawl Ball is a clear favorite for a couple of the brawlers from B-Boy, specifically Kenji and Slippy14. That teammate factor there really playing in to give them a little bit of an upper edge if they can keep their heads straight up on their shoulders. Where do you think that the advantages lie for either side on this upcoming match, Ark?
I think, you know, we might see some Piper. It's a bit of a risk on defense, but since the introduction of new gadgets, it has changed a lot when it comes to meta. You know, Homemade Recipe is very, very strong. Despite the recent nerf, it is still great at locking on at those longer range shots and just honing in on your targets. So we have seen a bit of Piper making a bit more of an appearance in Factory Rush recently, but I think range is key here. You know, and if you're going to go with something tanky, you've got to be really careful of your positioning and keeping a hold on that mid area. If those walls go down, it's going to make you more exposed to getting, you know, a lot of Piper shots aimed in your general direction here. So I think, yeah, that range and tankiness and the balance of those two combined with positioning. Oh, Gale as well. Actually, now I've seen Gale in the mix here is going to make a huge difference. And Herbal Tonic once again for the win.
Well, Saipon said that Siege is his favorite game mode, so even though most of his teammates prefer Brawl Ball, this is going to be an opportunity for him to shine as Barley this time. Excellent crowd control with a ton of area of effect damage being dished out by this bot. Barley is just charging straight forward and taking very few shots from the enemy team. They're instead focusing on Slippy and Atrophy. That's going to cost them as they have a level 3 bot coming straight for their Ike now, Ark.
Yeah, it's a really good start for B-Boy. I like that takedown that Slippy had there as well on the Pam. There's a damage going in, which you don't often see, and that's just absolutely down to the fact that B-Boy are just controlling this so early on. The Gale gadget jump pad going in. I don't think it's going to dwell well for Jupiter at all doing that strategy, as the control staying very much with B-Boy right now.
No windbreaker at all for Jupiter as Ponkatsu gets obliterated in the center and Milkreo is taken out entirely. Slippy14 did an awesome job denying them access to the mid, and that is going to give B-Boy another massive bolt advantage. Take a look here now, 7-2, and they're going to grab even more in the center. I don't see any way for Jupiter to make a comeback happen at this point.
Yeah, B-Boy was so dominant in the previous matchup in Siege and is showing no signs of slowing down yet again. Great choice of comp as well. I think putting this continued pressure on Jupiter, who are just straight out of the gates and already struggling. And what a great start for B-Boy so far.
They've done an excellent job staying out of Hagego's range. They know that he is one of the best players in the game. In fact, Saipon said that if he could pick one teammate from anyone else in the world, they would want to pull Hagego onto their team. So keeping him out of the line of fire, trying to avoid shots from him, as you can see right there, taking down Saipon, denying Atrophy. It basically takes a 2-on-1 for them to be able to shut him down. But they've done it this time. They've kept their cool, and with that, the third Siege bot will be marching through for a B-Boy win.
I mean, if you're Jupiter, what are you thinking about mixing up? They're going to try to get some last-minute damage. It's not that much, nowhere near enough needed. I mean, they've got to rethink this a lot. I mean, B-Boy not only are warmed up, but they are absolutely using this comp to great effect. I think Jupiter might be maybe a little bit worried at the moment. They look pretty comfortable for B-Boy for me.
Yeah, that was an easy pickup there. I mean, both teams are playing both Pam and Gale, so this is a relatively similar matchup here. Just that little swap out for the mid-range damage, getting some more AoE coverage from Barley was pretty helpful there for B-Boy, and I think might not have been decisive, but certainly gave them a good edge. Didn't see a whole lot of value out of Penny's mortars there firing away. So when it comes down to it, I'm hoping that Jupiter go for a brawler swap here. I think that they realized a bit too late that they couldn't compete for damage in the midfield, and they're gonna have to find some other kind of sneaky way to either get a tank out in front and soak more of that damage. I don't even know how though, because I mean, Pam was soaking so many shots. I think that might not be the best strategy. Instead, they need to find some other way to dump the damage in there. What would be a brawler pick that you would go for to get that job done, Ark?
I absolutely agree with you, though. I think that Penny is not getting much value here, and that would be definitely
activated immediately.
In this Brawl Talk, you will see
one Brawler trio completed.
a Deep Sea Brawler gets a friend,
Highlights.
Skins of the Gods,
A lot of thumbs up.
and Bling.
Much blink.
Alright, this is the place, Professor Paula. We are here. The Temple of Bling.
The Temple of what?
Of Death.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, but it could be dangerous. Luckily, I've seen this trick before in a movie. Just watch me. See? No harm was... Paula? Welcome to Brawl Talk. We are entering the Rumble Jungle this season.
Home of Leon, Nita and their stepdad, Bo.
Let's start with the chromatic brawler, Maisie.
Maisie is a safety assistant at the Star Theater. She ensures nobody gets hurt in Brawlywood's movie productions.
Especially when it comes to Buster and Fang, as they are always in some sort of trouble.
She has a love-hate relationship with them and is pretty much their big sister.
Maisie's main attack, Pressure Rocket, is a single projectile that starts low but then accelerates.
It has a long range, medium damage and medium-sized projectiles.
Maisie is shooting the ground and creates a shockwave for her super, dealing damage and knocking back other brawlers around her.
It's quite powerful and it doesn't get activated immediately. But of course, if you're close by, there's likely no escape.
Her Brawl Pass king is Jungle Queen Maisie, in which she changes her metal arm to a golden snake.
She will also be released with a 29 gem skin called Tech Maisie.
Now let's start with the Rumble Jungle Hero skins.
Banana's gold. Yes, it shoots bananas. Yes, it makes perfect sense.
Leopard Max, fast like the namesake. It will also be released with a color variation called Panther Max.
Crocodile Buster. Crocodile as a weapon? Check. Wild Adventurer look? Also check.
Jaguar Spirit Mag, the Power League skin. Her mecha becomes an ancient machine made out of stone, and she's sporting the mask of her spirit animal, the Jaguar.
And while we talk about mech, she also got a significant rework. She now starts in mecha form and doesn't automatically lose hit points over time. But the mecha is now weaker than before. Once the mecha gets destroyed, you are back to mech form and need to charge her super just like before.
Then we have literary god tier skins, the Legends of Olympus, inspired by Greek mythology.
Cerberus Tick, more dog heads than you'd like to have on your pet at home.
Ares Nanny, who are you calling silly and cute now?
And lastly, Zeus Brock, the god of thunder and lightning himself. All these will be released later in June.
We will also release a bunch of 29 gem skins, which are really cool.
Goblin Carl with goblin ears and a green face.
Leon the Stray, for cat hood lovers.
Kaiju Bus, inspired by the Super City Kaiju we released a few years ago.
Bubblegum BB, a 200% sweeter version of BB.
And Blackbird Edgar, he's watching you from a bush while charging his super.
Our Golden Week skin this year is Harayuku Ems, and she dances with her hands. And lastly, Night Jessie, Shadow Knight Jessie, and Red Dragon Jessie are getting a remodel. And we are finally done with the Jessie skins. Now who's next? Sometimes it's quite confusing to understand the pricing of skins, right?
Say no more, Danny. We now have skin rarities.
Rarities range from rare to legendary.
Rare skins are available for 29 gems. They change textures and sometimes have minor adjustments to the model, but typically have no special VFX or animations. Then the content with each rarity escalates until legendary skins, which are available for 299 gems, which now includes all bells and whistles. As we've already communicated, with this update we'll also remove the 49 gem skin price point. All of those skins are available in the shop for 49 gems right now if you want to get a bargain. Following the update release, all former 49 gem skins will now be priced at 79 gems. Okay, we hear you. It's been too long for this brawler to be alone in his own...
Is it Buzz getting a friend?
No, Otis. Meet Hank, Shrimp Extraordinaire, and Fish Tank Commander Supreme, and our new epic brawler.
His Balloon Blast is an attack that gets bigger and stronger the longer you charge it, and he will have to recover a bit before he can attack again. The maximum charge is 3 seconds. After that, you can still hold it, but it won't get any stronger.
Hank's super is a school of fish torpedoes, which launch all around him. They will keep going until they hit a target or a wall.
His 29 gem skin coming with this update is Shark Tank Hank. So, do you want skins and other cosmetic content but you have no gems? Don't worry, let's talk bling. Bling.
Much bling.
Bling. Enough. What the bling is bling, Frank?
Bling is a new currency that replaces star points. It will allow you to buy most cosmetic items in the game, simple as that. You can earn bling from similar places like star points before, but we've heavily redistributed the weight of bling from different sources.
Your accumulated star points will be converted to bling at the beginning of the update.
Depending on how active you are in Brawl Stars, you will be able to purchase around 8 skins worth 149 gems per year. If you purchase the Brawl Pass every season, this number goes up.
You can also use bling to discount skins, since you can always top off a bling purchase with gems.
In the Brawl Pass, we replaced the Tier 1 skin and the pin pack on the premium track with bling. On the free track, we've replaced the final pin pack with coins.
But where do I use all this bling now, Frank?
Well, Danny, we present you the catalog.
In the catalog, you'll be able to purchase most cosmetics that have been released. Things, sprays, profile pictures, and skins.
Seasonal, special event, and exclusive cosmetics, as well as mythic and legendary skins, are not available for bling.
You can access the catalog through the shop or from the Brawler page. And there, you can see all the cosmetics arranged by groups.
Cosmetics can belong to multiple groups. If you don't remember from which group a certain item is, you can select the brawler and all the available cosmetics will be available on that page.
When a new skin releases, it will only be available for gems or in-app purchase for a 2-week period. It will indicate in the catalog when it will become available for bling.
Since we replaced the Tier 1 skin in the Brawl Pass with bling, we made the decision to offer at least one skin per update without that exclusive 2-week period on day 1 of the Brawl Pass season. This update, it's Leopard Max.
Most older Star Point skins will now be available for gems and bling. If you want to buy them for Star Points, you have to do it before the update.
Mecha Bows and Mecha Crow's color variations won't be available for Star Points or bling after this update, and will become purchasable only after you've acquired the main skin. Exactly like it is with Mecha Mortis. This rule also applies to skins like Bunny Penny, Night Jessie or Captain Carl, even though those will be available for bling as well.
Bling and the catalog will be already available on the update day.
The power of bling is now in your hands.
We are changing the trophy reset this season.
We reduced the trophy season length back to 2 weeks with this update. However, at the same time, from here on we will only reset your top 20 brawlers over 500 trophies every season. The bling reward is now based on the reset of 20 brawlers and has been changed significantly.
A show highlight is now added in 3v3 matches at the end of the match.
The end screen now features stats.
And you'll be able to give kudos to other players on the same screen.
The underdog status now is only shown at the end of the match, and if you lose, you don't lose any trophies. We've also made a few other improvements to matchmaking.
We changed how the star player is defined, so now you will get it in the losing team more frequently if you play well, of course.
You can now also get the mastery bonus on the losing side, if you became the star player of the match, of course.
Reaching a new Power League rank rewards you immediately, as opposed to only at the end of the season. The season reset for Power League was increased somewhat from today.
Bounty has a secondary win condition. The first team which reaches 20 stars wins. The blue star and timer are unchanged.
You voted, and now Volley Brawl is coming back to the game and we'll be rotating the community slot with duels.
We're adding a new showdown variation, Ultimate Showdown, a new modifier that removes passive health regeneration and adds hot dogs, which heal you, of course.
And hopefully, this should make the lives of the teamers a bit harder. Subscribe for more, give it a like, and comment what's gonna be the first skin you'll buy with bling.
And we'll see you in June.
Bye! Alright, another Brawl Talk done.
Paula, where have you been?
I don't know. I think I saw the future.
What? How does it look like?
It looked beautiful.
We are here, the temple of bling. I'm being attacked by everything.
I think I saw the future.
How was it work?
Someone ask me.
Be definitely the brawler to maybe focus on making a shift on. Gene would do wonders. We've seen that in Gem Grab. Being able to target someone and hunker down with your teammates to get that takedown. That might be the brawler to consider. Taking out Penny, swapping to Gene, or something that's, like you say, a bit more tanky and has a bit more of a positioning to be had on the map to apply pressure. That might do well here. But for me, Penny, not really meta enough right now. Has some good attributes with regards to her gadgets and being able to have some terrain damage, but yeah, not really working for me. They're actually not going to change it either, which is quite surprising.
Well, B-Boy make a little bit of a change here. They brought in Poco, and we've heard from the B-Boy players that they think that there's a lot of good things to be said about his gadget. That tuning fork provides 2,500 hit point heal over 5 seconds, which is massive when you're trying to stay alive in clutch moments. So we'll see if Slippy gets that big hit off when his team needs it most. He's doing a great job holding mid here against basically a 2, maybe even 3-on-1, but still has more bolts than the opposition, and that's going to get them once again another bot. Jupiter have yet to get a single bot so far this game, even though they get a little bit of chip damage off on the enemy Ike, pummeling away 17% off of it.
Yeah, I was going to say a bit of cheeky damage. I assumed then it must have been a Gale jump pad on the left-hand side potentially there, or no, it was actually a Penny turret, I imagine, then on the left-hand side, getting some cheeky damage despite the push being aimed at Jupiter's Ike. They did actually get some damage off on B-Boy's Ike, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, and more damage than the Siege Bot was able to get on their own. So nice little bit of a damage lead here for Jupiter, but they're struggling once again to get back into position. This midfield is so hard to engage B-Boy with, especially when they're going to take great advantage of these walls, hiding around, juking into cover whenever they feel like there's a threat, and just really outplaying Jupiter for control of the mid. They're not going to get very much damage from this Ike, but they're on this Ike, but they're still holding that center position, and if they get this third and final Siege Bot, they'll be able to push all in. That's typically going to get them dozens of percentage damage off of the enemy Ike, and will certainly be enough to close it out. It's all about this final Ike arc.
Yeah, it's going to be quite close as well, but if B-Boy can just make sure to stay on top of Milk Rear to make sure that he doesn't get any Penny supers down. And Slippy winning side there is really important to get those bolts on the left-hand side. It was just that little drop of the ball when the Penny turret was able to lock on. So as long as B-Boy can shut that down, they are going to get the push. It's about Milk Rear, great gadget there. Slippy used to stun there as well. So I think for me, despite a bit of damage, B-Boy should have... Slippy, what are you doing? Don't go down too early, bro. It's cutting it fine for me.
Playing very aggressively. A great jump in there from Jupiter takes the B-Boy Ike all the way down to 47%. Can B-Boy make the comeback happen? They're starting to fire away. 1% left. No! Oh my goodness. Jupiter have held on. That's going to be a victory off of 0 Siege Bots. Have you ever seen that before, Art?
What? That finale for me, and that's the thing. I gotta say, Slippy went in a bit prematurely, leaving him lower on health, which meant that he may have stayed alive longer had he been more patient on that final push. What an amazing climax to that game. I don't know what to say about that.
Oof size maximum. Jupiter's defenses are impregnable. A B-Boy squad that got all the Siege Bots but still couldn't penetrate to get more damage off on the Ike. That's really incredible. I'm not sure if I've seen that so far in any of the matches that I casted at all this year. The Brawl Stars Championship has a new storyline here, and Jupiter is rewriting the playbook.
Yeah, and it seems like I have this habit all the time of jinxing everything, because Penny there was actually the star player. Like it was the star moment for Jupiter massively, so they are going to keep it as well. This is the thing, Penny in Siege can be fantastic. It can be, as we saw in the last round, the thing that turns it around, but ultimately if you're able to hold her in place and be very much aware to her presence and her super, and when she has it, making sure that you're not losing sight of her. That's what B-Boy failed to do in those pushes, was stay on top of where Milk Rear was positioning himself and that super. So as long as B-Boy do that and gain control, they'll be okay. But the first push is coming in, and it is going to be from Jupiter this time.
Yeah, we've finally seen some good value from that Penny out of the side. The crossfire has been coming in hot. Got an early mortar off there and was happy to use it as a tank out in front to block incoming shots. Milkrail will continue to deny access to this left side, just firing away as Saipon's kind of trapped there in the middle, doing his best to defend against the Siege Bot that's coming in, but 15% off the B-Boy safe, and they've only got 1 bolt so far. Jupiter have finally found the magic formula to get that big midfield advantage.
They're going to get around. That's the question here. Is actually a bolt to not get banged there. A Chappie can't do it either. And it's a bit of a scrap in the middle. It looks a bit like Jupiter, yeah, going to get this push. And you know what? That might go in favor of B-Boy. If they got like 4 bolts in the bag, if they get early control the next round and can defend this push, it could be a decent outcome for them, but they've got to defend well, and Jupiter are not even going to push this. They're just going to stay mid-control for map domination. I think that's wise, Woody.
I feel like you jinxed it, Ark.
I do all the time.
Are coming back in style, holding on to this mid with another siege bot. I don't think that B-Boy did enough in that second round to be able to claim victory. And still, once again, Jupiter are holding on to the mid, getting some really lucky bolt spawns, keeping out of range as best they can, healing up. Ponkatsu is just unable to go down. He is a juggernaut on defense and is just finally finished off, but he's got such a big bolt advantage. I don't think B-Boy can catch up at this point.
Yeah, I think we need to rename my name to Jinx here. Like, it seems to happen on a weekly basis. Whenever I say it's the opposite is going to turn out to be the case. But yeah, what a turnaround. Jupiter, who looks by far to be struggling that first round, are going to take this first set with back-to-back wins in Siege. Great to see them adapting and turning this one around.
Well, B-Boy are no strangers to turn around themselves. They were down 1-2 against the New Artisans in that previous match. They certainly got that comeback spirit on their side, but Jupiter are a mighty force to reckon with. As we mentioned before, they're the #1 team in this region right now, sitting at the top of the leaderboard, high and dry, with a clear qualification for the Worlds at the end of the year. In fact, you know what? They're the #1 team on the global leaderboard. Let's not cut them short at all. 390 points is incredible. Take a look at the stats here, Ark. What's standing out to you?
49 bolts, Woody. B-Boy had 49 bolts, and Jupiter were able to only have 30 and still come out with those wins. More kills as well on the B-Boy side. Some really, really interesting stats there. Despite Jupiter winning, very much behind B-Boy when it comes to numbers, and it just goes to show, right, how you make those pushes count is what matters most.
Yeah, nearly double the number of kills that Jupiter got, but it's PTO, play the objective. That's how you win in Brawl Stars, especially when you're able to defend so hard against such a big bot coming on in with brawlers like Pam. But we're switching it up. We're going to Brawl Ball, and we're going to give Slippy and Kenji the chance that they've been looking forward to shine. They say that they love this game mode, and they're going to bring their A game here. They certainly will need it against the Jupiter squad that took that reverse sweep in set #1 and doesn't seem to be letting up any steam, Mark.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see what Brawlers are going to bring to the mix here, because we are starting to see a bit of a switch up going on with the meta. A few balance tweaks that we had in previous weeks and new gadgets coming to play. We might see Barley again here. I feel like this map's quite good for that particular Brawler now. I feel with Herbal Tonic being in the mix. We are going to see Barley on both sides, and Mr. P finally today, which has been one of the Brawlers that I expected to see more of and haven't yet. So a really nice, interesting comp variation going on here.
Yeah, a bit of a Barley duel on the left lane, going to be serving up some destruction, firing away, but neither side really getting much of an advantage, kind of pushing each other back, but no kills just yet. It's going to be an advantage for B-Boy as they've been able to knock Jupiter back up into their own spawn zone, but no kills yet. There we go. Slippy gets a hit. He's going to take down Ponkatsu for the double kill. Milcreo has possession of the ball, though, and there's going to be no pressure from Achapi or Saipon. Instead, they're going to be playing it just safe and slow on defense, going to let that time tick down as Jupiter comes back out to try a second shot at regaining midfield.
I'm loving this play from Milcreo on the right-hand side, getting such pressure, and despite being double-teamed by B-Boy, he was able to actually come out on top and continuing to rain down shots with pinpoint accuracy there. That actually gave Jupiter the control back and putting them now back into a mid position here. But Milcreo was under a lot of defensive pressure and able to come out on top, which I was really impressed to see.
A lot of blue fire raining down on the Jupiter side of the arena up top. B-Boy, I think, have been winning in the kind of individual engagements here, but haven't been able to capitalize that and turn it into a shot on goal. We see so many obstacles standing in their way and no real way to block them down. It looks like B-Boy's strat here is to just punish, deny access to their own goal line, and then just wait until overtime when they can get a triple kill and then just send the ball in for an easy goal without having to get through anything on the way there.
Yeah, I think if B-Boy can make this work here and get this pressure secured on McGraw, that super's going to make a big difference, allowing Saipon to hit home with shots. If B-Boy can just make this count, it's a great time to do so. But again, they're not able to do so, and Jupiter will start to push back into the map, and they're in a dangerous spot now, going closely towards overtime here, Woody.
Well, Katsu playing very defensively, though, sets up his robo-porters in his own goal line and was forced to drop a gadget use there just to keep B-Boy out of contention. Achapi's taking a lot of damage. He's being forced to pull back, and it looks like Jupiter have finally found their chance to strike here. Time is running out, and as we go into overtime, all these obstacles are going to explode and give easy access to the enemy line. Here we go. Saipon gets a great kill, and it's going to force Jupiter back up to the top side. Tonkatsu and Hagego may not be able to hold on against a slippy force that is just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it was a fantastic play from Saipon in that last minute play. He's going to get shot off here. Ooh. It's saved at the line by Milgreer, but Achapi here is a great opportunity to start to be MVP. He's in! A last-second pass to Achapi, who gets the finish. Great plays from B-Boy, who looked to be under a very difficult circumstance going into overtime. Turned it around. Got to hand it to them, right?
Yeah, that busy B was right on task, did his duty, picking up that ball right before he went down. A kill from both of those Jupiter players, able to just wipe out the B-Boy line of offense, but not before they snuck it. They pulled a sneaky on him, Mark. Sneaky on him. Got him right past in there and finished off with the only goal of the game.
I was worried. I've got to say, I was genuinely kind of worried there because the comp that Jupiter were running was, for me, the better of the two in terms of like the pre-overtime game. But in overtime, Achapi was able to hit home with a lot of shots, getting that stun on the Barley, I think, and sort of focusing on getting takedowns, staying alive as well. A massively important thing for Achapi to do in that situation. And as a result, got the pickup, got the goal, and putting pressure on Jupiter now, which is great to see.
Well, it's the same thing that we saw in set number one, and then Jupiter pulled off the 2-1 reverse sweep. Are they going to go back to the drawing board here, adapt, improvise, overcome, and return fire with a massive force? Or will B-Boy finally be able to get that tie-up that they've been looking for against a Jupiter squad? Sitting up top, looking strong, very hard to overcome.
Yeah, we might even see some brawler switch-ups. You don't know. I mean, I did like the Barley picks, and I think that might deter some players from going down the tankier road. But we might see some Slimies coming in. It's a pretty good map for it if the terrain's there. But like, if you do bring in like a Frank or something which can break walls, then being up against the B, I don't know how I'd feel about that. B can absolutely pack a big sting.
Well, she sure can. I think that you're right, though, that maybe being able to bust down a wall would present a bigger threat earlier on. But it's always a balance between whether or not you want to try to play the early game or the late game. Snipers like B and Piper can deal a massive amount of damage from a very long range, but if there's obstacles in their way, it really neutralizes their advantage. On the other side, though, Barley gets some awesome value early on by being able to hide behind those obstacles. So having a team that's well-balanced can play to your advantage, but having a team that can really drill in early for a quick kill, there's also a lot to be said about that. What do you make of these brawler swaps out here, though?
I find it quite funny that Jupiter have gone with B, and it's going to result of a quick goal to B-Boy as a result of that control, and that was bring me to my point about Achapi playing Sprout. Like, Jupiter were hoping, I guess, and banking on the idea that B-Boy would continue to play B to go against that mirror combo, but Achapi swapped out to Sprout, who's now able to successfully continuing win his lane and put pressure on Milgreer. I gotta say, I like the Sprout pick here, and I think that's going to make a big difference to how Jupiter are able to defend this, or not defend this, as it seems to be the case.
Yeah, the pressure cooker is heating up for Jupiter as B-Boy have gone all in on the early game advantage. Achapi and Slippy, both playing throwers, are going to be hiding behind these walls and just dishing out a massive amount of punishment to a Jupiter squad that hasn't really seemed to be able to connect yet. Saipon doing some awesome work over on that right side, applying some great shots and just keeping the Jupiter line of fire kind of mismatched. The angles are not working out for them at all right now, Ark, and I think that B-Boy are going to be able to pick up this win. They just need to hold on for another minute or maybe even go for a quick goal here. Achapi's looking randy. He's taking a shot.
Bipod may have been able to commit there, but I think actually, with Milkrow coming up into the spawn there, definitely a tight spot. I think the damage would have been probably too much to be able to cope with that. But let's see what happens. Slippy is running Sticky Syrup, the Barley gadget, not the latest one, Herbal Tonic. So it does dwell better in terms of a defensive position. But I think at the moment, a Chappie and with support there might be able to deflate this. But it's going to be close.
Takes a shot. Achapi defends, but Milkrow survives. Slippy finishes him off, and that's going to be the last of that Jupiter attack. I don't even know if they'll get another chance in the next 15 seconds. B-Boy's defenses have held strong, and that could be all she wrote for set number 2.
Sticky Syrup mixer for the win. It came in so clutch on defense there, and I was looking out to see whether it would. And a great game for B-Boy. That's going to take them back into the sets and into the running here with an equalizer then, and bring things 1-1.
Yeeted and deleted. Toss these guys out because B-Boy have got some of the best throwers in the game, and they will not lose their chance here in set number 2 to tie it up against a Jupiter squad. Congratulations to them. They will be advancing with that 2-0 set score. Jupiter, I think, seemed a lot weaker in that Brawl Ball match. It certainly shows off in the scoreline, but with barely even getting any shots at all against the enemy goal, I think that not only did they kind of come in a bit weaker, but they failed to adapt. B-Boy once again picking up twice as many kills on that scoreline. So was Jupiter's set 1 victory kind of a fluke, or are they going to be able to do something new and surprising here in this set? Have B-Boy really just picked up pace? Am I asking you too many questions, Art?
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head. The next map will be Minecraft Madness. Gem Grab will be the game mode. I think you're right, though, in everything you say. I think that Jupiter are not, for me, showing as much sign of a willingness to adapt and to kind of think through the brawler picks. And whether they're just getting unlucky with that or whether they're just not doing it enough, we'll have to wait to see. But they definitely need to be considering more what they are selecting and what they're choosing and their kind of game approach here. That to me is the thing that B-Boy are absolutely always seemingly on top of. They're thinking through what is going to be the best counter, what is going to be maybe the comp that Jupiter are least expecting. We need to see a bit more unpredictability, I think, from Jupiter, or just some sheer signs of aggression and dominance in that respect.
Milkrow says that Minecraft Madness is his #1 favorite map. A little bit of a tweak done to this map in the past couple of months allows you to fire over those stanchions standing out on the left and right side of the midfield, but still can't walk through them, so keep an eye out for funneling that your opponents may do here. We're going to see a really heal-heavy comp this time from Jupiter, bringing both Cam and Poco. They are singing to each other and keeping those heals high and strong with that healing turret set up right behind that bush over there on the right side, Art.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that actually Jupiter are not going to go with Gale. I think that Gale here is a great brawler, being able to push your opposition around and force them into the minecart or into places where they don't want to be, slamming them against the wall as well for that additional stun, as we don't tend to see any of his alternative star power here. I'm actually surprised to see that the gems are relatively closely matched, considering that for me, B-Boy have got the more in terms of control. Look at this, the way that the game has gone side to side here, William. Is my head turned on its side? It's a rare thing to see Minecraft Madness being played out horizontally.
Side to side. Is this an Ariana Grande song? I'm not used to seeing this sort of setup here, and it looks like B-Boy are going to continue to take advantage of this kind of weird setup to push hard left on Jupiter. They're doing their best to keep the Overton window within reasonable range and making their argument pretty well here. Jupiter are going to grab the 10th gem, though, and have not been pushed out of action by a B-Boy team that has once again fallen early on. Jupiter with 14 gems, the whole bucket on their side. Going to be going home happy as the countdown finishes off. But Katsu will have to finish with one more round here, Ark.
Yeah, they're going to reset the countdown. I was watching intently to see, and it was like just Akega that just managed to end the stun slightly ahead of his teammate. I wonder if this could be a clutch play here potentially from B-Boy. Double stuns, is it going to be enough? Not going to be enough, but my goodness me, we did see there why Gale can be such a dominant pick to have almost the turnaround. Not enough Jupiter hanging on there, and did get the countdown. Great finale there, but what an interesting game to see it played out in a horizontal manner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we're playing back in the vertical days, but now that we've gone horizontal, I think that it was interesting to see them really commit fully to this horizontal game mode. Jupiter, with all the gems in their hands, strongly clenching their fist at the end there, even though, they dropped a brawler here or there. Just really far and away the favorites. B-Boy had an interesting setup there going side to side, but couldn't make much use of it. What were they thinking with that like really aggressive strat, playing over to the right, setting up a healing turret and trying to flank an opponent that had double heals on their team? Art?
It was kind of bizarre almost, and I did think for me that B-Boy had a better approach. They had a side but also an underneath kind of a line of attack. I was really genuinely surprised that Jupiter were able to bank as many bolts as they did and control and bank how they did. But this could be a different story. Chappie going with Rosa here will early take down that right-hand side lane, able to lock himself in there and get this spawn trap in with Jackie. That's going to play a big role. Dragging the Jackie through that brick wall is going to open up the map massively and actually not allow a Chappie to be able to forcefully hold down this spawn the way he would like. That's a really important play there by Jupiter.
Does a Chappie think that Jupiter has forgotten that he's there, though? I'm kind of confused. He's juking around in the bushes a little bit, but he hasn't gotten the enemy out of position, and that's going to be a big pickup there for Jupiter. 6 gens to 1 now, and it seems like B-Boy have not really found any way to pierce past these defenses. Another massive pull, and the big tank from B-Boy is down for the count. That's 6 gems for the Jupiter squad, and it looks like they're trying to grab even more.
Hagega is absolutely cracked right now. What Jupiter just did is insanely smart. By dragging in 2 successive super pulls through the brick wall, it's gonna mean that B-Boy cannot lock themselves in and put as much pressure as they would like, although they are doing a pretty good job of it right now. Here comes the minecart as well.
Oh no!
It goes down!
And with that, B-Boy have turned it all around, taking down Pam. They've got their own gem count up to 12 now. Achapi gets counter-pulled, but Slippy's going to be able to get the 10th gem, and it doesn't even matter.
Wow, I can't believe that turnaround. I was literally just in mid-sentence, again, the jinx effect of saying how actually Jupiter had a great strategy. They really did. They thought through how to counter this comp in such a great way by breaking down those brick walls to open up their spawn to allow their range to really take hold. And just as I'm saying it, Poncotti finds himself out of position, gets taken down, and the countdown, as you rightly said, didn't even matter that it was reset because Sleepy with a nice little pickup of that gem kept the dream alive, and B-Boy with a cracking turnaround.
Yeah, that minecart coming through like a freight train, chugga, and even though they were able to catch that enemy Pam out of position, losing Achapi was no problem at all. With so many more gems stacked up on their side, B-Boy's Poco did exactly what you would expect of him throughout the entirety of the match. They're just holding court in the mid as the rest of the brawlers are just frantically scrambling around the outer edges of the map trying to get kills. B-Boy was focused clearly on gems, and that's going to get the series tied up 1-1 on the set score, and this set is now tied 1-1. Whoever wins this one will be in the lead in a very dominating position at that. B-Boy have come back from the 1-2 set deficit before, but it is certainly not a good position to be in. There's a lot riding on this next game, Mark.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Being in this position right now is where one of these two teams is going to make a big statement in terms of how they move forwards here. And, Jupiter did great. I feel like they had a bit of a sore transaction in that game. I mean, they were outcomped at the beginning with the Slambulance, and they adapted. I give credit to any team that can adapt whilst being outcomped to turn the balance, and just got a little bit unlucky there. And I'll be keen to see what they switch up if they choose to or not in the next game to give them the edge now.
Well, it looks like they liked that Gene pick quite a bit. Slippy's going to be coming in with a Gene of his own now. Pankatsu grabs a couple of easy gems at the beginning here, but B-Boy will be able to claim midfield control with that minecart kind of streaming through. It looks like Jupiter have been able to heal up and will be moving back into the mid. Can they take advantage of this minecart going through right now to try to trap an enemy, get some damage in there? Saipon and Achapi are in an awful position. Dire straits here for this B-Boy squad, but Hagego can't get the killing blow. Finally, he gets it off, but it's going to be an advantage for B-Boy holding midfield with that Pam turret still up, Ark.
Chappie did great to stay alive there as long as he did, but Hagego does have pull now, and I'm looking. He's going to connect with Chappie at maximum range, drag through the wall to open up the side completely. Saipon with a takedown, but I'm curious to see how that map variation is going to change things moving forward, allowing more range to be dispersed on that right-hand side there, as someone was slammed into the minecart with another pull there.
Yeah, Slippy just dragged Pankatsu in, and usually if you can get your opponent to step right into a minecart, that's a good result, but Pankatsu was just so tanky, so many hit points for him that wasn't enough to take him down, and that would have been a big turnaround if he had gotten the kill there. 6 gems held by that enemy Pam would be a huge reward to claim. Saipon with 8 now, looking healthy in the mid with that healing turret at full, and just continuing to rain down suppressive fire. That Scrap Blaster is doing work here, Ark.
Yeah, watch out for Hagego. It's a great play from Saipon to keep Hagego low, but the gadget pop from Pankatsu will heal him back up quickly, and that was a very smart play by Jupiter to allow Hagego to be able to pull and stay alive for these takedowns. That's going to play a big, vital role as the gems are getting ever closer. A bit of RNG more on the side of Jupiter will give them 9 if they can pick it up, but this one is going to come down to a gene pull, I feel here, Woody.
Big mortar blasts from B-Boy are tearing through these turrets set up by Jupiter on the top side, and Pankatsu is having a lot of difficulty with Achapi on one angle, Saipon on another. He goes down! B-Boy have done it! They've got the 11 gems, and the countdown is raring! Jupiter have been team wiped, and B-Boy with 20 gems in their pockets will be going all the way to the bank, taking that victory check and cashing it for a 2-1 set score lead.
What an explosive ending as well. Absolute domination from B-Boy, not giving Jupiter even the luxury of losing with any kind of dignity there. What a great day it's been for B-Boy. I mean, this is like, I've got to say, a rarity really to see a team go up against the might of Jupiter and really be holding their own, just as we are seeing from B-Boy right now. So I've got to say, I'm super excited going into this next set, as it looks like it could be a really, really good month for B-Boy.
Yeah, with PSG Esports failing to qualify this month, that kind of leaves only one candidate that even can hold a match to Jupiter. B-Boy, the number 3 squad in APAC, is far behind on the point leaderboard, but hey, third place is third place. They've got the bronze position. That's not good enough for a world's qualification spot, but there's not really any other teams in APAC that could threaten Jupiter at this point that have made it this far. So let's move on and see if they can finish the job. They'll need a 3rd set victory if they want it. Sandy Gems will be the playing field, and we've already got our match underway. Let's get into it, Ark.
Straight in, we're going to see some Gale on both sides of the team. Some Brock as well. Pretty much a mirror matchup for the most part, apart from one minor detail. I think it's the Bull and the Daryl pick being different here, but already look at the damage raining down on. Yeah, it's a bit of a base race. Oh, straight off the bat, these teams are not waiting around.
Swinging straight through, a bullish stance from both of these teams, feeling aggressive, and a reward at a 2% advantage for Jupiter, picking up the victory as they get the job done with that highly aggressive Daryl Milcreo, the MVP from that last game, getting that work in on the enemy safe. Only 2% separates them from victory and defeat in that last one, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, but do you think that was wise? You know, if you're B-Boy in that position where, you know, one game away will put you on match point, do you really want to do it with a base race? I kind of feel like they could have been more controlling and a bit more cautious that time around, because now Jupiter can catch up. One more game of Heist in their bag, and they're going to take it to the 5th and final set.
Look, there's a reason Jupiter's at the very top, and B-Boy might be feeling like this is the only chance that they've got at a victory. There's a lot of money riding on this match, and if they can get an easy snipe with a basically zero downside risk to this Heist game mode loss, then I'd say go ahead and take it. It seems wise to them, and Achapi gets a beautiful push off of the safe. Milkreo and Punkatsu are just too slow, and that's going to be a win for B-Boy now, tying up this fourth set now with a chance at a match point victory.
What is this, buddy? It's like both teams have just decided to settle on a coin flip. I mean, base, it's rare, I've got to say, that you see base races happening consecutively. Normally what will happen is you'll see a base race, and then of the result of that base race, we'll see a kind of like a strategy form. Whereas both of these teams are just like, yeet.
Yeah, they're not going to slow down at all. B-Boy and Jupiter are going back in hard once again. I got to say, having Gale on defense is extremely valuable in those base race moments. That super is going to push enemy brawlers off the safe, and that's especially strong if they've got a big old shotgun like Daryl or Bull has. But here we go again. Milkreo right on that safe is going to be popping away with a gadget and firing with both blasters. He's going to get a ton of damage here, but he is getting pushed off a little bit by Achapi. Both safes down in the 60s, into the 50s, the 40s arc.
Again, we're just seeing both teams just decide, you know what, let's just let fate decide this one. But for me, Slippy's getting a lot of damage right now and has the upper hand. For B-Boy is cutting it fine, but that's where my money is on at the moment.
Huge lead for B-Boy. They get the chip damage in there from that incendiary rocket, and that's going to be all she wrote. Hippity hoppity, get off my property. B-Boy have sent Jupiter packing with a massive win in match number 2. A huge upset in this region as they will claim victory for this month.
Yeah, B-Boy came out swinging today and had some amazing moments, and I've got to say, I'm really impressed with how they performed today. Again, not going to make it to Worlds, but they can absolutely hold their heads high, take home some great prize money, and know that, you know, next year they really could stand a good chance of rivaling Jupiter. I've got to say, those stats for me as well, really, really good on the board. A lot of damage there from B-Boy, who are our winners today. Let's head over now to Falcone to see this one out.
These are some great performances that we're having from the Asia Pacific region this week. Some close games all the way through. But as Ark said, an upset as B-Boy take this one down. And our MVP is going to be Slippy for this game. We saw Slippy do some very cool things. I'm going to go through it now. He started with Gale before switching to Poco, both times holding his own against Jupiter in Siege, collecting plenty of bolts. Later, Slippy switched to Brawl and played as Barley and got so much damage in, enough damage in the first game for the game to consider Barley the star player. Much the same in Game 2, Barley's attacks were very suppressing and prevented the opponents from making any real progress with the ball. In Gem Grab, Slippy jumped into Gale's shoes before switching to Jean in the final game, and we all know what Jean can do now with those disgusting pulls in Gem Grab. And finally in Heist, it was base race territory. Slippy was the Slippy was the Brock that dealt that serious damage in the end with the incendiary rocket, guaranteeing that win, even after the Brawler was defeated. Here's the group now, where we see, as Ark and Woody said, B-Boy have won. They are taking the first place prize for this group, which means New Artisans have hope, because if they can also take down Jupiter, they will be claiming the second place spot and a lot of prize money with that. We've got New Artisans up against Jupiter next. Response, Aaron, Elliot, and Carnage up against Ponkotsu, Hagego, Milkreo, and Tensei. This is going to be an insane match. With how close the group has been so far, I'm expecting some great things here. But let's take a look one more time at New Artisans. This is the first time that we're seeing New Artisans in the monthly finals. They're obviously not up for contention for global finals, but there's still a lot of prize money at stake as usual. Aaron particularly likes playing as Max and Mortis. They can move fast and come in clutch. He likes to use these brawlers while playing the sides to help pinch the enemy team in the middle. Well, there you go, there's a little bit of insight into New Artisan's strategy. But let's flip on over to Jupiter, who are really, really confident, especially when it comes to gem grab. Pankotsu said that he thinks that the team is particularly good on the map Double Swoosh. Gem grab in Double Swoosh is coming up later this match, but not until set 5. It'll be interesting to see if we can put Pankotsu's money where his mouth is on that map. 3 out of 4 members of Jupiter believe Surge is the strongest brawler in the game right now, with Pankotsu believing it's actually Gale. We'll have to see which bands come in and whether or not they'll be able to put Surge or Gale to the test in this next match.
Hey, we're back. We're jumping into this next matchup, and it's New Artisans going up against Jupiter. And, well, this was not the expected outcome of the position we expected to see Jupiter in today, Ark.
Yeah, I think it was...
Do we need to do a quick substitution? I
think
feel
we
as though
need to do
you
a quick
shouldn't be here,
substitution.
Ark. It should be Woody that's in this one. Well, switch it up. There we go. Roll him out. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. We got Woody in instead. And we're going to have Woody in. So, Woody, Jupiter, not the dominant force we're expecting this month. Now, they have a chance to finish second place. B-Boy have taken first. They've got to deal with the New Artisans, who dealt with B-Boy a lot better than Jupiter did.
Yeah, sure did. I mean, close matches both times, but pick up for Jupiter seems to be on the horizon. If you ask me, I think they handled themselves pretty well in that last round. It was very close base races in that highest game mode. Could have gone to either one. But yeah, the bands here, Surge and Gale. Oh, I lost my stream. There it is. It's back.
You're right, Surge and Gale. Those were the
Okay.
bands. You didn't get that information wrong before the stream cut out. But yeah, so nothing really different from the first matchup we saw. Surge and Gale were taken away from that one. Didn't see a lot of other power picks coming in here that would usually be banned out. So I think we're in a good place right now. It's good potential for some variety. Snake Prairie is going to be our first stop, Woodrow.
All right, I'm ready for some fast-paced brawling action. These are my favorite brawlers for this map. Tara, Bo, end of sentence.
Usually there's 3 brawlers that come into here. I think you'd add in another.
Well, those are my favorite too. You can play whatever you want in the third slot, and it looks like
Mortis.
I guess so. Mortis on one side and Brock on the other. Yeah, but Bo can get some really great long-range vision with that star power, able to see through bushes far and away. And Tara, with that gadget, can see the entirety of the playing field, regardless of where those enemies are hiding in the bushes. Extremely important on a map like this, where it's basically entirely bush. You're going to have to get some great predictive shots when you will pull the lead off here. Jupiter have done so far with a 6-1 lead. Getting a little bit of damage, though, as Response moves in, dodging some blasts from Tensai. He'll hold on to those stars for only a +3 advantage now for Jupiter.
It does also mean that the left side is not one that's going to be passed stealthily. Might see a little bit of right side favor, but with those mines already placed down from the Bow, that's surely going to follow, and information is going to be provided to both teams when they cross over into different areas of the map now.
Yeah, busting through those middle bushes. It's going to be a big lead for Jupiter. They're going to hold a defensive line here and really force the New Artisans to play aggressively. They're firing into those bushes, but they are not going to get any lucky shots off this time. New Artisans playing very carefully here. As you can see, Response popping an emote there just to show his anger, his frustration. But I think that's a bit of a feigned position here. He's got to be pretty happy with a 3-star advantage. Only him going down would be enough for the New Artisans to tie it up. Either other brawler, Aaron or Elliot, being eliminated would still be an advantage for Jupiter.
And they're waiting here, Woody. I think it's because they know they've only got one push to make this work, and if they come over a counterattack, they're going to be very vulnerable. They've wound down the clock to 15 seconds. Response has got his super online, as has everyone. This is the push for the New Artisans, and it's already gone sideways with supers being traded out to no success. Tensai has been found out to tie out the stars. They need to get Malcreo. Woody, they've done it! They just need to get out with their lives intact! The New Artisans, they throw it away at the end. Malcreo, by 1 star, gives Jupiter the first game.
Big yikes! You fool! You fell victim to one of the most classic blunders. You forced them to come straight at you, and then you paint yourself into a corner that you can't get out of. Malcreo did an amazing job getting that damage back in, but he couldn't find any form of retreat, trapped in that little tiny sliver. Aaron finished him off, and that was enough to get the 1-star lead. Trid, congratulations to Jupiter. They'll take game number 1.
Still plenty more to come, though, and I like what New Artisans attempted to do there, Woody. They wind down the clock, make it all about one consistent push. Ironically enough, they didn't leave them. They left themselves too much time. If they would have wound down the clock a little bit longer, they would have got the final kill before the respawns came in. They were overwhelmed. So, yeah, some slight tweaking on that one, but I see what they were trying to do.
Yeah, good point you made there. You know, New Artisans seem to have a lot of trouble pushing into a lot of fire raining down from Jupiter. So very hard to coordinate the good timing that you need for a victory out on that one. It really just came down to seconds there at the very end. New Artisans could have very well picked up the win there, and it looks like at least for the first minute of battle here in game number 2, they'll finally find a chance to take the edge.
Yeah, Malcreo was incredibly vulnerable on the left-hand side. He got 2v1. Once Response gets on top of the bow, it's not very good without support, especially when Aaron's there with the added damage. He was just going to get rolled over, and Response is looking to do more of the same. Jumping on the back line. Oh, the damage comes out with the super. Goes in for another attempt, but he's punished correctly by the Tara and the super, so that equalizes the stars out.
Tara putting the Sheik in Psychic, retreats with 16 hit points, but not unless you finish her off all the way. Do you get those crucial stars? Jupiter's going to be able to tie this game up now 3-3, and with suppressing fire through the midfield, that incendiary rocket is going to deny access for either team. Pop in one of the mines. Aaron is going to be able to blow through some bushes as well, and this is going to be a stalemate for the mid-game. I'm wondering if either team is even going to commit any offense in the last 30 seconds.
I think we might see New Artisans go for it. Like I said, they wind down the clock. They go for this final push. Unhappy face from Response tells me a different story, though. They might just play for the draw here because they will have to make themselves incredibly vulnerable to pull this one off. So I think they are just going to call it quits.
Well, time's ticking down. We'll see if they choose to go for the risky play here. Response is up in the enemy bush line, but he's not going to go for it. He's just kind of teasing them there. A few more shots going off. The last super from Jupiter, and with a 3-3 draw, neither team will gain a lead in game number 2.
Coliseum audience is booing Woody. They wanted blood, and they're not going to get it. And they're very unhappy, and they'll begin to revolt. So congratulations.
Fight.
But no, it makes sense though. You've not got a safe path. You've got no incentive to put your skin in the game, so to speak, when you're in a drawn scenario. Might as well run down the clock, try and get an early advantage, and play from a position of power. You can't fault it from the New Artisans to make that decision. And the same thing for Jupiter. They could have also pulled the trigger if they wanted to, but no team had the confidence and no team wanted to risk it.
Hagego playing very aggressively, pushes into the New Artisan spawn zone after they pick up the first star. Will they be able to hold on to it? So many hits coming off from Tensai, Malcreo, Hagego on all angles. Great kill there, knocking down Aaron. That's going to be 2 stars. Another kill on Elliot, and the triple for Response. That's going to be 6 stars for the Jupiter squad. 1 kill scored by the New Artisans, not enough to come even close. Jupiter's aggression has been paid off handsomely.
A lot of that came down to Gego's use of the Tara gadget. Response was trying to weave away to safety and find somewhere to lurk in the back end, but whenever he's trying to move around and be incredibly mobile, guess what's happening? He's being spotted out. They know exactly where he is and they're able to track him. While they're focused on trying to save Response, deal with the Tara, you've got these Brock rockets coming in from afar and there's no answer from New Artisans. Now we're in a similar position we were in last round, difference being that it's Jupiter who hold the lead. So it's about the timing of New Artisans' final offensive that will decide whether they're able to force out another round.
Slow going here, and the New Artisans know that there's mines over there in the right side bush. I wonder if Response is going to sweep into him and try to take them out before he has to make his final push happen. As we've seen in previous games, it's a really close, razor-thin advantage. If you can push in there deep late game, you need to not push too late or you won't get the kills. You need to not push too early or you'll get trapped and won't be able to retreat. But here they go. Response makes his charge in.
He split off though. He went through the mines. Aaron and Elliot, they're not in a position to help. Gego on the back line with the gravity shuts down any support for Response. And Jupiter clean house, taking set number 1.
Annihilated. A cataclysmic explosion right in the New Artisans' face, blowing up as soon as they started the race. That was massive malfunction on that attempt there. Great job on defense to Jupiter, holding the line. They are going to get the victory here in the first set and will continue on strong, denying a single win to the New Artisans in set number 1.
That was just a case of unfortunate pathing from Response and the rest of New Artists. Like, it was. You just send Response over the mines. That shuts him off from the rest of his team following up. They're now split in a 2-1 scenario, and Tara has our super online. Gravity is great at dealing with multiple enemies at the same time. They are all going to get hit by your tarot cards. So when you have Response separated without the support, he's not going to have anyone to enable him. He has to do it solo. I know who I'd rather have when you're fighting multiple opponents, and it's a Tara rather than the Mortis, especially when they have vision of where the Mortis is. Everything just came up Jupiter there, and it started going wrong straight from those mine placements.
Yes, a case of unfortunate pathing. Sounds a bit like my path through life.
Gather round, the greatest show is about to start.
An amazing performance who attacks with her hair.
Bizarre Circus skins.
Skins to celebrate Diwali.
New club event, Mega Pin.
6 new hypercharges.
And watch until the end to learn how to get the Clown Pin.
Welcome everyone. Gather round. Prepare yourselves for Danny, the human target.
Marcio, how many times have you done this before?
Twice. But do you know what they say? Third time's the charm. Welcome to Brawl Talk. Happy Brawlowing.
The bizarre circus awaits you.
Meet Charlie, the first brawler of this new area and also the first of our trio.
She grew up on the streets, learned impressive tricks, and was eventually discovered by the local bizarre circus.
And the job pays the rent, so she took it and quickly became the main attraction.
Charlie uses her hair as a yo-yo for her main attack. It moves straight and returns when it hits a target or a wall.
So the closer the target, the faster she can attack.
And her super is called Cocoon, and the name kinda gives it away already.
If Charlie hits an enemy target, she cocoons them. While cocooned, they can't do anything but wait.
The Cocoon's health gets depleted by itself, but your allies can help destroy it faster if they attack it.
For her 29 gem skin, Charlie doubles down on her spider senses and becomes the amazing Charlie.
And with Rosie Charlie, she gets deadlier with a super villain look. And that will be available at the last tier of the Brawl Pass.
Charlie is also getting her hypercharge in this update, and aside from stats buffs, her cocoon now creates spiderlings that attack the closest target.
And speaking of hypercharges, we have 5 more releasing in this update.
Jessie's hypercharge upgrades Scrappy to get chunkier with more health and cause more damage.
Rosa gets a short, slow area around her, so it will help her chase her targets while she has her shield on.
Lou insta-freezes all opponents within the area of effect.
Maisie gets her basic attack added to her super.
Colette gets help from her Spirit. Now it hits the enemy twice.
And Charlie's, which we just mentioned before.
Besides that, we have some changes with the hypercharge releases.
They will all be released on the same day, both in the shop and in star drops.
We won't have the collector's bundle for coins anymore, but now we will have a huge gem discount when hypercharges are released. And you can still buy it for coins after a 2-week period like before.
On top of that, if you don't care about the cosmetics at all, you can buy only the hypercharge for a discounted gen price as well.
And both the collector's bundle and the hypercharge might eventually come back.
And we are also rerunning the Hypercharge Unleash event only with the new brawlers who got hypercharged.
The special quest is a lot easier now. When you complete it, you get one random hypercharge, and it could be any of the hypercharges available in the game.
The event should start on update day.
And for the next act, we present to you the Bizarre Circus skins. The Bizarre Circus skins.
Ringmaster Byron is the host of the show, and he also has some creepy and weird tricks up his sleeves.
Cobra Lola is as charming as her snakes are lethal.
Probably the creepiest of them all, Dark Clown Sam. And we are sorry if you're scared of clowns.
And lastly, Tusked Nita. Her bear becomes a terrifying elephant, and Nita herself also gets a new badass look.
Tusk Nita is also a 299 gem skin, meaning it comes with a pin set, profile picture, spray, voice lines, and a special effect when you take down brawlers.
And sure, Bizarre Circus skins are perfectly creepy and scary, but we also have 3 Brawlwin skins coming with this update.
White Wolf Leon is the first exclusive skin that's coming back in a completely new design with new effects and new assets. It's also a mythic skin.
And inspired by Witch Shelly, we have Hoot Hoot Shelly. She now has an owl instead of a cat, and everything about her is different and mysterious. She is also a mythic skin.
And shout out to Glowing Shark. Here's the Supercell make winner skin, Kabocha Fang.
This year we'll be celebrating Diwali together with our Indian players and releasing our Warrior's Journey skins. They are
Daz's Ground, a multi-headed king.
the Honorable Supreme Bow and his loyal brother Bro as his skin color variation.
And the super powerful and strong Vanara Frank.
They will all be released close to Diwali.
And if you think we are done with skins, here's some more. Rebel Lola is coming with a new color variation, and it's called Lavish Lola.
Boy Scout Gus. After all, whether he's a ghost or not, he's still a good kid.
Mecha Edgar gets 2 extra color variations, called Mecha Edgar Unit 00 and Mecha Edgar Unit 01.
And Mortis is getting a hockey skin. Why? Well, it'll make sense in this year's World Finals. More on that later.
Enough about skins. Let's talk about the changes happening to clubs.
First of all, Club League and Club Games are being removed together with the Club Coins and the Club Shop. That's a lot of Club gone.
If you haven't spent your club coins yet, half of them will be converted to coins and half of them will be converted to power points.
The ratio is exactly as if you would be spending your club coins in the club shop, so you won't lose anything. But if you want to buy the club skins with club coins, you only have a few days left.
After the update, the skins will be available for bling or gems in the shop and the catalog.
Now off to the fun part. A new club event called Mega Pig?
Wait, is this name fun?
Yes, because it's Mega and it's a pig. Mega Pig.
Anyway, so this Mega Pig event will only happen once a month and will be live for the whole weekend.
In this event, you and every club member will initially get a certain amount of tickets. If you win matches using these tickets, this will fill the Mega Pig that helps unlock rewards for everyone in the club.
The more ticket wins, the more rewards, and they keep getting better as you fill your pig. So if you want mega rewards, you gotta max out your pig.
And being skillful is really important here, but having a full and active club can help make up for it if you lose some games here and there.
After you use all your tickets, you can still help a clubmate in need to win some games, but only their tickets will help towards the club goal.
After the event ends, the Mega Pig explodes and gives every club member coins, power points, blink, and a bunch of star drops.
And also, if you are the top contributor in your club, you also get some extra star drops. Okay, but rewards are cool and such, but how about the gameplay?
Well, it wouldn't be a Mega Pig if it was just for the rewards, right?
It could be, I don't see the connection.
So, the Mega Pig also comes with a fresh take on randomness.
When you play in this event, you get a random game mode, map, and a random new modifier.
And you'll have a picking phase similar to Power League, but you don't need to ban any brawlers and your opponents won't know what you pick. The goal of this phase is for your team to pick a good composition taking into account the map and the modifiers selected.
It's a best of one, so if you win, you use your tickets toward filling up the Mega Pig.
And the new modifiers are
Super Bushy,
bushes keep growing from other bushes.
Instant Overtime,
All the walls break when the match begins.
Unlimited Power,
You get showdown power cubes in 3v3 matches when defeating brawlers.
or there is also a chance of getting no modifier at all. The first event should happen in mid-November, so make sure you are part of an active and full club by then.
We also made some improvements on how to invite new club members, search for clubs, and also added the ability to share replays in the club chat.
It's finally that time of the year again.
The Brawl Stars World Finals 2023 are gonna happen on November from 24 to 26 at DreamHack Winter in Sweden.
If you wanna watch it in person, there are still some tickets left, including some unique swag for visitors. See the link in the description of this video.
And if you're watching at home, make sure to watch it from event.brawlstars.com so you can win a free Hypercharge.
Marzio, a bunch of the Brawl Stars team and the creators will be there, so hopefully it will see you there too.
Because of the removal of the Club League and the Club Shop, only in this update we are adding a 25-day login calendar to the game, so you can collect a new reward every day.
The Mega Pig event only happens once a month, so the calendar should make up for the rewards you are missing from the Club Shop.
And it'll be based on your previous Club League rank. The higher the rank, the more rewards you get.
Present Planner is back for Brawling, and it's now called Pumpkin Plunder.
RoboMike and Evil Queen Pam get the 299 gem treatment with the takedown effect, pin set, profile picture and spray.
Duos are coming back and will be rotating with Wipeout.
The PowerPoint cap is finally removed.
All gear, star powers and gadgets that got nerfed indirectly after the power progression change are now adjusted. Now they are either percentage based or had their values change.
Look for the hashtag Ringmaster Byron to participate in the giveaways held by the Brawl Stars content creators.
And since you've been a good person and waited until the end, here's the clown pin. You can just scan this code on the screen or tap on the link in the description below.
Don't forget to like, subscribe and comment.
Mega Pig!
Bring it on!
Look at the camera.
Welcome to Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Brawl Talk. Welcome to Brawl Talk. It was a bit pirate.
My path through life so far, Trid.
Oh,
But nevertheless, we're moving in now to another heist game mode. Milcreo taking a punishment. They're pushing Jupiter back into their topside spawn again. They are just out of orbit. Aaron, all the way at the goal line, takes the shot. He scores!
Oh, Woody. Jupiter, they're crumbling like cupcakes right now. And they get the speed boost onto Milcreo. They're trying to find someone. Magic Hand online. Finds the pull onto Aaron. But Response is there with his namesake. With the bubble, the shield, the batting stance. And Milcreo is eliminated as well. I don't know how Jupiter are going to come back into this one. This is shaping up to be a new Artisan map and force us out to set number 5.
Response throws the ball away, not even trying to get a goal in here, just trying to get a sneaky past him. Sends it out to Aaron, tosses it in. That's it! New Artisans have tied up this match 2-2 against the Jupiter team that just seems to have lost their strength, their positioning, their everything.
I don't know whether it's because Supercell is a Finnish company that they understand the concept of all the rules of football that Brawl Ball is based on, because offside is a thing for a reason. And this is something that New Artisans play around so well with these back passes deep into enemy territory to go ahead and score these goals. That happened so many times, and Jupiter did not adapt.
More damage dealt, but they couldn't get the finishing blows on those kills. Advantage there for New Artisans. And we're starting to see one of the big advantages that Jupiter has held claim to in the past just evaporate. The New Artisans are a new force to be reckoned with in this region. And hey, maybe we're seeing another reverse sweep happen here and now. I hate to jinx it, Trid. You know, I don't like bringing these things up, but I have to remind the folks at home who, you know, may have a little bit of a short attention span or weren't really fully paying attention to this match so far, that this is the match that you want to be watching right now out of any Brawl Stars game in the entire world. New Artisans and Jupiter are going the distance for your viewing pleasure. Let's get ready for set number 5.
All right, double swoosh, gem grab to close it out, and Woody, what a Herculean effort right now from the New Artisans to go up against Jupiter, who have been mainstays of APAC, and these representatives from Japan has just been here forever, and New Artisans in their first showing give B-Boy a run for their money, looking to take down the top dogs in Jupiter. What a fantastic debut for them on the monthly finals.
They see an ancient god standing up against them, but is it Jupiter or is it Hades? Hercules, the demigod, on the bottom, failing to get these gems on his side. He's really got a big task ahead of him. Is he god or is he man? Elliot, the guy in the center here, tossing his briefcases out, but he hasn't made his case yet. Knocked back, and Jupiter have a huge 7-0 lead, Trid.
And this is the Jupiter no talk me Angie buff once again, as they're just clapping New Artisans with zero resistance after that loss. They've got 10-0 on the gems, Woody, and Milcreo can back off. He's relatively safe to do so with 12 seconds on the clock. Jupiter do not want to lose this series.
New Artisans begging, please clap. But it's not going to happen. Jupiter have held court on this first game of Gem Grab. That is going to be a really big needle in New Artisans' foot, stepping into the hornet's nest as Jupiter have come back swarming through and playing to their best advantage. If you thought that the New Artisans were going to rewrite the story in the last moment here, think again. Jupiter have got a crushing comeback here. Is it Revenge of the Sith or Return of the Jedi, though? Up to you whether you think Jupiter is the squad to admire, the victorious champions marching home with another win, or are they the toughest team that just doesn't seem to back down, even when our scrappy fighters from the New Artisans are doing their best?
I think as it's coming down to the final, most effective trilogy, if you will, Woody, this is more of a Rise of Skywalker. So hopefully the quality is a little bit better, but we'll end up closing this one out. Jupiter now moving into position. They are going to be rolling out with something similar, I believe. Response still sticking on this Tara, as you'd expect on double swoosh, because it is so potent. So it's a complete mirror for both teams.
Advantage for Jupiter now on this match point opportunity. What can New Artisans do to get back in this game? Milcreo and Tensai are just so oppressive with their attacks in the midfield, and the vision here from Tensai just getting them all that they need to see right into the enemy bushes. Now Elliot is going to have to fight on 3 fronts as Milcreo, Tensai, and Hagego are surrounding him on all angles. Aaron, in response, not doing what they need to do to give this gem carrier the room he needs to get that count up. Finally, Elliot gets up to 2. He's going to grab 3 and 4 in the mid here and now, but even with a big pickup right there, it's still tied against this Jupiter team.
A lot better of a performance right now from New Artisans, able to stay neck and neck with these gem counts. Milcreo will just walk forward and take an early lead in this one, but because the gems are so close, Woody, it comes down to an issue of control rather than kills. Taking control of the mid is going to be so important as we move closer to gems number 10 and 20.
close game so far. It's neck and neck as another Mr. P gadget gets used there to try to bring Jupiter a little bit further ahead, and that's just exactly what they've done. A massive big black hole opens up and the event horizon sucks in all those new artisan players. Milcreo just has to say safe from Aaron, and he's done it. The countdown's on, Trid.
Oh, it's 4 seconds remaining, Woody. 3, 2, 1. Jupiter close out our final match of the day. They will finish up in 2nd place. But New Artisans have had a fantastic debut to our monthly finals. They will walk away with 3rd place.
Is this a 27% Rotten Tomatoes movie? Because I feel like I am watching Jupiter ascending right now. Congratulations to this team from Asia, a squad that has been on the top of the region for so many months now. And even though they took a big hit from B-Boy, they came back strong to hold their own in the middle position of this region. They are going to be going to World Finals with their heads held high and a nice purse to drag along behind them.
Do you know what New Artisans' mistake was? They were able to make their initials NA, and we all know that North America never wins anything when it comes to Brawl Stars. Let's throw it over to Dan, who's going to break down that series.
Well, that started looking like a complete shutout, but New Artisans did start to hold their own before getting defeated eventually. We are going to award MVP of that match to Milcreo, who was vital in Jupiter's win across the board. Let's go through it. Starting with Bo, we saw some excellent suppression where he was able to take that final star for the win in the first set. In a heist, we saw Brock once again deal major amounts of damage, recurring damage with the incendiary rockets to the safes. Then in Siege, Milcreo switched over to Barley, where we saw those suppression techniques locking down the center of the maps, but things did get a little bit dodgy at that point moving forward. But eventually in Gemgrad, Milcreo took the reins one more time, took control of Mr. P, and was able to comfortably deal that damage, collect those gems, and get away with them unscathed. A comfortable win, sort of, in the end for Jupiter. Let's take a look at the group and see how things have shaken out. New Artisans are going to end up taking that last place spot, but still a really fantastic performance from them, I'd say, considering it was their first time here. But it's going to be B-Boy standing tall as the victors of the Asia Pacific region. Let's take a look at what that means in terms of prize money, though. It's what we all want to talk about. It's what we all want to see. And B-Boy taking home the lion's share with $9,000 going between the team. Jupiter taking $6,000. And you know what, New Artisans? You qualified. You did great. Here is our $4,000 consolation prize. Not too bad to be them after all. But here's the leaderboards. Jupiter sitting on top with PSG. That's not going to change. They are locked in. We will be seeing them at Global Finals. B-Boy is still earning their points, but it's not, unfortunately, really going to be going anywhere. We've got our finalists for this region, and I cannot wait to see them throw down in the Global Finals. But you know what? Someone else that I'd like to see throw down is actually the China region. We spoke about China a little bit last month. I showed you this wonderful stage and we talked through what was going on. Well, today, I actually feel like casting the China final from July. And Ark, you fancy going on and joining me for this?
You know, I think I might just do that. That's okay with me. I've been looking forward to this arc. China is going to be, I think, quite different from everything else that we've seen. Obviously, the game hasn't been out for very long in China, so we don't know what strategies have evolved. They do things differently out there. As you can see, they're on this wonderful stage. It makes me miss our experiences back in March in Katowice arc. I know, this year has absolutely flown by, and that's one of the things that was out of our control. I think the trumps to the production team to do what they've done under the pressure, but this was the dream. We wanted to get players in the studio. We wanted to see NA versus EU and settle all those beefs and discussions of the meta. And I've got to say, I do love the way that they've approached launching the game in China, and bringing new regions into competitive is only ever a good thing for Brawl in my eyes.
Absolutely. The more players all over the world that get to play, the better. We're going to run through the players now on screen. You can see we've got two teams. We've got Nova and we've got TIG. These are the teams that are the top dogs when it comes to China, and we're going to be seeing them throw down in their final here. Again, this is gameplay from back in July. And even since then, Brawl Stars, the meta, and even some of the gadgets has changed a little bit over time, hasn't it, Ark?
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a couple of changes since this was aired. So a couple of gadgets that were newer to the mix, I think, will not be seen, like a tripwire. I think, for example, I think this was around the time where I think Survival Shovel, the Mortis gadget, had just come into the game. So prior to the most recent balance changes as well. So Surge was pretty prominent around this time, and Mr. P as well was a big player. As obviously Gale as well is still strong to today. So I expect to see quite a bit of that, I would say, in the mix. Yeah, I'm keen to see Nova perform, because obviously, as we know, Nova last year did go on to win at Worlds, but they kind of restructured, they changed their focus and looked more to mainland China as their area for the future. And the team which did win last year was Nova, now basically the Tribe team for 66% of the players. So, keen to see whether we might see some battles between them in the future as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Nova, as you're saying, Nova are a team in Brawl Stars that have so much renown. And although maybe it's a completely different roster in a completely different region, they are carrying the weight of that name behind them. So they are going to want to do the best job possible. We've got on Team Nova, we've got Today, Mike, Captain, and Easton versus TIG Infinity, Z Team, M Team, Cannon, and plus Geo.
Yeah, Nova trying to go straight in with the Surge ban. TIG Infinity going straight in with the Gale ban. Like I said before, two brawlers which are very prominent regarding the meta, so no surprises there to be seen. As far as I can see, I think pretty good bans for the most part. And going in as well to the game modes and maps, slightly different in China, actually worth mentioning. So going to Gem Grab is going to be our first game mode, but the map rotation will be slightly different, going from Minecart Madness and then off to Hard Rock Mine, and then coming back to Minecart Madness for the map in the third game if we get to that stage.
Yeah, it's super interesting actually. So game 1 and 3 in each set is going to be on the same map. But look at that, we are getting straight into things. Nova running in with the tick, placing down those explosives and grabbing that first gem, getting a nice little bit of early control over this first game.
Yeah, so one thing straight off the bat that I remember distinctly was that this was prior to the balancing, so look out for Piper's homemade recipe gadget. That will have the old range of, I think it was an additional 25% on that. So I think Piper could be a real force to be reckoned with on this particular matchup.
All right, it's, definitely worth keeping that in mind. The battle for the center is truly underway, and yeah, absolutely, Piper is getting a lot of damage in, keeping that serious range that she is so good at. And M-Team is struggling to get into the center of the map with Pam, where she'd love to put up the healing unit. Unfortunately for TIG, it seems to be Nova. Again, they're creeping forward a little bit more with Mr. P taking control of the right side. Oh, no, now Pam is pushing him back a little bit.
Yeah, pretty good control for the most part, I would say, from Nova so far, and forcing back Cannon, who's the golden Piper, the true gold Piper skin, into effect there, I think is quite key here. But I've got to say, I do worry for Mike. I think that Tick mid is definitely not the brawler that I would choose to go to. I think in the kind of like the E metas and NA metas, we would expect to see Sprout mid there. But I do remember watching and actually casting some of the China finals when I was watching them on my Twitch channel, and I gotta say, Tick mid seems to be a common theme in mainland China. I'm not quite sure why it's become such a prominent gem carrier and mid controller, but it definitely seems that we'll be seeing more of that in the future.
Quite like the idea of Tick as a gem carrier, at least. If you can creep in there, grab those gems, the way that you can retreat and sort of cover your tracks by putting those explosives behind you, it does seem like a pretty good strategy. And now if Mike can just get those last 2 gems that actually Cannon as Piper's picked up, and then on the retreat, this is getting really close, but the Piper goes into the minecart.
Yeah, and bit of pressure there and a few slips, and Nova straight onto the countdown as a result of that. And I think this is where Piper is going to struggle when it comes to resetting this countdown. If Nova can just kind of like keep this pressure on with the tick shots and force back the nanny, Peep is still an option here, but it's going to be close, I feel.
This is extremely close. If TIG can just get one more gem, oh no, it's gonna have to be 2 more gems now. And it looks like Nova are on the retreat. Is this it? Have they calculated that this is the victory? It seems like that's the case. There's 1 more gem still required to stop the clock. TIG, oh, they did it just as it spawned.
Reset the countdown in this game mode is no easy feat. It's going to be said now. Actually, a great advantage for TIG if they can hold this mid control and get some shots. But I've got to say, the Piper shots for me were not quite connecting. We'll have to see whether that comes back around to haunt Nova, as today's very low has to be forced back. It's pretty neck and neck, though. 13 gems, a bit of RNG onto the side of TIG. Actually goes down. Today goes down. That could be devastating for Nova if TIG can capitalize here.
Yeah, Nova have lost all of their gems now. Pan going to try and collect those, but they need to do more than that. They need to try and take down someone on TIG. Pan Nova today is going for it. Gets the healing unit up, but it's not good enough. TIG are going to take that first game. And you know what, Arku? This is what we can expect from the rest of China. I am excited for this series.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how China have adapted so quickly towards Brawl Stars, because, you know, I think it's very easy to watch it and feel like, you know, your favorite back in, you know, EU or NA or like, you know, LATAM regions are performing better. You've got to remember the game has just been released there. They're being forced straight into the deep end, and I've got to say, some really commendable plays and awareness to Brawl. I think the meta maybe will take a bit of time to potentially evolve, but even so, I think for me, I am keen to see different brawlers coming into the mix, because there can be ideas which can be taken and adapted, and I think we will see that China will continue to blossom as the year progresses.
I hope so. I mean, again, you've got to keep in mind that this is gameplay footage from a couple months ago now. I would imagine that even since then, the meta has evolved a lot. These players have improved. Again, they haven't had their hands on Brawl Stars for all that long. It's going to be really exciting to see how the top China team have progressed by the time we get to global finals, where we can really put all of our teams to the test up against each other.
That's exactly it, and I think this is a great platform for China to get some experience in a studio as well, because I think that's often overlooked when it comes to Brawl competitively. A lot of teams have got the upper hand in that respect, and having played on stages for the past couple of years, it's definitely going to go into their favor. So giving China a good, decent opportunity to experience that pressure that many underestimate coming into effect. Nerves can play a huge part. The lights, the people, the teams, a lot of moving around and hectic environments can be on the stage, so those things got to be taken into consideration. In this particular match, a pretty much more, I would say, meta comp actually here being ran, the kind of Slamulence and Mr. P as well. I think this for me is a better comp than we saw previously in Minecraft Madness, both of these teams actually.
This is definitely more standard, like you said, that what we'd expect to see with the Slamulence comp. We got, that Rosa staying in the bush and just ready to pounce on Mr. P on the right side. Not quite getting the kill in, but maybe being able to back off and keep hold of the gems. Again, Nova seem to have even better control of the center now, as long as they can do something about Z Team wandering around in the middle. In fact, it doesn't even matter. Nova have got the gems. They're on the retreat.
Yeah, countdown in motion, and Michael with a quick heal there out to Captain. Not sure whether it was the right timing for the heal. Could have maybe held it a little bit longer just to kind of make sure to get maximum value. TIG going in really aggressively. I'm not sure whether it's going to work out for them. It is the takedown there. That will reset the countdown, and also a kill, but forced back out of the spawn. Okay,
but Nova, yeah, exactly. Nova was able to keep hold of 8 of the gems. So while that looked like it could have been a complete comeback, because they weren't quite able to secure that, again, because of the position being in spawn, they've not quite locked in the win yet. And in fact, we once again see Nova on the front foot. There you go. There's the 10th gem. And once again, they're going to be on the retreat. This time, Jackie storming the enemy spawn, getting an elimination. This is looking even more comfortable than last time.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. There's not going to be enough taking down. There's going to be Cannon going in for Mike. I don't think it's going to find him in time, so it looks to me, yeah, Nova will survive, but barely just. I mean, TIG had a great opportunity in that spawn. I think they could have got out with a couple of gems, actually. I think the poker spawned in, and it might have been an ideal time to capitalize there, so that may have come back to haunt TIG's just a little bit moving forwards.
Yeah, regardless, that was all in all a much better played game from Nova. I don't know how much of that was down to the improved comp. Again, the Slamulence, like you said, double tank Poco, much more standard. Maybe ditching that tick worked in Nova's favor. What do you think?
Yeah, I think definitely Tick mid is definitely not a brawler that I would go to, but again, I expect that we'll see it moving forwards. I did see a lot of the China teams actually using Tick mid, and we are going to be going back, it's worth noting, back to Minecart Madness for this decider round of gem grab. So I expect to see that coming back again. And yeah, Piper was another brawler which was quite dominant, so I wouldn't be surprised to see her making an appearance, maybe even the same comp as we saw previously. But both of these teams pretty close for the most part. It's just a couple of questionable choices of brawler, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's nice to see a bit of variation and a bit of difference when it comes to metas across regions.
Absolutely. I mean, even today in the APAC region, we've seen a lot of variations. And as I pointed out before, Response played a different brawler in almost every single game that they played in today. And we are back to the Tick Mr. P with a Brock with today. That's very interesting that they've swapped back to the less successful comp, but I guess they think this is a better comp for Minecart Madness.
Yeah, I mean, since the map changes, having the rope fence, Brock's been more viable now, and especially with Nani too. Nani's been seeing a lot of play on Minecart Madness. Definitely a common go-to pick for both European and NA regions as well. So no surprises there, really. People can put a lot of pressure. You can teleport with that gadget as well to kind of get behind your opponents and really wreak some havoc. Pam is a very, very common pick too. So definitely for the most part, a more familiar meta that I would say in terms of brawler picks. But again, Tick mid, I have to leave that to the Twitch chat to decide as to what their feelings are on that one.
Well, it seems to be working out again this game for now. Mike has been able to hold on to 7 of the 10 required gems. There's another one, but I don't know if he's going to be able to edge forward and grab it. With the help of the turret and the super, yeah, it looks like they have, and they've got all 10 required gems. Mike barely alive there with 140 health. So this is looking like it might be the end of the setup.
Playing on, yeah, it might well be the Mr. P portals go down, and there's the homemade recipe, that additional distance to be gathered there, but it looks like a pretty clean takedown for me. Nova are going to take the first set, and the emotes would display the fact that they're happy about that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the first set, that's pretty important for the team to have gotten. You know, you want to get that early start because it relieves a little bit of that pressure. And this is a very high pressure match. Again, we're only showing you the final from the July finals for China, so this is about as big as the matches come. It's a good one, and again, a good start for Nova. I love these images, by the way. We've got sad TOG Infinity relenting their defeat on the huge backdrop behind them. Oh, I miss big stages.
Yeah, the opportunity to mold your appearance to whatever kind of like a brawler pin that you'd want to see in the game. Like I love to see the winning poses, the losing poses. It's great to see everyone enjoying themselves. They're definitely a much more reserved feeling, I would say, for the most part. Again, like you rightly point out, that you have to remember that these teams have been battling for 2 days to get to this point in time, and definitely the focus around the task at hand playing its toll, some nerves as well as the pressure mounts. It's very easy to forget the setting that leads up to this kind of environment. So definitely both teams will be feeling the pressure as we go into the next game mode. Going to be going into Brawl next.
All right, awesome. Well, already today, grabbed hold of that Brawl with Max, and oh, interesting play there. Goes for the shoot and the gadget to rush forwards, but does end up getting eliminated. And now things look like they're falling apart for Nova. Jackie storming, and the goal is undefended.
Jackie was a really dominant brawler in this particular meta, and no surprises there. A really quick and decisive goal taken down by TRG, but we'll never return this with a pop of the Max speed dash. Let's see whether they can make something of this, or whether TRG might be able to close in here. I do like their positioning, and Jackie, for me, is a brawler which I think Nova are going to struggle with in this matchup.
Again, TIG with the Slambulance comp against Nova, who have more of a quick and dirty comp, if that makes sense, you know? Like today, the Max trying to rush for it before, not quite getting it together, and now they're kind of just scrambling, trying to find a way to get a good position up against TIG. It's not working out. They are truly on the defense there as Poco gets in that huge heal. I don't know how Nova can pull this one back.
Yeah, well,
that'll do it.
Brawl. Well, that might be enough to do it, actually. I mean, that is a really good amount of value covering that entire goal. And look at that, TRG forced back as a result, and the max speed dash is smart to get the ball out to safety quickly. I think, all things considered, a pretty reasonable defense, but now TRG on the return, and the suck is great. That's going to be a goal for TRG, a really nice calculated response to what was actually a pretty good defense under pressure.
That was a filthy Sprout super there, just completely defending the goal for such a long amount of time, but ultimately it did not matter as TIG. There you go, they're looking a bit happier in their photos now. Look at that.
Great poses, and yeah, good to see all smiles. Bit of relaxation as well now creeping in. You can see a couple of smiles from the team as they discuss kind of like how they felt. And yeah, Nova definitely don't look very happy about that at all. Definitely feeling that defeat may have cost them. We'll see how they return in the next round and whether they can sort of pick themselves up, make a few changes potentially to see whether they can have a better luck next time round.
I love it. I love the photos. I love the poses, and I love Jesse's turret there at the side of the stage. Did you see that?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, the artisticness of the stages we see time and time again with Brawl, and it's so great to bring in just extravagant props and things into the studios. And we've seen in the past like giant Nita Bears and giant spikes in Korea, and yeah, having a stage would not be complete without an oversized Brawl Stars weaponry of sorts, would it?
Absolutely not. We're going to have a similar comp from over here with Piper here now as well. But oh, is Max going to do it this time? No. Poco did take the.
Look at the ball there. It seems to feel like it was a bit of a dash, and TRG on the return, instantly trying to return the ball, taken off the line by Mike. A few slips on both sides of this game, it seems so far.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really interesting start. We could analyze that for hours, but we don't have time as the game continues. And now Mike is trying to take control of the middle with Piper's shots, even going to super to destroy some of the obstacles. Mortis getting all up in everyone's face, but is taken down by Mr. P. And now TIG are really trying to push. If Poco can keep Jackie alive, no, they're not going to do it.
Yeah, chance for Nova to push back. I mean, for me, Mike's playing a bit of an interesting game, taking down that right-hand side layer of boxes first, and that's breaking their own defense. I'm not sure about that one. The idea being at the beginning was to make sure that Cannon could be shut down by taking down, instead of the goal line of defense, the preliminary first layer. This is going to be struggling surely for Nova now to retain this defense with that gaping hole in the middle of their defense.
Yeah, that was a really odd super from the Piper earlier. Not exactly sure what was going on there, but it looks like Mortis just going to be able to walk this one in. TIG taking the first goal of this game. Things looking a little bit better for TIG than they were in the last set.
Yeah, it's TRG going with the aggressive Mortis plays that I really like to see, and look at this Z team going in with no chill whatsoever. Mike's pushed back and nicely played by TIG. So yeah, looking to not give Nova an easy run of this, it seems.
That was a desperate super from Mike there, and it was not meant to be. Obviously, you never want a super in a way that's going to destroy your own base, but push came to shove, and it just wasn't enough. So a big win for TIG Infinity, tying up the match.
Yeah, they're definitely looking a lot more confident now than they were in the previous rounds. The smiles still continuing to go. Now, I wonder whether the pressure's going to start getting to Nova now. They definitely are focusing. They are like no smiles at all and no serious faces. So we'll have to see whether they go into the next game mode with a bit more zest in their step. It's going to be Siege up next, so maybe the more control-based game modes as we saw previously in Gemgrab might fare better to their playstyle.
Yeah, possibly. Again, like you said, pressure is definitely on now. Getting that early win doesn't mean anything if you get tied up. And these players, they're competing for a lot. They're competing for their place at the global finals. We're going to be dropping into Junk Park next. And I'm excited to see how this goes with Siege. These have been some really good games so far. Brawl was quite quick, though. Let's see if TIG can continue the momentum.
Brawl mid for both teams. Sandy as well making an appearance as an interesting pick. And yeah, let's know in the chat if you notice any differences within the game as well. The one that I would say stands out the most is the when a team or a player take some damage, they will glow with a slightly white aura. That's a slightly different tweak to the game mechanics in China. Also, I think there's one where when you die on the map, you don't leave a kind of splatter residue on the map. So if you notice any tweaks and changes, let us know in the chat if you're watching a live stream. But no, it had a great start. Emotes flying around, and they are going to take the stronghold position here as TIG are going to be trying to force back and collecting some of these bolts, but it's not looking great for me.
Oh, I mean, Nova have got complete control over the center. They got the first siege bot, and now they've got 5 bolts versus 2. It looks like this next siege bot is going to belong to Nova as well. Although that doesn't necessarily spell the end. If TIG can get a good defense here and get that final siege, it is still possible for them to win, but that's going to be no easy task.
Yeah, an uphill struggle, it seems. Again, continuation pressure from Nova. And yeah, this is where Sprout comes into his element. Great shots from today as well. And TIG definitely looking like they are struggling a little bit in comparison to their previous rounds of Brawl. It would seem that Nova have a better hold over the more controlling game modes like Siege and like we saw in Gem Grab as well. So TIG have to up their game. It seems we're going to what could be the final push. And it's not looking like it's going to go Nova. Well, it might go Nova's way now with a bit of area control, a few emotes. They might get a push here, yeah.
TIG would need to do some serious work now to get that bold lead back. That's going to be it. Third and final siege bot goes to Nova, and that is going to be game over. Assuming we don't see any crazy Gale plays like we did earlier in the
yeah. That was pretty exciting to see, like the effectiveness of not having a bot and how that can turn around, but not going to happen on this one. TIG definitely need to up their game moving into the next round because Nova might be on a bit of a streak here.
Yeah, Nova seem to have their Juju back, and things are looking good as we're going to head into the second game of Siege. And again, just to remind everyone, we're switching between maps every single game. So while that was nuts and bolts, we're now moving to Junk Park. Apologies, I got that a little bit mixed up earlier. And it's going to be interesting to see how the comp changes yet again as the map changes. Do you think maybe the different map is enough to cause a dramatically different comp, or do you think that Nova are going to go for very much the same thing?
I kind of like something about going to a different map. Actually, I think the format's interesting in that respect because it's not just about the kind of like rock paper scissors of the comp that the teams go for. It's also shaping the map kind of adds a new variant to that. So it's definitely an opportunity. It just depends upon whether teams get it right on the day. And but it's definitely interesting to have. I think it could maybe confuse viewers a little bit to follow because I think there is something that's very like simplistic and unique in that respect to follow the kind of like the formats in the West, but at the same time it's definitely going to provide an opportunity if players get it right at that time. Switching up Brawl comps and being unpredictable is always what I say a great difference to the outcome a lot of the time. So
all right, well, here we go. It's time to find out. We've still got the Sprout, but we've got Carl and Barley for Nova this time versus... We got Daryl, Tick, and Sandy. So they're really liking their Sandy in this region.
Yeah, we did see Sandy played a little bit in Siege in like the earlier part of this year, but since the balance changes, he hasn't seen that much play. We've seen some really clutch plays. I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, it could have been Jordan, or it's definitely one of PSG that had a really clutch moment in our first monthly finals in Katowice, and that star power of, I think it was Rude Sands.
Rude Sands star power.
Yeah. So there are some great Sandy plays to be had, and I think that there is some ability to mask your team behind that super, which can force back your position just simply because they don't know where you are. But for the most part, I would say that Tick Sandy, for me, probably the weaker comp, I think arguably so here.
That was a very strong first siege bot for Nova there. Already got the TIG's Ike down to 39%, and they've got 4 coming into 5, make that 6 bolts ready for the next siege. I do not know how TIG can defend against this one.
Yeah, I think that for me, Nova are in their stride right now, and TID definitely struggling with the weaker comp, the control, which has continued to not be to the same standard, and I feel like this is kind of already done and dusted. Nova definitely looking much more confident in Siege than they were in Brawl for sure.
they gonna lock it down with this siege bot? Is that gonna be enough? Yep, 5-3.
Big push, yeah, I'd be surprised they didn't. Yeah, there it is, done and dusted. And yeah, I've got to say, Nova are definitely showing signs of awareness to the meta. I would say more so than TIG. It's still a very unique and different meta that we're seeing in mainland China, but I think that Nova have got a bit of a firmer grasp over it than TIG at the moment, and maybe some cracks forming for TIG in that respect.
They're going to be feeling a little bit better now, once again with that set lead. One more set, and that will be the victory for Nova, and yet we see the defeated TIG one more time. They are down, but they are not out, as we're going to be moving on to Bounty next. Game 1's going to be on Canal Grande. And now this is going to be interesting. We've seen some interesting Bounty sets over the last few months. Are we going to be seeing slow play, maybe some draws here and there, or do you think we're going to see some heavy action?
Yeah, I think like Sprout definitely seems to be a kind of a favorite in mainland China, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Sprout making an appearance here in Bounty, locking down that mid and kind of like mixing things up in that respect. And you know, we see a lot of Jackie, but whether we'll see that from these teams, we'll have to see. It's definitely going to be open to both range and close quarters, so it's going to be our first insight to seeing kind of like, well, at least with these teams, how they approach that. So they are going to go with like a Jackie and Tick again seems to be a definite favorite in mainland China. They're going to go with Rosa as well, so a bit of both, a bit of aggression from the short range and a bit of range as well from TIG.
Oh, right, the earlier limbs all going to TIG here. Rosa pushing down the middle. Look, wow, look at Z Team go. Just about surviving that thanks to popping the super. But yeah, they've got those early 3 stars required. If they can stay alive, that's all they need.
Yeah, they can hold this position, and this is where Tick can be good, because, you know, being able to throw over the walls and just kind of like have area control combining with teammates with both range and close quarters is a pretty good spot to find yourselves in. If Captain can start to move his porters up the map, they'll put a bit of pressure on TIG here, but for the most part at the moment, I think they're in a pretty good position here.
It's looking good to me. They're staying in the center of the map, maintaining control. Weren't able to get any damage with Cannon's super there, but that's okay. As long as that Jackie doesn't come in and deal too much damage. Rosa pops the super, and... oh, okay. Piper eventually able to take the Jackie down, securing even more stars. Nova need to do something in the next 40 seconds if they want to win this.
Yeah, pressure being applied, continuation pressure from Captain on the left-hand side, just holding down Z-Team, but he will be healing up in the bush with that star power, so Nova are going to be cautious of that, but the pinch coming in is pretty good for the most part. Mike going to drop down a super, the force out of the super from M-Team is there, but look how weak TIG are here. If Nova can tap it, there's the draw.
Whoa.
So they are able to tie the game, but they're not done yet. Today going in, gets the lead. 15 seconds left, and Nova have turned this one around, it seems.
Yeah, amazing, amazing, completely turned around. 9 stars to 5. TIG need to do something, but they're not in a good position to do that. Nova have completely retreated. That is going to be game over. Yeah, they get the elim on the tick, but that's just not enough.
TIG with a clutch ending there. Nova had a great opportunity, which they just didn't seem to hold on to enough there. And that might be something which Nova need to be taking more into consideration here. They've got to be cautious and not get overconfident. I think it's quite easy in Bounty sometimes to get overconfident, and especially in those final seconds when you think that you've got it under wraps, you can drop your guard. It's something that we see often, and teams might retreat too quickly or make a mistake which they didn't kind of anticipate coming. So I gotta say, a bit of a drop of the ball there from Nova.
It was close. They almost had what they needed to take that one back, but it was a little bit, some risky plays, some hasty plays coming in, meaning that they did lose those valuable stars to TIG, and now TIG are in with a shot of making it to this final set. They can continue their comeback. This match could continue to heat up. We're moving on to Snake Prairie next arc, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, Snake Prairie is going to mix things up massively, and I'll be keen to see whether these players kind of notice the effectiveness of the bow totem gadget and cycling the supers, as we do a lot. We're going to see bow, yeah. So it's actually quite a traditional European, North American meta here. That makes sense to me. Straight off the bat, we're going to see Tara gadgets popped for the visibility, and Nova with a quick pickup on that right-hand side will take an early lead.
That was a very quick pickup. Even grabbing the star in the center there. That's all Nova need. Now, if they can play a good defensive game, they could come out on top and find themselves on match point. We're going to have a little bow fight in the middle with Zed Team getting a lot more damage in than Captain. Captain now having to retreat at the back, but that's fine. They've got what they need. They can just chill. It is on TIG to make the push. Ow!
Mike goes down there with a shot. Nice observation there from TIG, but I feel like Nova didn't really lock down the map as quickly as they needed to, really. The bushes were left a lot of areas open for attack, and they're going to break it now, but I don't know how. Well, they are in the lead, so that's probably the wise choice of Mike to break that right side. They can now start to lock down, but Captain's not sitting inside the radius, and he hasn't got to be. It wouldn't fare against him to sort of go between. He's starting to do that now, but definitely some seconds, some valuable seconds there missed of gaining super for Nova, but in control for the most part, I would say, in this position here.
That team trying to find the push on the one bit of land that is not exposed, but there you go. It is now completely exposed. There is no way that TIG can push without revealing themselves. They are going to have to do something, and fast. Zed Team gets completely almost eliminated by the enemy Piper. Really low on health there as TIG, the bow is able to take down the gadget. So that's no more endless super generation for Nova.
Great super from today. Got the pickup as well. Cannon coming in, though. Michael's the threat, but a snipe from Mike is good. And a takedown from today is there as well. I was curious to see whether those mines would come back to haunt them. It's 10-10 now on 3 seconds. It's going to end in a draw. I think a bit of a slip from Nova because they didn't. I saw them actively not trigger those mines, and I was thinking, well, if they're not going to trigger, they've got to make sure that they are aware that they still remain. And maybe a bit of a slip. They had plenty of time to trigger them, but just chose not to in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Tara coming in clutch for TIG with that super. Again, being able to get those final bits of damage in for those eliminations, tying up the game. That was vital. And now things get interesting because, again, we have seen bounty matches in the past where it's tie after tie after tie, and it's going to be a question of which of these teams can finally break through and get that next win.
Yeah, in Snake Prairie, it's been mixed up a little bit. We tend to see more ties in Snake Prairie than most simply because of the bush coverage. When you're not too sure what lies in your wake, you just tend to be more defensive as a result of that. And Tara's gadget can reveal you, but you only have 3 of them per game, so it makes sense to kind of go for the tie in Snake Prairie more often than not. And whether these teams will go more on the aggressive to get like an early lead and then go on the defensive, or whether they just kind of are relatively close throughout. I think whatever they choose to decide in terms of their strategy, locking down the map earlier is absolutely something which I think both of these teams need to focus on going into the next round. But it's going to go back to the Canal Grande next, actually. So, it's a draw. Yeah, sorry, Snake Prairie.
I guess when it's a draw, they keep the same map. That's really it. I wasn't sure about that either, but there you go. Now we find out.
Yeah, so today popping gadget as well as Cannon will reveal, and that's not what we tend to see. An early gadget pop from Tara definitely helps to start this early decider, but it's going to be TIG to take the early takedown. Returned by Captain. Back and forth right now.
Back and forth right now, but vitally it is Nova that have that extra star, so it is them that have the ability to play defensively. There goes the mines with Bo, eliminating that first little patch of grass, and now Captain, assuming there's someone on the left, suppressing fire when there isn't actually anyone there.
Yeah, that's the joys of Snake Prairie. You're kind of completely in the dark until we see either some gadget or the map being locked down. And Mike actually does connect there with Zed Team on the right-hand side. But again, the mine positioning that Nova have is not enough to lock down that left side. There is a bit of a weak spot there. And the right side as well, still very much open. And again, I feel like these teams are not focusing enough nearly. There's a side lane super from Captain to lock down the right. But Mike should be really trying to position himself in that left-hand side now to break that side. And he's going to go for it now. He might get lucky. Yeah, it's going to be okay. It was a bit tight, the timing there, because it actually did leave a bit of a spot for TIG to sneak through there.
Oh, okay, there goes the mines once again dealing with the gadget. Again, we did just see Nova's bow get an elimination on the Tara, which means they are significantly ahead. It's going to take 2 eliminations now for TIG to catch up, but it's definitely possible. Except Mike getting that damage in on the bow, meaning that Zed Team is going to have to retreat. So low on health and only 20 seconds remaining. Now is the time. TIG need to push.
Yeah, Today and Cannon both have super, so it'll be interesting to see which of them show it first. I think Today's going to go out and it's going to connect with Cannon, but Cannon able to survive here. The pressure's still on Nova. 10 seconds left.
Looks like that's going to be... Oh, wait, 8-6. Final moments for TIG to get some damage in. It's not going to happen, and Nova are going to take the second win of the set. And what a big win for them. That is so close to just winning the entire match right now.
Yeah, they started to pick themselves up a bit and focus on the task at hand, and it was definitely cutting it fine because TIG there had a great opportunity to bring this to a close, but or to the final set. But now Nova going into Canal Grande, that'll be the next game mode for Bounty with a great chance now, turning things around nicely.
I mean, that last game was so close. The struggle that took place at the end. We saw something very similar earlier today in the APAC region. I love it when a game of Bounty gets to that point with one team desperately trying to push and get those last few stars. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We see a very different comp here as, wow, today pushing, getting that star, and then retreating as Brock going to try and keep the other team away now.
Yep, so we're seeing very much a control comp from Nova with Mr. P and Tick. With TIG going with the more aggressive stance with Rosa, but I do like the position that Nova have already forced back upon TIG, forcing them right back into their spawn, and Rosa's a great pick here, but down goes Cannon, giving Nova even more of an opportunity to capitalize. They can just hold mid now, and as long as they keep Z Team back, I think they're in a really good chance to be able to seal the deal right here.
Yeah, and that's something that Mike is going to be fantastic at doing as Tick, if he can place those mines in the right place. Though Z Team is doing a great job of dodging everything to an extent, but eventually does get taken out by Brock's super. Nova are so far ahead. TIG are going to... Wow, another elimination on Piper. TIG are going to need a miracle to come back from this.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a real uphill struggle for TIG, trying their best, but I've got to say I really like Nova's positioning here. I like the choice of brawlers. I think they've gone with a really nice balance between range and control with throwers and Mr. P porters and general things that are going to cause TIG a problem, and this looks like it's just going to be an onslaught. Nova's showing no signs of slowing down.
Over, just creeping further and further and further ahead, but they do have the stars above their head. If TIG can make a comeback, which it looks like they're pushing and trying to now, here comes M-Team, getting some serious damage on the Brock, but they need to act now. They are 12 stars behind.
Yeah, 12 stars that I can't see it happening. In 15 seconds, you're going to be looking at an entire team wipeout, followed by some respawns for good measure, and today just hopping over the river out of harm's way. Nova showing all the signs of smiles now, despite their composure and their calm. They will take it victorious in the mainland China region.
Wow, what a series that was. It didn't quite get down to the final set, which I'm going to be honest with you, Ark, I was kind of expecting it to, based on how close some of those games were. But this was a really insanely exciting final. Are you happy with what we saw from China?
Yeah, I think it's great. The teams are showing early signs of adapting to meta, and again, we've got to remember that these teams are fresh to the game. We saw it last year, and a lot of people underestimated last year the Korean and Japanese teams when they came into the competition, and I wouldn't be surprised if teams do that again this year with mainland China. Nova looking to be quite a dominant force to be reckoned with, 90 points way out in head, and definitely the leader for me right now over TIG Infinity.
All right, Ark, thank you so much for casting that with me. I'm going to get back to my station and continue hosting. I'll catch you again later. But yes, as you said, Nova China looking like they are on top for now. Next month, we'll be continuing with our coverage of China. As we get closer and closer to the global finals, we'll be able to find out for ourselves which team it is that's going to be joining the others there. But let's get back to today's matches. We've got Europe coming up next, and let's see what's going on with Europe so far with the leaderboards. And things are spicy here. Right now, Code Magic Purple, Clash EU, and SK Gaming have all qualified, but Tribe Gaming could put a stop to that. Now, the only team here that are guaranteed to be in global finals are actually Code Magic Purple. Things get a little bit more interesting when you look down the rest of the list. As there you can see, Tribe Gaming, if they win today and win next month, they can get up to 330 points, which would be more than SK and Clash currently get. But if Clash win today, they'll end up with 340, which is more than Tribe can get. SK aren't even playing today.
Brawl Talk.
3 new brawlers and one of them is free.
Brawly Day skins.
Cartoon skins.
And the free skin.
More free stuff.
5 versus 5.
The new monthly pass.
A free pin and more.
So give it a like and hit the subscribe button and let's go!
Quick, Danny! I found Kit. Let's go! There!
Marcio, watch out!
Ouch!
That's it! We got him!
Danny?
What is it?
Danny!
What?
Welcome to Brawl Talk.
We have 3 months full of content for you, so let's start with December. Happy Brawly Days!
And happy Brawliversary. We will turn 5 years old in just a couple of days.
Talking about Brawly Days, Miko, the first of our 3 new brawlers, will be released on December 14 for free as part of our Brawly Days calendar.
He's completing the Brawlywood trio together with Lola and Gray.
He thinks he's the biggest director/actor in the movie industry, but he's actually operating the boom mic in Brawlywood's productions.
Miko is the first brawler that jumps with his main attack. He can't be attacked while in midair, and he deals damage where he lands.
He can jump over walls, holes, and even projectiles, but he doesn't have a lot of hit points, and his reload speed is quite slow.
With his super, he jumps into the air and you can control where he lands. The target location is also shown to opponents. Miko will receive 3 skins in this update. Macaron Miko, where he becomes a bit more sophisticated,
And Grouch Miko, an evil monkey creature who wants to destroy the magical spirit of the Brawly Days.
and another one in February, but more about that later. Brawly Day skins will return, and older Darkwinter Tale skins will be available with a discount this season.
We will introduce a new Brawly Day skin.
Santa Stew is making sure gifts are delivered quickly, but is not giving any guarantees that they will arrive intact.
But one gift for sure it will be arrive safely is Dark Angel Colt, the latest Supercell make skin. The concept was done by Dottie, Angelo and Cat Poke. It will be available for free for everyone in the Brawly Days calendar and it will arrive on December 24th.
Talking about our traditional Brawly Days calendar, it will arrive in a prettier package this year.
And like the previous years, they will all be available daily in the shop.
Miko and Dark Angel Colt are both part of the calendar, which will start on the day of our update, hopefully December 12th.
And the calendar ends on December 26th. Make sure to collect all the items before the end of the year. The Hypercharge Unleash event is back in December with 6 new Hypercharge brawlers, including Miko.
Complete the quest of the event and you'll get a free random Hypercharge.
The brawlers receiving Hypercharge this update are Leon. He will stay invisible even if he attacks during his Hypercharge super.
Fang. His Hypercharge super can go through walls and he leaves popcorn in his wake.
Edgar. His reload speed and supercharge increase during his Hypercharge.
Dynamite. After his super explodes, a lot of other dynamites explode around it.
Crow. All his knives become piercing and they will return to him afterward.
And Miko, once he lands with his super, he stuns brawlers around him.
Still in December, we will introduce the long-awaited 5 vs 5 game modes.
All of them have bigger map sizes and will be run as events during weekends throughout this update cycle.
We will start with 5v5 Brawl Ball, Wipeout and Gen Grab.
5v5 Brawl Ball is played sideways, and the goal is quite a bit bigger.
You might think it would be easier to score, but there are a lot more defenders to stop you.
5v5 Wipeout plays very much the same. The chances are bigger maps and a higher number of takedowns to win.
And 5v5 Gen Grab now will have some maps with 2 gem spawn points.
Which one would you like to play first? Let us know in the comments.
Now, moving on to January. Our legendary arrived a bit late, but it was worth the wait. It's Kit, the cat brawler.
He's part of a Meow Park area called Startoon Studios, and he has played multiple cat roles in every type of cartoon.
This has made him become super famous, but he doesn't feel complete by being only a cartoon cat, which is what he actually is.
Kit uses his claws for his main attack and has a short range, but is really quick.
With his super, he can jump on either allies or opponents.
If he jumps on an ally, he heals them and himself, and his main attack changes and he then becomes a thrower.
If he dashes onto an enemy, he then scratches the enemy for some time.
When Kit is attached to somebody, he becomes invulnerable, and you either have to take down the host or wait for him to jump off.
He's supercharged automatically.
Kit will receive a 29 gem skin, which is inspired by community fan art. It's called Billy the Kit. He also receives another skin in February, but we'll talk about that one later as well.
Kit is the first legendary support brawler, and it will be available in a special early access offer 1 week prior to the start of the Startoon season.
He'll then get his regular release once the new Startoon season starts on January 4th.
Just before we go through the new monthly Brawl Pass, let's talk about the Startoon skins.
Each one of the skins will be inspired by a different cartoon style and looks completely different from all our other skins.
We'll have Pinku Paulette, inspired by the Japanese anime style, and she's the waitress in a local bubble tea shop.
This is also the Brawl Pass skin at the end of the pass.
There are 2 color variations of the skin from the Brawl Pass Plus. It's Midori Paulette and Kiro Paulette. We'll talk about the Brawl Pass Plus later.
Final Boss Rico is going to be the Power League skin, and he has a cell shading effect. He's inspired by old cartoons from the 40s.
And Toon Spike, he's a 2D character in a 3D world. He's inspired by more modern cartoons and looks really unique in-game.
Toon Spike will cost 299 gems and comes with the complete legendary skin package, including a super cool takedown animation and a set of adorable pins.
In January, the first monthly Brawl Pass starts, and we will also introduce the Brawl Pass Plus.
We have already announced all the changes with the pass in a previous communication, but here's a quick summary of it.
It's only available as an in-app purchase. This means you can't buy it for gems anymore.
What?
But this won't be a nerf to the free-to-play progression, because we are buffing the pass progression enough so it will give you around the same as if you were using your gems to buy a pass every other month.
The paid track has also been buffed by a lot, so you'll get even more value for your purchase.
For now, every pass includes a skin at the last tier.
And the Brawl Pass is now monthly, so things should never feel stale.
The reward at the end of the Brawl Pass got changed to Star Drops, and the cost has been adjusted.
Brawl Passes won't have a brawler, but you'll be able to unlock any brawler up to epic rarity or receive a lot of credits instead.
Skin in the pass stays.
Tokens become XP. This is more of a visual and name change.
The pass also come with some additional benefits, like getting more daily XP and quests.
If you purchase the Brawl Pass, you can upgrade it to the Brawl Pass Plus, and you will receive the following.
More progression.
2 color variations of the Brawl Pass skin of the season.
An unique player title.
And a lot more value.
Also, remember that now you can use your gems on something else, like mythic skins, progression, or anything that gems allow you to purchase.
It's also important to point out that you can now receive and store skins from brawlers you don't own. These can be accessed from the catalog.
The first monthly Brawl Pass season starts on January 4th, right after the end of the Bizarre Circus season. You have probably noticed how unsafe Star Park was, right? But fear no more, Larry and Lori are coming to protect you.
They are the law in Star Park, and they have the classic good bot, bad bot dynamic.
They are joining Artie's trio, and they help him on keeping the order at Star Park.
Larry, the good bot, throws tickets that cause damage in an area and explode twice.
As for his super, Larry calls for help from his big brother Lori and throws him into the arena.
Lori then follows the closest target and shoots at them with a pacifier.
Larry and Lori get a 29 gem skin called the Controllers. And if you got this pun, you should be very proud of yourself.
They will have their early release 1 week before the Dragon Pit season starts in February.
For our second monthly Brawl Pass of the year, the theme is centered around the Lunar New Year event. The season is called Dragon Pit.
And Miko gets a legendary skin called Wukong Miko. He becomes the most powerful and coolest Monkey King.
Kitboxer is going to be the skin of the Dragon Pit season. If you purchase the Brawl Pass Plus, then you also receive the color variation Kitboxer Gold Paw and Kitboxer Dark Paw.
8-bit Virus will receive the 299 gem treatment with a special custom VFX and other cosmetics. But he will also receive a new color variation called Anti-Virus 8-bit.
There will also be another recolor skin, Ferocious Fang is a variation of Furious Fang. And we'll be getting a lot more skins that are not part of either of the seasons.
Win Otis, or W Otis, to celebrate Zeta Division being the 2023 Brawl Stars World Champions. Congratulations! Flag Bearer Piper, a carnival skin as a tribute to our Brazilian community.
Aqui é Brasil.
Doll Jessie, a cute 29 gem skin for Brawlentines.
L Quarterback, for our American football fans, or just football if you are American.
CCTV Poco, one of the first skins featuring the origin of our brawlers.
And Red and Blue King Frank will be a special offer only available in our Supercell store.
But we don't have a release date yet, and it's possible that it might not be released during this update.
The concept of the skin was made by the Korean fan artist Gettycore a long time ago.
Win streaks. Now, if you're in the zone, you'll be rewarded for that.
New mythic gear for Mortis.
Shelly model revamp.
Trophy Road is getting some star drops, but don't worry, very little will change.
Replays can finally be shared in your club.
And use hashtag SantaSteel to participate in the content creators giveaways and have the chance to get this skin for free. That's it! We got him!
Then, sorry.
Yeah, kind of, we have it.
But if they win next month, they will end up with a 330. So, on it, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely, and you saw there as well the advantage of Mr. Peace Porters is that they can detonate Tom's mines, causing a bit of difficulty for Tribe, getting those triggered much to the way that they would not like them to be done so, but for the most part, I'd say Tribe are doing a pretty good job of controlling this. Curse is pretty low here, and with a bit of help from Semantic, actually no, that's a really smart drop of the healing station from Twisty to prevent those shots, but I feel like Curse is definitely a disadvantage here in this matchup against Spen in the mid here.
Very aggressive placement on that healing turret by Semantic, but it looks like it's going to pay off here, not pulling any fire from Code Magic Purple. Instead, they were trying to go after one of those enemy brawlers. Spin and Semantic both staying healthy, though, have regained control of mid, and it looks like Code Magic Purple are in dire straits once again. Tribe Gaming have held control of the center, and there seems to be no way for Code Magic Purple to break back in. Sun Bentley crosses the midpoint, but is routinely taken out by Spin, and that's going to be a 3-2 pickup for Tribe Gaming. They are going to hold on to all the gems, and the countdown is underway. Doesn't seem like there's anything to stop it this time, Mark.
Yeah, Semantic just went in there just to try to delay the proceedings, and it's Sun on the left, but I don't think there's got any support there to be had. It's going to be Tribe again that will take the first round of gem grab, and off to a flying start. We've seen very, very close games between Tribe and Code Magic Purple over the months. Is today going to be not that? It looks like it could be even a sweep here, Woody.
Yeah, brilliant outplay from Tribe Gaming in game number 2. They have really found their groove and are rocking to it. Ben LC as the gem carrier there. I don't think he fell a single time, and with so many heals thanks to that Pam right next to him, he was high and dry through the entirety of that match. Game number 2 is going to be starting shortly. What can Code Magic Purple do to turn this thing around, Art?
Something aggressive or a Tara for the gadget to reveal the bushes. A Rosa would be a good shout. I mean, I don't know whether they've gone for it. I can see it on my side, but it's something aggressive. I think they've got to get some more control there. They're going to go with the double heal. So we've seen this a fair bit. And again, I'm still on the fence about it. Poco and Pam, you know, it seems to be a common flavor right now in the metas, in the communities, but I don't know how I feel about it yet. I'm kind of still on the fence.
It's a lot of lasting power, and it seemed to work right there in the midfield. Code Magic Purple trying to take the center control, but not able to stay alive long enough, and yet Tribe failed to capitalize on this opportunity to grab those gems. Looks like Code Magic Purple will get 4 of them to start off with, and with those healing turrets down, are going to continue to hold court against Spin LC and Symantec, trying to get the corner at advantage, but not finding the angle that they need to push those big healers out of the mid.
Yeah, one thing's for sure is that Tribe are definitely going with what they feel comfortable with. Semantic, as we know, likes to play Pan. We've seen him time and time again playing some fantastic plays with Pan. Tom can put a lot of pressure down as Carl, and Spen often holds full as Bo. So Tribe today definitely seem to be going with what they feel comfortable with and not taking maybe too many risks. And, you know, we'll have to see later whether that comes back around to be playing maybe too safe. But at the moment, they're not showing any signs of slowing down. Tom going in with a smash. Tribe on countdown.
They've been tricked, backstabbed, and possibly bamboozled. A team wipe of the Code Magic Purple squad sends Tribe Gaming far and ahead. These gem carriers are just playing so well, particularly Spend LC of Tribe Gaming on the bottom there, holding on for the entirety of the countdown, and that's 4 games in the bag for Tribe. The second set claimed by our upstart possible future champions. Can they keep their heads on straight and make it to Worlds off of this qualifier here and now?
It's the best start they could possibly hope for. I mean, Code Magic Purple, you know, have already got a place in Worlds, so that could come into play here, but they've absolutely proven themselves to be a dominant force. You know, whether they've already qualified and therefore maybe are not too worried about how they perform could come into play here, but at the moment, Tribe, it is Tribe. 16 kills to only 2 from Code Magic Purple, 22 gems to 19. Tribe right now are absolutely on fire, Woody.
If you had told me that Code Magic Purple would only get 2 kills throughout the entirety of a set, an average of 1 kill per game, you would have met a big surprise on my face. I don't think that there's any way that we would expect Code Magic Purple to have faltered so significantly, especially when they're playing double heals. You'd expect them to be able to stay in the mid, continue firing away, and at least get a few pop shots off on the enemy, but Tribe Gaming have really just had their number looked up the entire time. Can they get a big turnaround in set number 3? Brawl Ball is a favorite for some of these Code Magic Purple players. We know particularly Sun Bentley and Kurst both really like playing it here, so maybe they can get the turnaround to start finally happening.
We'll have to wait and see. It might be too little too late for Code Magic Purple, but Kurst is going to dash. He might get an early goal here. Tribe come back to try to defend, but it's not going to be enough. And maybe a glimmer of hope is starting to occur within Code Magic Purple, because they've got to start to turn this around now. They're going to be behind on the prize money, Woody.
It's incredible. Code Magic Purple have finally found it. They knew that Backyard Bowl is their strength. They answered that on their surveys when we were talking to them before the match began, and hey, they know where they play best. They have already got the first goal here, and Tribe Gaming haven't seemed to be able to rebound off of it yet. They're just being oppressed down into the bottom side of their own goal. Tom barely staying alive, but with that healing turret, he is able to push back. Spin LC with a little bit of a speed boost is challenging for a goal position now, but can't find his angle in there just yet. They're going to have to hold off a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think a bit of Spare was considering a trick shot there. I mean, that's what I would be thinking of, a 1v1 scenario like that. You know, you might be able to ricochet off the back wall there, but definitely choosing to play the more sort of conservative approach here as we approach the 1 minute mark. The pressure is on Tribe, but they definitely seem to be able to show those displays where they get a team wipe, and they just got to make that lead in towards a goal, really. And Tom will win side here against Twisted. This could be the chance that Tribe are looking for here.
They've got another minute left to close the gap here. Tom's making his way on in. He's at full health. Can he dribble it past? Yes, he can! Twisty Twick, even with the scrap blaster right in his enemy's face, cannot take Tom down, and that's going to be the equalizer Tribe had sought.
Code Magic Purple have got to tread super cautiously here, because Spen is playing B as well as Sun, so overtime not really a problem for either one of these two teams, to be fair. And, you know, at the moment, I've got to put my money on Tribe going on to match point here, because they're performing so well. Even when they're down, they're collecting themselves and working together as a team, and I just can't see them dropping the ball here, Woody.
Tied up, we are going to see these obstacles falling down very shortly. The pillars of salt and pillars of sand that built up an empire have seen it come crashing down. Code Magic Purple picking up a lead in the beginning of this game, but not able to hold on to it yet. Tribe are rebellious and rambunctious, looking for this win, but can they hold defense against a squad that has got the team wipe? Not this time. Kurst gets the goal, and that's going to be a win for Code Magic Purple in the first game of this set.
And, you know, that just goes to show, if you want a team to win, just tell me to just announce that there's no way they could possibly drop the ball, and then the opposite will go and happen. As always, the jinx is strong today. You know, it's a lot of an uphill struggle now, it's got to be said. You know, Magic Purple with a glimmer of hope, but, you know, it's still a long, long battle to come if they want to, you know, be in the chance of earning big money this week.
Yeah, well, big money on the line. This European region has got some of the highest prizes stacked up for these teams, but it's those qualification points that Tribe want even more. We've got a $1.5 million prize pool we're building up to this year for the Brawl Stars World Championship, but the bulk of it gets handed out at the World Finals. You gotta be able to beat the best if you want to stick with the rest. So let's see if Tribe Gaming can get the win in game number 2 now. A Code Magic Purple team up on defense up at the top, hiding behind these boxes and kind of struggling to keep pace with Symantec so far.
Bit of discussion in the Twitch chat about this, the reverse sweep coming. We've seen it. It has happened. It's been a bit of a kind of haunting fact in this journey towards Worlds that Tribe have gone through. A couple of reverse sweeps along the way, and Code Magic Purple have definitely been the culprit to a couple of them. So they've got to stay composed, and they've got to make these opportunities count. This is a much better start, and putting Code Magic Purple off to an early defense here.
Spicy pepper to chew down on with their backs up against the wall. Code Magic Purple comes storming out, but aren't able to keep pace. This Tribe Gaming squad gets the team wipe and sends the ball past the finish line. That's going to be a goal.
1 minute 25, plenty can still change, but right now Tribe definitely feeling that victorious feeling from that goal. And can they continue this then on as Code Magic Purple are pushing? It's going to be Twisty who's the first to go down, and now pass out to Tom. This is great from Tribe. The momentum I can definitely feel rising within these players as Curse under pressure, hanging on, but then both teams, both players of Code Magic Purple go down, leaving just Twisty all on his own here.
Just like lightning McQueen, Symantec is speed. Popping those gadgets and zipping all around the map with that big, fast super. He cannot be caught. Thanks to those epic heals from Pam as well. He is staying top off, nice and safe. Spin LC on defense now, hidden behind the box. Can't be caught out of position. Curse doing his best to try to keep pace over on this right side, but has been knocked apart. Code Magic Purple lose their last chance of getting a goal here, and it looks like Tribe Gaming will be able to equalize this set.
Wow, it's still going down to the wire. 20 seconds remain, but right now Tribe look to be in control. Curse is going to get dish attempt, but Sun's so low on this on this left hand side, goes down. In fact, that could have been the moment that Curse needed the helping hand potentially to go between there, and I think Spend with the clearance. Tribe looking strong right now for me this month.
Solid effort there to Code Magic Purple, trying to make the comeback happen in the last few seconds, but Cursed couldn't get past those defenses. Great job there to Tribe, holding on to that 1-0 win in game number 2. We are now at a match point opportunity for our Tribe folks. Fans, let us know in stream chat who you're cheering for. Where do your loyalties lie? Are you going to be a fair weather fan of the Code Magic Purple squad, or are you cheering on the victorious march of a Tribe Gaming team that is in their last chance spot for this world qualification?
Yeah, I've got to say, for me, Tribe and the way that they've continued to battle on, they were very late into this competition in terms of getting in the points, getting in the qualifiers. So, like, I've got to commend them so much. They are continuing to fight. Like, we don't often see this. I don't think we've ever seen, in my opinion, a team perform quite like this under this much pressure. They are doing it. They are keeping the dream alive when it matters most.
Back on the field, an aggressive play from Code Magic Purple as they take the mid. Curse is going to play defensively against Tom, hiding behind that wall, and he'll get the kill. Pops the super, grabs the ball, tries to get it past. Spin LC, the last line of defense, will hold on to his his life, if just even by a bit. A thread hanging on for the defenses here on Tribe at the bottom.
Yeah, Curse trying to find Twisty in that goal opportunity there, but it's still Code Magic Purple with the pressure here on Tribe and closing in. The jaws getting to Tribe. I think it's going to be a walk-in. Yeah, Twisty will walk that one in, and it's not over yet. Tribe behind now on match point, but lots to do in this game.
Advantage for Code Magic Purple. Great job wiping through and tearing down the defenses there. It seems like neither team is really looking to change up their brawler comps at all, just confident with what they've got and needing to find that crucial opportunity to get the most out of the skills that they've been practicing for so long. With some of these players on these teams practice for 8+ hours a day in the big matches leading up to these Worlds qualification events. Tribe's Tom there on defense takes a walloping blow from Twisty Twig and Cursed. They're trying to juke around the other edge. Semantic on defense, grabs the ball, but can't. Oh my goodness! Twisty Twig with the epic hook shot, gets it in!
Oh my goodness me, the slowdown as well just made it even more tense to see what would happen. What an amazing finish to that round. Wow.
Don't get it twisted. Twisty Twig on offense is so tough to handle. Gets the double kill on the defenders, and even Tom blazing out of the gates isn't enough to stop him on that quarter shot there. Great angling by Twisty Twig. Keeps Code Magic Purple's dream alive. They've made more difficult matches happen in the past. Can they get this reverse sweep off of their Brawl Ball win? I don't know, Ark. It's going to be a lot to ask of them. They love playing Brawl Ball, but they barely eked out victory there in that third game, and I don't know how much more we can expect of them.
I've got to be careful with what I say, because obviously my jinxing today is on form, but we have seen this similar pattern before from Tribe. All I'll say is they really need to wrap and tie this one up in Bounty, because reverse sweeps have definitely been a thing which they've struggled to battle alongside with, and at the moment Code Magic Purple with a bit of momentum on a game mode where they can control a little bit more. Both sides going for Mortars. We rarely see Tribe playing Mortars. We've seen Cursed and Twisty playing Mortis, but I don't think we've ever seen Tribe play Mortis.
Super aggressive, and wow, what a reward they get from it. Smiles from Spin LC as they get the 6-1 lead in this bounty game. Tom has just ripped through the competition and has been digging graves left and right. Nice job to him and Semantic as well with the double kill so far this game. An 8-1 advantage for Tribe is so difficult to overcome. And Code Magic Purple on defense again, running away. Cursed and Sun Bentley are unable to fight close range, and they are just completely outclassed in this game number 1.
4 stars separate them. We've got to be a little bit cautious on the Tribes. So they're very aggressive, which is obviously a great thing in Bounty, but you've got to balance that aggression with being cautious, because 1 kill here, and I'm looking towards Semantic with 4 stars will even out the balance here. And Twisty doesn't get the kill though. Forces towards Sun as well. This is great from Tribe. 13 to 4 stars. My goodness me.
Right when you think Code Magic might have a chance to strike back, Tribe gets another few kills on the board, and with an 11-star advantage, one of the largest we've seen in any bounty game at this level of gameplay. Semantic will continue to charge in, baiting out a shot from an opponent just to give Tom another little chance to run havoc on the top side.
It's great to see Tom play Mortars. I don't think we've ever seen Tom, maybe once, but it's great to see Tribe mixing things up and keeping every team on their toes this week. This is exactly what they need to be doing.
Finally, they take Tom down, and Semantic with the aggro blast just throws his stars away. But even with that, a 6 advantage for Tribe, 21 on the board. Huge victory for them and puts them in another match point opportunity against Code Magic Purple.
Going straight out the gates in Bounty with aggression is never a bad thing, but the next round can change drastically, and I think what these players choose to play in terms of their brawler comps is going to make a big difference to this outcome. But one thing's for sure, Tribe need to win this next game. They need to wrap this up quick. If they continue to give Code Magic Purple chances to claw themselves back, they're going to find themselves in the 5th and final set, and that is not where they want to be this week. Of all the months, that is not the week this week.
Mortis is just such a fun and aggressive pick and viable to play on a bounty game mode like this, especially when your opponents love bringing in those long-range throwers. But when two teams both bring Mortis, it's the one that can back him up with even more firepower that's going to take the win. Last time it was Tribe taking Jackie into action. That's a ton of close-range damage that just can't be stopped. We're going to see a bit more long-range action now as both teams pull back a bit in their approach. Code Magic Purple are going to be... Actually, I take it back. They're not really pulling back at all, are they? They've got Jackie, Mortis, and Poco here. They're looking to shove it right into Tribe Gaming's face.
Yeah, I mean, Tom has dropped the Mortis for Tick, and Twisty is taking Mortis away from Cursed. I gotta say, I like Code Magic Purple's approach here. Tom is going to be an absolute target for Twisty, and it's going to be about how Tribe defend Tom, but it definitely feels to me already like a Tribe on the back foot in the respect of their brawler comp, not just the score here.
Yeah, it is super hard to take down a combo like Jackie and Poco, even with a lot of damage coming in from Spen, Semantic, and Tom on the bottom. They got those big thrower hits that they can set up all around the arena, but Code Magic Purple will hold on to the slim lead now, 5 stars to 4, and are going to be continuing to play defense in the midfield here, trying to not give any additional room to Tribe Gaming, picking up another win now against a very aggressive Twisty Twig. Now the scales are starting to tip back in Tribe's favor.
This is incredibly smart. What Tribe are doing is they are using the minds of Semantic with Tripwire and having Tom stay within them. It means that Twisty, when he goes to kill Tom, gets stunned instantly because Semantic will trigger it, leaving them with easy pickups of stars. It's a great... And there it is! Again! This is really smart from Tribe, and they have turned this game on its head just at the pinnacle of when it matters most. I didn't see it coming, but now I get the strategy, and this is so smart, Woody.
Amazing, show-stopping, and incredible. But one last chance for Code Magic to turn it around. They get the kill on Tom, pull ahead on Stars, but can't hold on to it. Tribe Gaming with 13 will eke out a victory in this match, tearing Code Magic Purple a new one and getting the victory on a 3-1.
What did we just witness at the end? We saw two teams in sharing the same space, and it wasn't even enough then. Tribe coming out on top with, I've got to say, for me, a fantastic display of strategy and seeing what they were trying to plan to do now and how it worked out in their favor. Really great to see from them, and they've obviously been thinking this week through so much. It clearly means that much to them, and just check out those stats, Woody. What stands out to you there?
Twice as many kills for Tribe Gaming. That's all you need to stack on there for a bounty game mode. More damage, I mean, more stars picked up. The stats just show the exact story that we watched in a quick encapsulated format there. So congratulations to Tribe getting the pick up there. Game number 1 and 2 both going back to back for our team who have got their last chance now. This is their only opportunity to qualify for Worlds. They have to keep on winning every single game.
That's exactly right. Let's head over back to Falcone now to see what he thinks of that start to the European region.
Thank you, Ark. That was insane. Tribe are amazing. This is the redemption story of the year. Tribe starting slow and now really making their comeback. They are a true contender for globals. But let's take a look at our MVP. It's going to be Semantic, who, you know what? You gotta go fast when you're playing Brawl Stars. Semantic started with lightning speed with Max, and the first set was a dominating performance. They were able to completely keep control of the bolts in Siege. Later, switched to Pam for gem grab, controlled the center, and then eventually actually charged into enemy players because he didn't have any gems, so that was an attempt to slow them down. We saw some really interesting games across the board in Brawl Ball, which went a little bit against Tribe, but ultimately, at the end, we saw Bounty, where the Tribe were able to completely dominate. Semantic as Bo, dealing that damage, placing those mines down, as we see Bo doing in Bounty. What a win for Tribe. A well-needed win, too, as we now see the bracket. Clash have 2 games to play. If Tribe can take down Clash, they will be tied with SK, which means the final month is going to be this insane head-to-head over which will qualify for global finals. But first, let's take a look at this next match that is coming up. It's going to be Tribe once more against Clash. It's the next big game of the day. Clash, who are also in contention for global finals. They are trying to make it through, but it is no sure thing yet. We've got Tribe, Spen, Tom, and Semantic. Several members of Tribe Gaming previously played for Nova, who won the Global Championships in 2019. Now, Tribe fights for their tournament lives, determined to once again get that spot in global finals. Semantic tells us he believes the team truly excels when playing Gem Grab. They have practiced this game type more than any other, and their callouts are flawless. Let's see if that pays off in this next match against Clash EU. We've got Guille, we've got iChaos, and we've got iMuniz. Clash are back. They are ready to play some Brawl Ball, which is their favorite game type for the team across the board. iMuniz claims that the greatest strength of the team is that they can play any brawler on any map. The example he gave was that he could play Spike on Heist, but then his teammate could play Spike on Brawl Ball. I guess that means the enemy team will never know what to expect. We'll see if that serves them well or badly. The next match is about to start. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Dan. We're about to jump into our second match of the European region. It is Tribe going up against Clash. And these are two teams that are duking it out for that third place finish, which, as of right now, Woody, is being held onto by Clash. So, really, this is a bit of a grudge match as well, because they're fighting for that last ticket over to the World Finals.
That's right, Trid. Code Magic Purple out of reach in first place right now in the European region, but contention for second and third place is strong among Clash, SK Gaming, and Tribe. Today, we are going to have the pleasure of watching Tribe versus Clash. These two teams both need to keep their heads above water, but only one can emerge victorious in this match number 2, Trid.
Absolutely, and Tribe have already given themselves a great start, so if they beat out Clash here, they will go and take that first place finish in the group stage today, or the effective round robin of our monthly final, and give them the maximum point value possible, which is going to help them in that long-term race to the World Finals. We're going to jump into match number 1 and keep this going real fast. Brawl Ball coming on your screens right now.
My body is ready. Send them in! Clash EU up top are going to bring in Frank for the first time that I've seen today. Guille is getting ripped apart, though, as Tom goes for the spin to win. Carl knocks him apart, and that is going to be a huge advantage for Tribe Gaming now, looking for that triple kill and maybe even a goal.
Frank's threats just comes purely from being able to chain off of his super, but if he's never allowed to charge it, never allowed to get it off online, he just becomes a walking bag of HP for you to fill your super meter up with. Ball in the top right corner in Clash's court right now as they're pushing out and keeping them at distance. Spen unable to land that magic hand he so beautifully used on Guille earlier. Misses the super, and now Tom goes for the spin on top
but there was a gadget from Guille, kept it out, and that's once again going to be an equalizer in the midfield. Clash not able to keep their defenses able to deny Tribe access, but Tribe can't get that ball in there either. There's so many hit points up top, Trid.
Absolutely, and they just can't break through it all. They're able to dash away from Guille's damage. Tom once again spinning through Clash, opening up as a 3-2-man advantage, but that HP pool unable to go through. Guille not going all the way back this time around. It's going to super pull Tom into range. The ball still left untouched while all this carnage is happening.
Blood on the ball and all over the wall. Guille tearing a big new one into the Tribe Gaming line, but they have fought back and are holding on. That's a team wipe, but all 3 players from Tribe are still not enough to be able to go after that ball. They tear another one into Guille, finishing him off. Can Semantic make it happen here and now?
So much tearing, it's going to turn into tears for one of these teams soon. Tom has the ball in the midfield. They can get some clearance now. They got it out that corner in a great spot. Super unable to land. Tom jukes it with the speed from one of his own. as they avoid out Guille's damage. Clash have now found a way to break it up, but with Guille going down, it's going to stem the flow of this push. They dodge out of range of Chaos' super, but the ball is now in Tribe Gaming's court.
Tom does not know his own strength, ripping through the weight room and giving some big punishment to this Clash squad. But hold on, with him out of the picture, Semantic finished off. Guille about to get the overtime pop. Here he goes, super right past the goal line. Clash EU hammered back throughout the entirety of the first minute and a half, but during overtime, they have come back swinging. Great goal to them, and Tribe Gaming are being sent back to the drawing board.
The position error in there, Woody, meant that even if overtime wasn't ticking away, and even if overtime did trigger and break down the environment, Guille had his super, and he's lined up. He could have taken out all the obstacles in his path and had a clear line of sight onto that goal. With Frank's HP pool, after breaking down the territory in the way, I'm fairly confident that Guille could have just walked this in, even without the overtime.
I don't even know how that happened. Tribe seemed so dominant for so long in that game. The first couple of minutes was just them getting team kill after team kill. Carl just swinging through and ripping them apart. But you can tear them to ribbons all you want. If you don't get the ball past the line, you don't get any points. Clash EU played to the objective and were willing to make a risky play when they thought they had the upper hand. And boy, did they. Slamming it right down in Tribe's face. They pick up the 1-0 lead in this first set.
One goal was all it took in that previous matchup. We went down to the wire. Game number 2 should be coming up shortly. And I think we won't see Clash run out on the Frank again. I think it is a bit of an unconventional pick. We did see it earlier in the Asia region where we had a Frank mirror. But for the most part, I think we're probably going to see them deviate away from him right now.
Yeah, not too popular of a pick, but we do see him come out sometimes in these Brawl Ball game modes, occasionally in Siege whenever you just need a big body out in front to block and deny access to those bolts. But hey, it worked well for Clash the first time. Can Lightning strike twice, or will they make the swap out? Looks like they're not bringing Frank back, instead going for those more traditional picks. Barley up top this time from Muniz. We've seen him work really well in virtually every game mode. He is certainly a meta brawler at this point, especially with Gale and Surge out of the picture.
Absolutely, we're removing those 2 potent power picks, and Semantic going to move over to catch up with Spen. Get some healing away from him before going back into the fight. Guille has a HP advantage, got the ball off the inside track. They've eliminated him. Guille's got open line of sight. Can't force forward into Spen. Once they remove him, he's got a shot on goal. And Guille puts it in the back of the net.
Funnel it in and dilute their chances at winning. Tribe Gaming in an awful spot now for the first set. Clash EU are the dragons roaring into action now, breathing fire throughout the countryside. Trogdor is burninating this team up, and Tribe have only got a minute and a half yet to salvage their shot in this first set.
It'll still go in the way of Clash. The almighty dragon keeps consuming Woody, as the ball still remains in the middle of the map. Tom has to take a detour to avoid the last call with Spen. Follows up with a kill off the back of the magic hand. Keeping the ball in the middle, they got the speed boost from Semantic, force it into Clash's territory. They're the ones who need to find a way to push this into the goal line. They got 1 minute 15 to equalize, or they will lose control of this map.
Well, as Shrek taught us, if there's anyone that can take down a dragon, it would be a wise ass. Is there someone on the Tribe Gaming team that can live up to the hype from their match 1 victory and get back in action here? Less than a minute remains, and there's no time to wait for overtime. These walls aren't going to come tumbling down. We need a corner kick and a punt straight pass right now.
Ball needs to be found. They need to get in there. Tom's going for the clearance. He's taken out one of them. Last call's going to box him in. He can't go anywhere for the time being. This gives them Clash time to get these kills. Tom won't be able to escape. The ball still under the control of Clash. 30 seconds remaining. I think Tribe are only going to have one last shot at this one, Woody.
Back to their own spawn point. They are trying their best to fight their way out, but Clash's defenses along the midpoint have held up. 15 seconds left, and even if Tribe broke through, I don't think they'd be able to get that ball past it. Here he goes, though, for one last heroic effort. Tom being pelted with bottles left and right. Can't get it out. Spen knocked down, and Guille, for the win, will send in the magic pin. Clash EU takes set number 1.
I love the punish from the Barley. You have to essentially give your life to go and get the ball and put it back in play. Those long channels are just punished so easily by dropping a last call on that channel. You look at the damage Tom has to take in the replay package just to get out. He knows he can't go through it. He has to pass the ball out. But while he's there, he's not engaging in combat. So it's an effective 3v2 if no one's dead already for Clash to win an engagement and shut down all reinforcements for them. They played around that abusive channel so well.
You don't even have to predict where they're going. If they're funneled out through walls and have to make their way toward the goal, all you gotta do is just start tossing bottles right at that little bottleneck, and they're gonna have to walk through it. A massive amount of damage freely taken by Clash EU on a really great brawler setup for that first set. Hats off to them for taking the first round, but Canal Grande is going to be another thing coming to him. Tribe Gaming had the damage advantage, had the kill advantage in that first set, and if either of those two will hold true in set number 2, Clash EU has got their work cut out for them.
You got that right, Woody. Clash pull out with a victory here and also a 3-0 fashion. Well, does put them in a great position as they go into the final match of the day against Code Magic Purple to walk away with a first place themselves. Still plenty of time to go, though. We're moving on to Canal Grand. They got a Slambulance going up against something that wants to keep them at arm's length.
Tribe Gaming throw away the center star, but Imunis is going to be caught out of position now. A little bit of a sandwiching effect here now as Tribe Gaming tries to get a kill in here, but not playing as aggressively as they need to get a kill off the bat. It's going to be Guille rotating over to the right side to support Imunis, but two really close range brawlers from Tribe Gaming, and neither one of them really making the commitment to push in there and try to get a kill. Maybe for the best against so much damage being dished out. Oh my God, Tom, how did you get caught that far out of position, mate?
He opted into that. I don't think he was tracking where iChaos was, and he just walked too far forward. A tick going point blank range against the Rosa, you hate to see it. There's no way you survive that.
Must have had tunnel vision against those guys over on the right side, and Tom is seeing red now. Starts firing away those bombs at iChaos, trying to force him back and teach him a lesson. He's all the way up in the enemy spawn zone now, and they are really doing a number on this Clash EU team. They're painted into a corner now. This right side is going to be an awful spot to have to break out of, but there he goes. Chaos on the return rampage, strumming straight into Tom, whose gadget is all he has left to save him as he slides into safety.
It doesn't matter how much paint you throw at a wall, Woody. The first thing everyone's going to notice is the spot you failed to paint over. It's going to be, the issue is that they're not getting any kills right now. Chaos and the rest of Clash are able to regroup and get away and play the distance game against Tribe Gaming. They can't...
Hold your tongue, Trig, because they are actually getting kills after all. And with that super, they're going to put Guille and iChaos in a cage. But can they finish him off?
The healing there was so good to keep Muniz alive, and he backs back around, 10 seconds remaining, and Clash, they've still got a 1-star lead. Spen might go down here, but Photosynthesis keeps him up. With 1 second remaining, they won't find it, and Clash take the first game.
Seemed very greedy, but they'll be rewarded for it. Congratulations to Clash picking up those 3 stars right off the bat. Even though they take a loss here, Guille playing very aggressively and forced back there by Tom going down. That kill is not enough to equalize, and Clash EU off the set 1 win will get the first game of this bounty match.
This is becoming dicey for Tribe. The early lead once again for Clash in the second set. Still got a couple more maps to play on this one, but they could be walking over to match point after this second set. And Tribe Gaming, they've just lost all the momentum they had from that previous series against Code Magic Purple. It's been thrown to the wind, and now they're starting from a position of weakness once more.
Well, they're going to get another shot here. That's why we have these best of 3 sets. Tribe Gaming back to the drawing board and trying to pick out maybe a different brawler setup to use against this Clash EU squad. They picked up an amazing win off of Code Magic Purple, but that was a team that didn't really seem to have any skin in the match, having already qualified for Worlds. Clash EU is another story entirely, and they are fighting tooth and nail to keep their chances at victory high above that of Tribe Gaming. Game number 2 sees another good start here for Clash as they grab the center star and will not give up a single inch to the enemy.
Pushing away, Guille goes up into the face of Semantic. Early lead again for Clash. Guille even going to get away with this one. Takes an unusual path to try and throw off Tom's bombs as he doesn't have the vision. but he will force himself away, using the gadget to speed himself up to safety. He wants to go back in for more. It could be punished here by the head first. Nothing to stop it, but Muniz picks up a kill from Semantic again to make sure that Clash maintain the lead.
That's going to be a 5-5 draw now as we try to find one team worthy of victory. Muniz forced to pull back a little bit and try to get cover with Guille over here on the right side. They don't have as many heals this time around, Trid, and that might be costing them the advantage that they need. With so much damage dished out by the Tribe Gaming squad, it's hard to get close range there, and even with some artillery firepower provided by iChaos, it just doesn't seem to be enough long-range damage to compete with a bow, a sprout, and a tick brought by Tribe.
Yeah, they're playing a lot of this through Muniz. I didn't catch what the star power they brought out on side the Gene was. Is it the extra damage, or did he go for the heals instead? Because that's the only source of healing. A lot less than what they were getting from the Poco, as you said, Woody. But they're looking more on this magic hand to get a clutch pull and try and force a 3v1 engagement in their terms.
Yeah, it's just no man's land in the center of the map here. Neither team gonna be charging through here anytime soon, especially with those bow mines set up. You know that Clash must have noticed that, and they are not gonna be taking a risky play here, especially with the lead in this set. They'll let this thing tick out with a 10 seconds left just at the 5-5 draw. Don't expect to see Tribe making any aggressive plays here either. They do not want to risk a 3,000 damage put in the wrong spot that would cause them to lose game number 2. Match is over now with a draw, and we'll be getting another chance here for one team to pull off a victory.
Very wise here from both of the teams to play for the draw in that instance. It makes no sense to enter into that effective no man's land when you have a tied scoreline. You don't need to risk it, because probably if you're going to fluster yourself and go on the aggressive path, you probably end up making a mistake that costs you the game. So why not just play for the time, let the draw happen, and then try and recontest this when you do get that position of power earlier into the game.
Aggressive play here by Clash, bringing back Jackie. I'm kind of surprised that neither team is going to be going with Mortis. Phenom CR in chat made the point that that would be a pretty clutch pick against so many throwers being brought to bear here. Might run into trouble with Semantic as Bo, but not this time around. Muniz takes him down in the 2v1, and that's going to be a 3-star advantage now for Clash, having picked up the center star once again and seemingly always able to take the early lead in these bounty matches.
So Muniz is taking the magic puffs, which is providing that healing to his team as expected. Not opting for the extra damage on this one. It's still not going to be enough for them, but they're able to output more damage than Tribe anyway with the Sprout. Guille is a bit of a non-factor in this one. It is only there to stop Tribe from rushing in or potentially catching them when they run through these brushes. Because other than that, I don't see Guille actually managing to deal damage to this Tribe lineup because of the distance. He has to go aggressive though, using his gadget. It does force Tom away, and I think that's the primary use, just zoning away these units.
Oh, a big super from Tom will get the kill after all, and we are once again in that 5-5 drawn position thanks to the aggression from Spin LC and brilliant defense by Semantic and Tom at the left lane. That is a big problem spot for Clash EU as they're now painted into a corner and cannot break out. Tom is dropping bombs left and right, and there is no chance even for the Magic Puffs to top them back off. What a huge pickup for Tribe Gaming, now in the lead for this second game.
EA got caught by a stun as well. Tribe have taken the lead. Only 20 seconds remaining. He's going to go aggressive to try and find something, but they're too far away. Muniz doesn't have super online, so they can't look towards the magic hand either. They've got it online. It has to be big from Muniz.
Boom! Another kill from Spin LC. This man is unstoppable. Along with Tom, they have got their star count up to 9. 12 now. Match over, and Tribe Gaming have really hit their stride.
And you saw how much pain and anguish there was for Clash. They were flustering Woody when they tried to get back on the board. Muniz unable to find that magic hand. Rapid chain crowd control coming in from multiple members of Clash and shutting them down for the picks to come in for Tribe. What was a small deficit that was surmountable quickly became a horizon they could just never catch up with. And Tribe will equalize this set, forcing us out to game number 3.
Still an advantage for Clash EU, and it's kind of a bummer to say it for any Tribe Gaming fans out there because they performed so well in that last game, but Clash hold the first set win. They got the first win in this game mode, and this could easily turn into a 2-0 set score for Clash EU. Tribe don't have any breathing room yet. just with that little bit of a win there, they have still got to keep the pace up against a squad that is fresh and ready to face anything you can throw at them. They just seem to have faltered a little bit there, but don't expect them to be showing any more weakness as we go into our fourth game of this set. Off that Game 2 tiebreaker, we have got another really close draw that has got to tip one way or the other, Trid.
Absolutely. Bounty is one of those matches that does enable us to have draws. We've seen it force out this 4-for game, and I wonder if the adaptations are going to come in here. I don't think Clash are enjoying the lack of heals they have. I see them reverting back to a Slambulance composition. They seemed a lot more confident running the 2-tank healer setup against Tribe, especially when they have the aggression to move over. And as you have mentioned, highlighted from someone in the chat, the Mortis pick against so many throwers could be incredibly effective if they want to take the gamble with that.
Yeah, this was a key component for their competence with that last comp switch. Having those heals is extremely important when you run a heavy brawler like Jackie out in front. She takes a beating, but if she can make it to the enemy backline, that can result in a complete team wipe. Staying alive the entire time, though, is tough, and with that Poco heal, that's often the difference between victory and defeat right there. We'll see if they make that swap to include him once again as the game is now underway. And yes, they do. Poco is back in action for Clash EU, going to be supporting a Jackie and a Rosa once again, the same comp that they got their Game 1 win with.
They're going to use the brush to shut down the sight lines. Chaos pop in that gadget early to make sure he's obscured for longer. They can fix that with a few explosives from the Tribe lineup when they start getting their supers online. But for now, Chaos wants to abuse it. He's by himself and going quite aggressively to try and create space for Clash to move forward and help him even more.
Just a 1-star lead for Clash EU as they've grabbed that center star, as they always do. Tribe trying to make you most of this long-range action, but unable to push past these bushes in the middle. Clash EU are holding on to their defense and just getting a little bit closer and closer to victory, edging out against a Tribe Gaming squad that is going to have to focus on 3 enemies at all angles. Big super here from Tom is going to push Chaos back, but Clash EU haven't been killed yet.
Playing this one nice and safe. They're going to push in. Chaos goes down low.
Oh,
this could be disastrous. Tribe turned around some damage and nearly got it, but he's not able to find anything as Chaos keeps pressing forward. Muniz gets locked up by the stun. He's unable to support it, and Chaos goes down. Tribe take a lead again.
Chaos breathing hard on his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th wind. He's finally finished off. Just not enough heals from Guille this time. He was forced to try to decide between healing Muniz and Chaos and was left unable to keep them both up. That's going to put Clash in a tricky position now as they need another kill to equalize. Spin's caught out of position. Can Chaos get the killing blow? No. 20 seconds left, Trid.
Oh, they're going to push in for this one. They've got a pincer on the go. Nowhere left to go. Muniz is going with the super. He's going to find the connection. It's a clearance. Clash. They clear them all out. 8 stars to 2. 10 seconds remaining, and they're struggling to find the kills on the exit. Clash have got this one in the bag, Woody.
Just as J. Robin Oppenheim said about Vishnu, Clash EU has become death, the destroyer of world. Finals hopes for Tribe Gaming, a 2-0 advantage now, and an insuperable finish. What a dominating showing there from Muniz and Chaos, pummeling the competition and not even going down on the respawn. So much damage dished out by Tribe Gaming, but not enough.
That is the problem with Canal Grand. That is the issue with Canal Grand. If you do not pay attention to both lanes when you play against the tankier compositions, you will get pincered. What you have to be able to do is stop that from happening by attacking the weaker side of the opponents, in which case you need to send all 3 members at the Jackie who was solo and move them away before the pincer comes in. Because once it starts and you have 2 tanks in your face with Poco heals, it's all over. You have the super come in, you from the Jackie to pull them all together. You then have Rosa in your face with the shield and the melee range damage, plus Poco just in there for the mix as well. It's too late once that already happens. You're already dead. And now we move on to Heist. Tornado Ring could be the final stop of this match, and the last one that Tribe plays at this monthly final.
They start rocking the boat, and the rhythm back and forth seems to get them lulled into a false sense of security. When you bring a comp that's designed to win in the last 10 seconds, whether it's Brawl Ball or Bounty, you can really surprise your opponents with a shot straight up the gut. That triple kill is massive value for Clash EU, and with a 2-0 set lead now, they just need to get one of the next 3 on the board. Can they make this tic-tac-toe happen and get the 3rd in a row against a Tribe Gaming squad that just picked up a win against the #1 team in the region and is eager to get a second to keep their World Finals hopes alive?
X and O's, but there's no hugs and kisses here, Woody. It's all a lot of animosity between these two teams right now. They're fighting over finals placements, where you said the lion's share of that large prize pool for this year will be earned. Chaos's box spent in the corner enables GA to get some free damage onto the safe, but they have got the man advantage now for a counter-attack.
The meta game for these heist battles is all dependent on the map. We've sometimes seen base races or sometimes much more cautious slow plays from middle control. Seems like the latter is the way that this one's going to play out here, with these two teams picking brawlers that are much more focused on getting that midfield advantage. iChaos gets a double kill, and it's going to give GA the exact opportunity he was looking there to get 25% off the Tribe Gaming safe. A small lead as Clash EU takes one on the chin on their own, but only down 9% in total. Tribe Gaming are much worse off for the wear.
Oh, that's so bad for Tribe. They allowed Chaos to linger around. As soon as the Sprout wall dropped, he deployed his super. That bubble got multiple bounces between the safe and the backboard. Nearly got another one off there before going down, but he'll save it for the next offense, and it's really eaten away at the HP pool of Tribe Gaming's safe. Now going to reset, get the reinforcements in, because Chaos, he's in position. There you go. Drops the bubble back, gets the angle. The subsequent bounce is just providing so much value, and it was all done from...
In this Brawl Talk, you will see Sirius, the 100th brawler,
And Naja, Finks' employee,
buffs for another 6 brawler,
A completely new trophy system,
Sands of Time, and Dragons and Fairy skins.
new game modes, improvements to buffies, and more.
So, welcome to Brawl Talk.
Oh, hey, what's up, Marcel?
Greetings, my dear companion Daniel. Look at him, so innocent and powerless. He has no idea that I want to take over Brawl Talk and make the whole world watch me.
Sirius is our 100th brawler. So you know, we had to do something special. Not only is he ultra legendary with a unique playstyle where he can control shadows of other brawlers, he's our first ever villain.
Sirius's backstory is as mysterious as his powers. Rumors say he owned the first ever attraction in Star Park, but he was losing attention once brawling started becoming more popular than his shadow tricks. And now, he's back for revenge.
Sirius' main attack fires 2 projectiles at the same time. A Shadow Strike, which fires in a straight line, and a Star Bomb, which can be manually aimed and deals area damage. Sirius will collect a Brawler Shadow after a certain number of hits. But what are Brawler Shadows?
Sirius steals the essence of brawlers, bending their shadows to his will. His super summons up to 3 brawler shadows, which share similar characteristics to their brawler counterpart, like attacks and health. A Frank shadow will have more health than a Leon shadow, for example.
Shadows will attack enemies and by default will follow Sirius around. But here's the really cool part. Sirius can actually control the shadow. By aiming his super, he can give them orders like guarding an area or attacking certain enemies.
Is this the start of a Brawl Stars RTS? Sirius is also launching with his Hypercharge, which summons stronger versions of his shadows.
And just like Sirius' chaotic nature, we are doing something different for his release event. More information on that closer to his release.
We're heading back to Pyramid Quest with this next brawler. Binks is getting a buddy. Or is it a rival?
Naja is a mythic damage dealer who uses her papercraft snakes to wreak havoc and poison the enemy. Originally hired by Finks to help make the puzzles in Pyramid Quest harder, her good nature led her to help free those trapped by Finks' time-warping mischief instead.
With her main attack, Naja holds a jar containing a deadly snake. While the jar is in flight, the snake can be released in any direction. This is extremely useful for hitting enemies behind walls or tricky spots, as well as giving her extremely long range. The jar deals damage while the snake poisons its target. Snake poison can also stack dealing increased damage over time.
Naja's super, Danger Noodles, unleashes 3 of her paper snakes, which slither a set distance and poison any enemies in an area. Her super can also be aimed, which throws the 3 snakes in a jar to a target location. Naja's Brawler's release event is on this day.
We are getting improvements to buffies and more buffies! First up, we've got the new buffies for the Retropolis and Rumble Jungle trios. Crow's Instadot now deals all the remaining poison damage to the poison target and converts it into a shield. With a buffy, it refreshes the poison damage. Crow's Poison Dagger now throws a kunai that damages, slows, and poisons the first enemy hit. With a buffy, the kunai also bounces to a close target, causing the same effect. Extra Toxic with a buffy now makes Crow deal more damage for each enemy poisoned. Carrion Crow with a buffy makes his poison last slightly longer. Crow's Hyper Buffy makes his main attack pierce and return to him while hypercharged.
Bibi's Vitamin Booster with the buffy charges her home run bar and life steals when hitting a target. Bibi's Extra Sticky now throws a sticky gum at an area that slows enemies. With the buffy, the slow effect gets stronger the longer the gum stays on the ground. Bibi's Home Run Buffy gives extra damage on the home run attack. And Batting Stance with the buffy gives Bibi a shield when she hits an enemy with her super. Bibi's Hyper Buffy makes her attack faster.
Bull's T-Bone Injector now throws a projectile at the target brawler that deals damage and heals Bull on impact. With Buffy, it also marks the opponent for 5 seconds, gaining life steal against it. Bull's Stomper now stomps around him, slowing enemies nearby. If enemies are already slowed, it stuns instead. With Buffy, it also grants movement speed. Bull's Berserker with Buffy instantly charges his super if he takes down a brawler during the star power effect. As for Tough Guy with Buffy, if you take a brawler down during this state, Bull becomes invulnerable for a short period of time. With his Hyper Buffy, his attacks pierce enemies, but deal less damage to enemies further away.
Nita's Bear Paws with the buffy will cause Bruce to gain more damage for a limited time. Fall Fur with the buffy will make Bruce invulnerable for a very short time. Nita's Buffed Bear with Me can now overheal herself or Bruce. And Hyper Bear with the buffy will give Nita boosted reload speed when summoning Bruce. With her Hyper Buffy, she fires a longer, faster, and wider attack.
Leon's Clone Projector now deals minor damage, and with the buffy, Leon can reactivate the gadget to swap positions with his clone. Lollipop Drop can now be thrown, and with a buffy, Leon and his allies get boosted movement speed in the area. Leon's Smoke Trails with the buffy deal more damage on the first attack while Leon is invisible. And Invisiheal with the buffy makes the super last slightly longer. His Hyper Buffy makes his attacks do full damage regardless of the distance he is from the enemy.
Bo's Super Totem can now be thrown. With Buffy, the totem gains more range. As for Tripwire, Bo now fires arrows to trigger his mine, which knock back any brawler in their path. With the Buffy, it increases the range of the mine. Bo's Circling Eagle with the Buffy makes Bo no longer visible when attacking from a bush. As for Snare Bear with the Buffy, it makes the placement of the mines faster. Bo's Hyper Buffy shoots an extra arrow, and all of them have a bigger explosion radius.
And as you remember, if any of these brawlers had a mythic gear, it will be removed and its value refunded back to you. As for Buffy improvements, this new batch of Buffies will come in a new claw machine. Each claw machine will come with the first pull for free. A random Buffy will be available in Mega Quests every month, and there'll be more ways to get coins and power points in our new Rush events. More about this later in the video.
The new trophy system has no reset.
It's time to flex your brawler prestige
and show off your skill with new brawler titles.
Your path to prestige starts now! Or actually, in the next update. There's a lot of new stuff and changes, so hang tight.
So now, from 0 to 1000 trophies, you will get brawler cosmetic items. At 250 trophies, you will get a player icon and a spray. At 500, you will get 3 pins. At 750, you will get a 29 gem skin. And when you reach 1000 trophies, you will get a gold brawler title. You will notice that some of these rewards are from records, and this means we are removing these cosmetics from records and making them more accessible for more players. So playing a new brawler or your favorite ones should feel more rewarding in general. You are also getting more trophies per win, and win streaks go up to plus 10 trophies, so pushing trophies should be faster.
But hold on, we know that skillful players want to flex their skills and achievements that nobody else can reach. So let's talk Prestige. Once you get to 1000 trophies, you unlock Prestige 1, and it will change the brawler icon to a cool, edgy neon one. Also, your 1000 trophies are now saved, and you will never be able to lose them, as after Prestige 1, you will start getting prestige trophies, and they will also count towards Trophy Road. Once you hit 1,000 prestige trophies, you get a Prestige 2.
In Prestige 2, you get your brawler rank change and a unique player icon. At this point, you have proven you are really good with this brawler, so this icon will be quite rare to get. And that's a cool achievement and such, but nothing like Prestige 3. For OG players, Prestige 3 would be the equivalent of the rank 35 we had years ago. There's no more win streak bonus, no underdog, and matchmaking would try to be as accurate as possible. So if you get to Prestige 3, you are probably one of the best players with that brawler, and you'll be rewarded with the new brawler Titan in Neon.
This is going to be a new permanent system in the game, so it might seem grindy, but remember that trophies do not reset anymore.
After prestiging one brawler, you will also get a new prestige battle card, and a cooler one if you prestige 25 different brawlers, and a shinier one after you prestige 50. You and everyone else will be able to see all the brawlers you have prestige in your brawler profile.
As for leaderboards, it will be measured by your total trophies plus total prestige trophies and your total number of prestiges. The previous prestige system will be retired and moved as a legacy stat in your player profile.
And lastly, we are also changing how matchmaking works. The trophy system will use a hidden MMR. This system is mainly based on your skill and not on your trophies. This means that the further you push, the more skillful your opponents will be. But it doesn't necessarily mean they would have the same number of trophies as you.
This new system will be coming to the game in the next update, which means the current trophy season is going to be shorter, but everyone will get an Ultra Trophy box as compensation for that. And if you can grind enough season trophies this season, you can get another one.
This is also the last time your trophies will be reset. The trophy season boxes will be removed from the system and now will be given at community events. And of course, there are a lot of changes around trophies, so we might be tweaking and improving the system in upcoming updates.
Gamer time!
Rush events are the new way to get more coins, power points, chaos drops, and even bonus trophies. You just have to press and hold this massive button on the game mode selection screen, and once it's activated, every match you play will reward you more. It only lasts for a certain amount of time, so be sure to activate only when you have enough time to play.
And only a suggestion, but you might want to be playing with your friends or in a team to increase your chances of winning.
Our yearly tradition of bringing back the Sands of Time skin. We got Sunstalker Lily, Sandwalker Lily, and Night Sands Lily as one of the Brawl Pass skin sets, and Sultan Cordelius, Heated Sultan Cordelius, and Cool Sultan Cordelius as the other skin set option. And a reminder that you can get both skin sets with the Brawl Pass Plus.
Also in Sands of Time, we have Bodyguard BB that swapped her bat for a massive blade. From a sentient video game to a cursed jar, we have Canopic Jar 8-bit. Dynasty Doug, the chillest ruler in the dynasty. And lastly, Magic Lamp Larry and Laurie, where Laurie becomes an evil genie and Larry gets weird when you rub him.
Now, for the RPG fans out there, we have the Dragons and Fairies team. Fairy Bonnie and her other two chroma variations are one of the Brawl Pass skin sets if you want something more cute. If you want something edgier, then Dragon Grief and his other chromas might be more your style.
On the fairy side, we still have Fairy Mina, which gives her some nice celestial vibes. And Fairy Frank, which looks like the most majestic creature that has ever stepped on Star Park.
As for the Dragon side, Dragon Macy has her arm in the shape of a dragon and connected to her heart, and Dragon Grom has all the elements for an edgy skin. Dragon wings, edgy purple mask, and a metal armor.
On the topic of dragons, Crow is getting the next Pro Pass skin. It starts like a friendly dragon version of Crow, but then it goes all the way up to an ultimate boss dragon form. It also has two chroma variations, Dragon Forge Crow and Ghost Dragon Crow.
Well, just stop it, man. Just stop.
And random skin time with Royal Trunks, which is inspired by the Clash Royale lock, Vert Glow, Inflatable Melody, which is for April Fools, your thirsty Melodians, and Bruce, Nita.
We have new game modes, modifiers, and more, starting with Loaded Showdown. Showdown boxes are now replaced with mystery boxes, and they will contain different kinds of power-ups, including
new special items that can be thrown or equipped, like bowling balls, bombs, and a bumper car is the first car in Brawl Stars!
We will also have new boss fights with different mechanics and special dungeon maps. We have two new game modifiers based on Brawler powers. We have the Finks effect in some matches that will stop projectiles for a short time, and moving sandstorms, just like Sandy.
Treasure Hunt is getting some improvements and coming back to the game, and Samurai Smash is getting a new wrapping around series. Now you have to defeat Brawler Shadows in a team versus team match. Whoever defeats more shadows wins.
Also, this is coming.
Different VFX for shields. White shield when you respawn, yellow shield for damage reduction, and purple shield for when you get extra temporary health.
Pierce got a hypercharge. He fires 2 waves of projectiles, with the second wave dealing 50% less damage. They also pierce brawlers, and you need a threat as a hypercharge. Now he causes fear regardless of the direction he's facing, and it affects everyone around him. Fear targets also take more damage from all sources. Hey everyone, this is going to be my last Brawl talk.
Yeah. We were Brawl brothers.
Forget about it, Carl.
I already won.
You're fired.
To Jurassic, to Star Park.
That's
What the hell, guys?
If you're not in a club, join a club.
Move, you idiot!
We will always be family, even though we have our separate roads to follow. Get it? Because we're driving cars on a road. That's called a metaphor. It helps the audience understand the story in an artsy way.
I'm not leaving the Brawl Stars team, but I'm moving to a new role. I've been writing stuff for Brawl for a while now, and I'm making it my full-time job. Remember, you can never leave Star Park.
Now claim this freebie.
Move!
Done from safety for Chaos.
Chaos running around the backside, uncontested. Chaos reigns on the safe and no one to stop him. Swinging away with 18-20 damage per hit and a huge advantage on the base race here. 60% on Clash EU safe, but iChaos at full health and starting to whack away at spend now. It is open season now for these Tribe Gaming players, and iChaos is doing a great job keeping his team ahead.
If you have a man advantage, guess what that means? The respawns are coming in fast, and when respawns happen, there's an invulnerable shield, Woody. How are you going to win the trade on the safe when you've got indestructible teammates respawning to defend it? iChaos had no contest, and he was able to deal damage, and he's in position to do it all again with 10 seconds remaining. It doesn't matter about your offense, Tribe Gaming. You're already going to lose your safe. How are you going to out-damage this? 6% remaining. You can't deal 39% that fast. Clash EU take us to the ultimate match points.
iChaos, the star player and arguably the MVP of this match against Tribe Gaming, does it again. Clash EU with the 2-0 set line have got to the match point now against a Tribe Gaming squad that have put up a valiant effort on multiple games in this match so far, but have yet to be rewarded with a set point. We thought Heist might be playing to their advantage and give them a chance to make the comeback happen. The dream of the reverse sweep alive in the hearts of many Tribe fans out there, but you have got to send them all your energy here and now. Tribe Gaming behind and on their back heels. Will they be knocked out with one final punch, Trid?
Oh, they hate to see it, especially against Clash. They're one of the ones they have to contest against for these final spots. And Clash, they're shaping up quite nicely to finish up with a first place position and lock themselves up in one of these last 2 remaining slots. We are running out of monthly finals before the World Final, Woody, and they're running out of opportunities for Tribe. They're going to roll out on the Bo, Carl, and taking out the Spike again. But look at this, Guille's moved on to the Daryl. That's a lot of beefy members to get through.
Sakura Spike looking like a snack for Symantec, making an aggressive charge into the enemy line of fire, but iChaos is not going to have any of it. Knocks him back, and Spin LC on defense can't hold on. The pressure is too great, and it's heating up on the Tribe Gaming safe. It's a little bit of a base race as iChaos on defense at the top side has to do some cleanup of his own, but Clash EU will get a slim advantage out of the first exchange here.
Eunice not going for Tom, instead going for Spen. It does free up Chaos to get onto the safe. Stunned up, but it's an easy clearance for Symantec. But now he's got Guille in his face. How's he going to deal with that one, Tom? Maybe had a beeline for the safe, but Guille uses his barrel roll to get back in position.
So many weeks of training, hours of preparation every day, scrimming against the best of the best just to try to survive. Clash EU are doing it. 37% on this safe separates them from total victory over Tribe Gaming. 29% now as the base race narrows even closer. Clash take a few hits on the chin, but they will hold a 6% lead. Can they keep their defenses up and long enough to get that last hit? Symantec might finish it off. There he goes.
Oh, he gets in there just in time, Woody. It came down to 40% versus 29. That's only an 11% difference. That's the closest it's been for Tribe to be able to come back into this one. They're able to close it out and stay alive on Heist. We're going to have one more game of this map. And it's still that match point for Clash EU. One of the things I've been noticing that Tribe have been doing is that I feel like they're making beelines for targets that they maybe shouldn't do. They're getting stuns on targets, but they're ignoring the ones that are making the run for the safe and allowing free damage they could stop. That target's stunned. You're still going to have your man advantage. Deal with the Rosa who's about to hit your safe when you could have killed them in 2 autos.
You make a good point there, but I think that the real win for Tribe Gaming there was picking that spike. That prickly pear is delicious, playing so well on both offense and defense, denying access to enemy brawlers who just want to wail away at the safe. And then when there's a single opening, an opportune moment to get the damage in, dropping a super, gnarling so many balls at the enemy face that they just can't deal with it. A lot of damage stacked onto that safe in a very short amount of time toward the end of the game there. Clash EU holding on a grim damage lead, but not able to keep it above water with a Tribe Gaming squad treading ever so close to defeat, but finding victory in the smallest and least hopeful places.
Taking their time getting into this third game, Woody. They probably want to make sure they're not making any mistakes going into this one. Tribe is still fighting to stay alive in this match. They've got a long way to go to pull off a reverse sweep on this one. And don't worry, I am touching wood as I say that because we don't want to be jinxing anyone right now. Let's have a look as they jump into the third game. Comp changes coming in. Looks like Tribe are going to bring out a BB of their own.
More fast-paced action here, but they have eschewed the spike. Instead, it's going to be a triple tank comp from Clash EU. That's going to put Tribe Gaming on the defensive now. They've got to play for midfield control and deny access to these big heavy hitters up on the top side because one breakthrough could be the end of them. Great job on the first kill there. Tom takes out the Rosa, and with another couple of clever swipes is going to get the team wiped. Can Spen get maybe a little bit of damage in over here? He's hiding in the right side bushes and is instead going to use that ambush to strike away at Imunis. Gets the kill on Guille, but can he stay alive?
Gonna back away from this one. Semantic moving into the fight. He's in melee range of Muniz. You don't want to be there, my friend. Nice bubble from Tom. We'll find out Muniz on the back end of that one. Chaos staying alive with 70 HP. How the bubble immediately shreds Spen. He can't move forward anymore.
Take a big chomp out of that. Guille uses his super, and that's going to get him closer to the safe. Takes a little bit of damage off there, and another great bubblegum shot from iChaos is going to get it down to 85%. Clash EU have played boldly, and they have been rewarded greatly for it. Imunis is able to get another few punches off, and that's 76% on the bottom. Tribe Gaming finally getting a few shots in there at the enemy safe with Symantec blazing through with his super, gets it down to 85%, but they are both playing so cautiously in this game.
Yeah, it's going to get another bubble off on the safe. Every time that bubble goes through, it takes around about 2.5 to 3% of the bubble, the health off. What you have to pay attention to is the fact that every time that the bubble is being used for Tribe, it's used either defensively or to find a kill. I have not seen Tom put a bubble on the opposing safe yet, whereas consistently Clash are saving that all-important super to just shred through the safe. And that damage has been the difference maker in this fight. They're losing so much of this race to take out the safes, Woody.
Tribe Gaming standing on their principles, not able to rest on their laurels though, just like Giles Corey, find more weight pressing down on them, and it's more than they can bear. iChaos, Imunis, and Guille from Clash have done it. The 3-0 shutout sends Tribe Gaming packing.
Tribe Gaming now put their fate in the hands of Code Magic Purple to decide the final standings. They can allow Clash to essentially get a 2-0 finish here and lock up first place, putting and extending the lead or the gap between them when it comes to the overall rankings of the year. You look at the story of the stats though, damage being dealt by Tribe consistently higher, but it's not converted to damage on the safe as well as these kills coming in. So, of course, Clash ultimately going to come out with the lead. Let's throw it over to Daniel. I'm sure he's got some thoughts on that series.
I'm going to be totally honest with you, Trid. I did not expect quite as dominating a performance as that from Clash. We just saw Tribe take down Code Magic Purple. Now seeing Clash take down Tribe. This next match is going to be interesting. Our MVP of this match is actually going to be, it's going to be the Max player. It's going to be Guille. And again, straight away in that first game, we really saw Max go full speed ahead and reach their full potential in Brawl Ball. We saw some very sneaky goals coming in there. And we also saw Guille play as Frank in the first game as well, as you just saw another goal being scored a moment ago. Guille continued to dominate in Bounty before moving on to Heist, where he played Max again, speedily getting to that enemy safe, while able to defend their own. And then later switching to Daryl and causing some pretty hefty damage. But that's going to be the second match in Europe. Let's take a look at how that shakes up the leaderboard, as now Clash and Tribe both have a win. If Code Magic can take down Clash, then we are going to end up getting a very close group indeed. But if Clash continue to dominate, we may see a big old sweep coming from them, and I believe that would secure Clash in their qualification to Globals if that happens. Let's take a look at the next and final match coming up for today. It's Code Magic Purple against Clash. We've got Cursed, Twisty Twick, and Sam Bentley up against Guille, I Chaos, and I Muniz. Whilst it's time to go through the players one last time. We got Code Magic Purple, and according to Sun Bentley, there are two incredible gadgets in the game right now that everyone must have if they want to be one of the best Brawl Stars players. Surge's Teleport is obviously one of the best gadgets in the game, but they also really like Brock's Rocket Jump. Twisty Twix says that he believes an even better gadget is Gale's Jump Pad. We've seen what that can do in Siege and in Heist. We'll have to see if Gale doesn't get banned if that continues up against Clash, who just took down Tribe very comfortably. When asked how their team have evolved over the course of the tournament, Muniz confidently replied that as they've been playing together since beta, they have incredible team play. The whole team have experienced the highs and the lows of new metas and horrible situations together. They never surrender. He also pointed out that the team have the best communication in Europe, as they're the only European team on the top level who all speak the same native language. And that's really interesting to think about. We'll see if that makes a difference in the final match of the day.
Thank you very much, Falcone, and what an amazing final this is going to be. Today has had some epic moments, but Tribe were not able to continue their streak. Clash now in a fantastic spot with the bans just about to come in.
Yeah, I was having a look at the leaderboard there, really. Yeah, of course. No surprise, Surge and Gale being banned again. Guaranteed to basically finish in first place, I believe, based off that scoreline. Clash have always locked that up regardless of what happens here, because if Code Magic Purple come in with a victory, they would actually have to Code Magic 3-0 Clash. I think they actually end up in first place now just because of how this worked.
Yeah, 3-0 would be devastating, and Tribe didn't really, they definitely didn't want to take that loss. That was a big factor here, and now that could have shaped what's to come. We'll have to wait and see going into the first map, and it could be out of their control at this point in time, and I honestly have no idea what is going to happen now. Today has just been blown wide open.
Yeah, Code Magic Purple, if they can get a victory here, they would win the tiebreaker against IKEOS, I think. I think because they had that initial map win against Tribe earlier in the day, it does mean that they end up with a plus. They're currently on a -2, I think, right now. So if they win 3, they go to a +1 map differential, and it would put Clash on a 0. So the goal here right now for Code Magic and for Tribe, who are sitting on the sidelines watching, is to cheer on a 3-0 from Code Magic Purple.
I mean, you know, it's far from ideal, isn't it? Like, you know, when things are out of your control, which is actually the position that we've got to remember Clash are in the next monthly finals. They have not qualified, so they will be on the sidelines next month, and with things out of their control, that's why they are fighting so hard today. They want to capitalize and get every single point they possibly can today, because next month, they're not going to be competing. They're going to be watching from the sidelines.
They should be fighting a lot harder, though, Ark, because not doing too well in this map. Code Magic Purple, 8 gems to 1, about to get gem number 9. Spawn is also on the go. That's gem number 10 to 1, about to drop onto the field, and Code Magic Purple can start the clock and then go to the background. Muniz is isolated on the back line. Someone needs to go and help him, because Kirsten Sun Bentley, they got 10 gems and 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, IKS coming in though. The Tara, the M's super goes out. It's a bit of a mess. Is anyone?
They're walking into a killing field, Ark. They had no chance of doing that one. Code Magic Purple take game number 1.
Well, it's the start that I guess Tribe are hoping for right now, and you know, interesting comp. I gotta hand it to Twisted to play Ems, because Ems is a brawler which we've not really seen in the meta ever since that devastating balance change and the nerf that she received. She's been out of action, but actually getting a ton of value in that match.
Yeah, is this a couple of months ago where the gadgets got like? M's got the gadget change, and then suddenly it's like, oh, we can play at space now. We can keep them exactly where we want them. And M's just saw a lot of playtime for that 1 monthly final, and then we just slowly seen it just like, dip off.
Yeah, exactly that. And she hasn't really been viable since, but actually Twisty's showing that she is, and can be really good, especially on double switch, being able to spot enemies that lie within the bush, a massive attribute to your team, and I can see why the pick. They're going to actually go over it again.
Yeah, just roll out of it. Any changes here? Guille going over to the Tara. So they're going to have that gadget. They're going to see exactly where Twisty Twig is hiding, but he reveals himself earlier by throwing out the gas clouds. And Muni's going to walk away. Tarakar's not finding any value. It's a little bit more competitive from Clash. There's that first charge of the gadget from Guille, but might have been off more than he can chew, but the pull from Sun Bentley is good, and that shuts that one down.
Yeah, it's a pretty good early control here for Code Magic Purple. Obviously, if Sun can get his pull ready, I guess prioritizing the healing station there was his thought process. The pinch coming in with Cursed. Sun low here, needs to get that turret down, but Muniz surely not far away from another one now. Cursed is so low here. Code Magic Purple surviving on, but it's Clash that are definitely causing an issue right now, right in the back of the Code Magic Purple spawn.
What is Muniz doing? He just set up behind him, not letting him go anywhere. And now Twisted Twig can punish this one with his own super. And in fact, Muniz still turns it around. How is he alive?
In fairness, the Clash is kind of smart, but Muniz is staying alive here. The pull from Gear is really important. Muniz now not enough time to probably heal up to full health and can now be pressured. I think that the idea was great, but the implementation of that was not great from Clash. And look at that! A team wipeout from Code Magic Purple, off to a flying start right now.
Tribe Gaming, yeah, I'm pretty sure that like Code Magic Purple, they sent Tribe Gaming a PayPal link, and they were like, please win this game, we'll pay you whatever you want. And now Code Magic Purple are playing their hearts out, and they completely shut out Clash EU, and they take the first set in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, it's such a competitive region right now, and there's so much that can change the outcomes here. At the moment, you know, definitely Tribe are praying that Code Magic Purple can bring out the goods when they need it most, but Clash, for me, I've got to say, did amazingly well against Tribe earlier today. So whether they're just off to like a slow start, or maybe the confidence of that win now kind of seeping into the next game, they need to kind of just take a back seat and just kind of like start to like breathe a little bit, think through the enormity of what this game means to them as much as the previous. If they can start to kind of get a bit more grounded in that respect, I think they might start to bring this one back. But right now, Code Magic Purple on the way to a potential sweep. I don't want to jinx it. I've done enough of that today.
Find some wood, quickly, find some wood, otherwise Woody's going to start spinning. Crossroads is our next stop as we move over to the heist game mode. And we've seen earlier today in the Asia region, we saw Sprout come on this one, Brock, bit of Max. So wondering we're going to see some flavor of that from EU. But when we look at the lineup from Code Magic Purple, there's no Sprout, and it's a clean Slambulance being ran by Clash.
Yeah, Bull and Darrow is an interesting one, but look at this. Magic Purple are left as defenders with just Curse and Twisty, and actually fair play to Curse. Gets the double kill. It's just him and Guille now to dance this one out on defense. Guille is getting shots, but Curse staying alive to his credit. It's a lot of damage, but actually could have been a lot worse there for Magic Purple, in my opinion.
It could have been a lot worse for them. Their saving grace was that Sun Bentley was left uncontested. He's still being unchallenged. They think they can out-damage the Brock, but they've got a 2v1. All three of them are on the safe. This is a huge misplay from Clash. They went all in on the Slambians. You saw it on the first play. Sun Bentley just casually took a stroll into the other side of the field, uncontested, and dealt all this damage to keep them in. And they never addressed the Brock in the room.
That's exactly it. I mean, I gotta say, Magic Purple were great on defense there. I think Clash may have underestimated that a little bit. The amount of damage that Curse did, popping the gadget on the safe was also a really wise thing. A lot of pro players will do that to get every single ounce of damage laid upon that safe. And you know, Magic Purple are looking really strong for me right now. I mean, like, if they get one more game of Heist, we could be looking at just the outcome that's just going to completely blow the European region even more apart. At this point, I don't know, Trin. I don't know.
I just, my head's reeling. This is Spanish community is in flames right now. They're probably. It's not like. If it would have been close in the previous matchup and it would have been close today, like close in this match, it's fine. But because this is such much of a whiplash from this, it's probably everyone's caught off guard by what's actually going on right now. To be so dominant in that series against Tribe, to then start getting rolled by Code Magic, this is a rock, paper, scissors group stage that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, exactly that. In a very much a kind of like a rock, paper, scissors meta as well. We are going to see a couple of changes, actually. I think Twisty going to go with Max. I can't remember whether he was playing Max in the last game, actually. I know that Kirsten and Sun were definitely playing Brock and Carl. And we're going to see a bit of a mirror comp coming from Clash, actually, as Muniz swaps out to Carl. Gear left alone here, getting some damage. Actually, gets almost Sun stays alive there, Trin, on the left-hand side lane.
Great use of the gadget with 56 HP, but I'm pretty sure Muniz is going to clear him out now. They were able to get 23% on the safe, though, so they've opened it up a little bit in their favor. Curse is under fire. I think he's going to end up going down here, but he will respawn to be able to play defense. Chaos is having his shots body blocked out. He uses the gadget to go over. Rocket Rain actually used on top of him to clear out bodies while they sent Guille and Muniz to deal damage to the safe. Meanwhile, Sun Bentley left unattended against the Clash safe again, and it allows Code Magic to pull ahead.
Curse is playing a fantastic call for me right now. The amount of defensiveness that he's played and lining up his shots so well, definitely playing a key role here for Magic Purple staying alive. But now Clash might have an opportunity here as they start to advance on. Let's see what happens here. There's not much damage left to go over the 50% mark now. This could be a potential game match-changing moment here, Tread.
Oh, no. Sun Bentley's tanking the rockets to try and keep that deficit the same, but there's been an equalizer here from Clash. Their safe is under fire. It's a bit of a base race. Clash versus Code Magic, and Clash pull it out right now, coursing us out to game number 3.
My goodness me, the first sign of fight from Clash, and is it going to spur on from the back of this a bit of a win streak? You know, I think I don't know how this is going to go. I feel like if I comment in any way, then I'm going to jinx it and I'm going to annoy someone. So I'm just going to try to stay reserved here, Tread.
Wait. Ark, someone giving an opinion on the internet angered someone else? No, never. That never happens.
In the history of ever. But, you know, for me, Magic Purple are playing really well. They are picking the right brawlers. We saw Clash starting to imitate those picks as well to try to give themselves the mirror matchup. So now I guess the question is, will Magic Purple swap out their comp? Will they keep it the same? But for me right now, Curse is doing a fantastic job of just kind of minimizing as much of that damage. But, you know, if they mix things up and take Curse away from Carl, how might that affect things? I think they'll probably keep him with that, but a lot of things can change in this next game.
Oh, absolutely. Let's have a look at what the comp's going to roll out with then as we head into our third game. Looking awful similar to me, Ark. No real changes coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be the same again then, and it's going to come down to the skill. And look at this, already a shredding Gie in the mid lane, and that might leave things as Twisty's on the safe as well. So this is a great start for me from Comagic Purple, but shut down. Gie shuts down Twisty on low health as well.
Muniz not in range to find any damage with the pickaxe there as well, so an early lead as Sun Bentley will use these rocks to stay in cover. Finding shots where he can on Chaos, creating the pressure. He has the HP advantage. Twisty Twick and Curse. Great defense there to clear out the aggression. Muniz has the super. He can play clearance on Twisty Twick and Sun Bentley. He might have to at this rate because there's no damage on the Code Magic safe, but 40% removed for Clash.
Great position for Curse. They're getting continuation shots off. The damage it keeps raining in. But this is where Clash is dangerous. They are pushed up the map now, waiting a little bit for the car to catch up with the max speed dash. And now, what will Clash do in this opportunity? Will they falter or will they thrive here?
They're making a beeline for the safe. They don't want to risk it. Chaos has to stay around here and deal damage. But they know if they go for a base race, chances are the Clash will end up losing that one unless they can clear it. But they cleared out all members of Code Magic. They've equalized the damage on these safes.
Now it's anyone's to play for, but it is Code Magic Purple doing the push, and Gie gonna sneak down on the left. No, he's gonna come back. That could be costly. Muniz is going for the safe, and Chaos going in as well. Damage starting to come down, but with no Brock super. But one goes out from Sun, and it connects with Gie.
Right, they shut down one of the attackers right now. Chaos dropping the rocket rain. They have to clear him out. They can't land going there. Gadget over the wall, and he finds it! Clash take the set and equalize the match.
My goodness me, I gotta be honest, Code Magic Purple were in a great spot at the beginning of this matchup, and in the early stages of Heist saw no signs of slowing down. Now the fight begins, and if Clash can turn this around and have the ultimate week, Purple.
Bottles over the top right now. Last ball traded into the half for Code Magic. Gie getting the kill on Twisty Twick, and he's going to follow it up one onto Sam Bentley. Finds Cursed as well. That's free for Gie as he makes a beeline for the goal. Twisty Twick's back. He's got the damage past the Muniz, and he finds the goal. Clash take the early lead.
Wow, if nothing changes in 1 minute's time, then Clash are going to be on match point. This is absolutely shaping the European region and how things progress as Sun finds Twisty. Can Twisty make something of this? He's on his own. He will go on to score, and that is going to tie up the goals.
Well, 30 seconds remaining. And it's a tied up round. Overtime will more than likely take into effect, and that's when things will start to get spicy.
Yeah, and, you know, both teams have a B, and that is going to come very much into play in overtime, unless it's all finished beyond then, as Gie and Chaos are getting a really nice angle on Cursed, and they are all alive in a very advantageous position in the final 10 seconds.
5, 4, they've not got control of the ball, they haven't got enough time, no! Overtime is there, and he mistimed it, bouncing it further up the field. That was their overtime goal, handed to them onto a platter, and Chaos slaps it out the waiter's hand.
Absolutely not the result that Clash were looking for there, and the ball ends up further backwards than they started. But now look at this, it's got to be over here. Yeah, the goal is there. It didn't matter in the end, but yeah, it could have been done with a little more finishing style, shall we say?
Yeah, they slapped the platter off the waiter's hands, and they just ate it off the floor anyway. They weren't really bothered about how they consumed that meal. They still had it all the same. Clash take the round, and they go to ultimate match point right now. They just win one more game, a Brawl Ball. They secured themselves that first place finish, as we've talked about already, and make sure that they have a 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, but as we approach the what could be potentially the final game of today, a huge hand to Supercell, to ESL for putting on an amazing production under the COVID situation that we have, and not an easy feat. To everyone watching on the live stream on Twitch and YouTube, thank you for tuning in. If you're not subscribed, however, you got to make sure that you click that icon and do so, because next month it is going to be even crazier than this one, if that's even possible to comprehend, Trid.
Do you know what I want now, Ark? I just want Code Magic to come back now to make your thanks.
Reverse sweep? Sure. Reverse sweep? I mean, I got a tendency to...
Yeah, it's not a reverse sweep. They've already got a set. It's not a reverse sweep because they have got a set, my friend.
It's still a big way to go.
It's a bit of a way to go. Couple more games of this, why not? But just wanted to make your thanks and your pseudo sign-off premature. That's all I'm looking for right now.
String it out. I might do it again. I mean, I'm down.
Who knows? Go ahead. Knock yourself out with this one. Going into that next round of Brawl Ball, Clash have the lead. One more round will give them the victory here. They're rolling out with the Sprout this time around. Barley and Mr. P. No real changes. They're getting the kills early, Ark, and they're moving forward. Muniz dodges out the shots. Twisted has a slow from his super, able to get it past there to Chaos, but the respawns have come in, so they have to back away.
Clash in a great spot here early on, and Sun forced to throw out the Herbal Tonic yet again for that healing for his teammates, and that's going to be one less to use later in an offensive position. Clash are in a great spot to continue this pressure, and double thrower against Sun. Wastes the super as well. It's pressure and warning signs for me. Magic Purple starting to feel the weight and the enormity of the battle ahead if they are going to be able to do anything about this onslaught.
Can't even walk out of their own goal line at this point. They're just boxed in. Super past the Chaos. Oh my god! They never saw it coming! They were blindsided by that one. And that is goal number 1 of 2 needed to send Clash to the victory position in the first place podium finish.
Threading the needle, and look at this. This could be it. Muniz pushing up on Sun, the takedown there. Surely past the Chaos. He can walk this in. No, curse off the line.
He tried to style on him, Ark, and that's what happens. Guille gonna box off the entry, bounce it in the back corner. Instead of going for the flashy plays, they're gonna slow it all down and keep this ball away from Code Magic.
Kaz, a little light-hearted emote with a thumbs up. I guess, you know, he's already got his ticket to World, so he's not too worried about how this goes. But right now, it is Clash, Clash, Clash. As the shots continue to rain down, Sun goes down, Twisty, pinched between Muniz and Guille, like a rock in a hard place. Curse goes down. This is surely
going to go for it.
Finish. That is it. Clash are going to Worlds with a absolutely phenomenal day to wrap up the European region.
First place finish locked in. It now looks even less likely that we're going to see Tribe try and repeat themselves. This roster wants to go to those World Finals again, those World Championships again, under a different name. It's still possible for them, Woody. Instead of fighting with Clash, who have now put themselves up in an ivory tower, they need to go down into the trenches against SK Gaming.
Yeah, it is going to come down to Tribe against SK Gaming next month to see this one out. Look at those stats, though. Clash with 37 kills to 6 only from Magic Purple. 4 goals to 1. What an amazing day for Clash. They absolutely came in all guns blazing and came out victorious. What a day for the European region.
It's been great, Woody, and we're going to send it to one man, and one man alone to close it out. It's over to Dan.
Clash completely dominated today. What an outstanding victory. As Ark said, they have now locked in their place to global finals. We'll be talking about that in a little bit, but first, MVP for this match. It's going to be iChaos. iChaos dealt so much damage to that safe in Heist as Brock, both with the star power and also with Rocket Rain, dealing in those chips of damage where it really counted, vitally destroying that safe. Later on, as BB in Siege, Chaos was able to control the center, knocking back the other team, collecting those bolts and eventually getting that win. Chaos stuck with Barley in Brawl Ball, where he played extremely aggressively first to even grab the ball in game 1, healing teammates while moving that ball forwards. But finally, as Mr. P, Chaos was able to sneak in a cheeky little goal straight away, not able to get that second one, but still able to help his team achieve ultimate victory. And now let's take a look at how things stand. Clash were able to win both of their matches, meaning that Tribe Gaming came second with that 1-on-1 score. And Code Magic Purple, who are our regional champions so far, really dropping the ball today. We'll see how that progresses moving forwards. But now we know Clash is through. Things are interesting for Tribe. Let's take a look at prize money, though, and see what the result of today is. Clash taking home the whopping $9,000. Tribe, hey, not too measly 6,000. And Code Magic, this is a pretty low payday for them. They're used to doing a little bit better than this, but $4,000 either way. We're going to look at the leaderboard coming up next. And now this is where things are going to get really interesting. We've talked about Clash already. We know that they have qualified, as they cannot be caught up with by SK or Tribe. But that spot for third place is now looking really interesting. 20 points in it, and both Tribe and SK are qualified and competing next month. Will it be Tribe taking the victory from the clutches of defeat, or will it be SK who are already on top? But there you go, there's our qualified teams. It is filling up so much now. Code Magic, Clash, INTZ, Jupiter, PSG, and Nova all having qualified, but we've got another spot for EU and MEA and another spot for North America and LATAM North. We'll be looking at that North America and LATAM North qualification tomorrow to see if we can lock that one in. Speaking of tomorrow, look at what we've got. Starting the show at 4 p.m. CEST, we've got Clash against KGP. We've also got INTZ competing in LATAM South. We've got Omen Elite, IX Gaming, and Tempo Storm battling out for that final spot in North America and
Hello and welcome to Brawl Talk. Ryan, could you please?
But Danny, it's the summer of monsters!
That's right, Season 2, Summer of Monsters.
We've got a brand new chromatic brawler for you called Surge, and he's maybe one of the most unique brawlers we've ever made.
His main attack is kind of like a combination of Spike and Jean. You throw a projectile and then when it hits the enemy, it divides into other projectiles.
That's right, and his super is really interesting. Every time you use Surge's super, he upgrades himself, and his attacks become different and he becomes stronger. You can do that a maximum of 3 times, but if you're defeated, you lose all those upgrades, so stay alive.
In addition, we have another exclusive skin in the pass. Before, we had only 1, now we have 2.
And those exclusive skins are Super Ranger Brock and Mecha Paladin Surge.
Also, one quality of life change that you guys have been asking for. Now you can collect the rewards in any order you want.
That's right. Season 2 Summer of Monsters is starting on July 6th and will last 10 weeks.
Now Ryan, if I have like 1 million gold coins, what can I do with them now?
That's way too much gold, and here's how you're gonna spend it. Coming in this update, we've got True Silver and True Gold skins for the very coin-rich players. True Silver is gonna cost 10,000 coins, and True Gold costs 25,000. But if you want that gold skin, you've gotta buy the silver one first.
And to be able to buy it, you need to reach at least Power 9. So of course we're talking about monsters, but where are the monsters?
Coming in July, we have Mega Beetle Bee, King Crab Tick, and fighting those monsters is Streetwear Max. The Summer of Monsters wouldn't be complete without a new game mode.
We present you Super City Rampage. You guys have been asking for a long time for a new PvE mode, which means that's brawlers against computer or AI. So now we are having 3 brawlers against another boss, and this boss is a big monster that wants to destroy the city, and you have to prevent that from happening by defeating the boss before, I think it's 2 minutes.
That's right, before the city gets destroyed.
Exactly.
Coming in this update, we're testing a new object on the map called the rope fence. This is kind of cool because you can shoot over it, but you can't walk through it. So it's sort of like water, but it can be destroyed like other wall tiles can.
And also, Hot Zone is here to stay.
You guys have been asking, Hot Zone is going into the rotation with maps and new quests. And we've got more pins, and pins will be available in battle starting with the update.
And also the trophy road got extended up to 50,000 trophies.
We cannot wait for the Summer of Monsters, and since you guys watched to the end, you get some special extra info. Crow and White Crow are getting a remodel in this update.
So don't forget to subscribe to get more awesome news like that.
And we will see you next time.
I'm really impressed on how good that was.
We got. I could tell we had no idea what we were saying, but we got it out there.
Because I said your lines and then. Wow, that's how pros are.
That's how it's done.
LATAM North in Globals. That is going to be an interesting group to watch. But for now, that's going to be the end of today's show. So from Ark, from Woody, from Trid, from our wonderful production team, and from myself, we really hope that you have enjoyed the show today. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. CEST. Make sure you are subscribed to Brawl Stars on YouTube. That's where you'll catch the action. We'll see you tomorrow.